Welcome to Bitcoin Spot, guys. It's London. Want to talk to you a little bit about the technicals tonight and some other developments that we're dealing with here with the group. This is Bitcoin Spike. We deal with TA, top shelf, in terms of what we allow to guide us. It's not the hype. It is recognition of market fundamentals in the form of technical analysis. We have a great trade group, top shelf, in terms of VIP. Welcome to you guys. Hit the like button. Let me know what you're doing in the chats. Welcome, guys. We had an interesting day, but I'll say it's been an interesting couple of days. I woke up. I woke up in not the best mood. I was in a bad mood all day, and I wanted to let you guys know this is I think something that's bothering me in the background. Just to let you know, unfortunately, Gate. You guys know Gate Exchange is being disallowed in the U.S. for a little while, and we'll go through the technicals in terms of BTC. But Gate has been great on leverage coins. Been great to a lot of people, right? As we would look at the specifics on BTC, we'll cover this current price action here as soon as I go through kind of the details of our group, etc. We've been trading on Gate Exchange, a very good exchange with great technicals, etc. I noticed today, I was like, something's just bothering me. I don't know what it is, but when I noticed today, I went to, for instance, let's see, Baby Doge. I was talking with the group about Baby Doge. We talk about Doge, etc. And I looked up here and I was like, Gate.io is now on TradingView. So I'm not sure how long it's been like that, but as we are losing access potentially to Gate due to restrictions and regulations, I want to let you guys know now they're going to include all of the Gate coins on TradingView. Very unfair to our group. We spent a lot of time. Now, I do like the actual technicals on Gate itself, okay? But right as they're being incorporated into mainstream, potentially the exchange is getting more liquidity, etc. I'm just like, man, that is just a kicker. So wanted to let you guys know of that. If you have exchange tokens on Gate, you're going to, I think, need to get them off. That was the direct word that they gave to me. I'm looking through a few different options in terms of a replacement exchange. It's just not easy to find liquidity on some of these top ETF coins, guys, leverage coins. So we're already trading on a few different ones, and we'll update everybody as we go along. In terms of the technicals for BTC, I just want to shout out to VIP, because you guys know that's a real bothersome thing. Now it's all over TradingView, and now we can't do it. So it's a little, I don't know. It's a little bit of a wrench in the plans, but we will get it worked out. Hopefully that regulation passes. Who knows? Maybe it'll go the other direction. In terms of the application or their compliance with it, maybe they'll become compliant. That's my thought. Maybe Gate would become compliant. They have until March, April 30th, I think. April 30th was the date. Maybe they will find a way to comply. So exciting about that possibility. Now, in terms of the breakout here, guys, you know that we have an insulary zone here. We are perched on top of, just not very, I don't know, guys. You know the technicals right now are just a little bit off. I'm just gonna tell you, not off, but it's just, have you ever seen anything like this? I have, you guys, in all the time I've been looking at charts that we've dealt with, the thousands on live stream, etc. We've never seen a chart like this, guys. Okay, yes, in terms of the rising wedge, repeat rising wedge. If you guys have been trading a lot, you understand we have had so many repeated patterns. I just started going over the fan formation. You guys know that. In terms of the expectations currently with the price action, we would expect it, but we'll talk about a transition that I'm seeing in this zone as well. We'll talk about a transition that I'm starting to see in this specific area. But, and in terms of that, just to let you guys know, if you're paying attention, I would say this. I'm never trying to withhold information that is exclusive for the VIP, okay? I normally try and give the VIP a little bit, I'd say a lot of a head start, right, in terms of the development of the technicals, but I never try and forcefully withhold information from the community, subscribers, or base campers that's only for VIP, period, to the detriment of anyone else. So sometimes it's a challenge as I make videos to include all the information that VIP is looking at or that the community is looking at as well. I just want to make sure that we are as open book as we can be. But guys, we're trading 24/7, so we are on top of the game a little bit more than the average 2 to 3 minute video. You guys need to know that, okay? Just out of all fairness, if you're just listing or in Basecamp, you need to know this. I mean, we will get the video out. We will do what is possible in that 2 to 3 minutes that we get on a video. However, realize, guys, that the VIP are heads and tails ahead of, in terms of the distribution of that information and any other information that is not disseminated. So I want to let you guys know that. Nothing intentional. It's just, and no one confronted me about that, but it's a fact, and I ran into that issue kind of again today. Not the first time I've run into the issue. So As we look at, guys, let's reframe something right now, and I think it'll be very beneficial. Okay, I think it'll be extremely beneficial for you to see this. I hope this is well received. Now, we do have the internalized level of resistance. Okay, let's just go to the 4 hourly, for instance. We're up and out of the 4 hourly triangulation. Big shout out to Freddie. Freddie, what's up, brother? VIP in the house. We're so glad to have you in VIP. Without a doubt. Pathfinder, Slim, etc. AJ Crypto, Luke, all the dudes in the back. What's up? Big time shout out to Angel. Big time shout out to Angel, #1 contributor and #1 VIP. It's a pleasure to have you streaming with us, brother. Want to let you know that out of all honesty, and thank you for everything. It's just great to have you around. In terms of $7.79 Bitcoin, everybody knows you did a good thing. You know, we look forward to more good things going on in terms of 2022. Now, looking at the kind of the ancillary level here on the 4 hourly. What's difficult, I'm gonna just discuss this, okay? In addition to this specific kind of the spider web fan that we have going on, if you study technicals, and guys, we've been applying the fan, and you guys know it's very interesting because you understand it, you realize I have been reticent to bring you a fan formation. I've told you the whole time, people just don't like them. They just do not like the idea of a reversal in the form of a fan. They don't like it for whatever reason. It's foreign to them. Now New York Institute of Finance, Wall Street, etc., where they go to school and learn, etc., they'll learn about this all day long. To the extent that this is one of the most blatant displays of the fan concept you'll ever see on a chart ever, I'll tell you one thing: the VIP have been covering this specific formation for a while now, okay? And that's one advantage that VIP has. Someone else may look at this and say, I have no idea what this is. VIP, we've been covering this for a while now. And from the seat of the price action, essentially a seat, if you can find a central anchoring point, it is just dynamic looking at this specific, and I'll go through the interior exterior breakout in a bit. We'll talk about Gate as well. Gate Exchange, which is being thrust into the mainstream and ripped out of our hands. It's a big deal, guys. We're going to talk about that. It's an unfortunate deal in terms of that occurring. I trust it's for everybody's well-being. Looking at this specific from this top line formation, again, big screen TV helps. Looking at that specific line of resistance, you'll see this confirmed as a line of support. Boom. Line of resistance confirmed as a line of support. Okay? Bam. You'll see this line of resistance right here from the top down confirmed as boom. Line of support. You'll see that line of resistance right there. Okay? Boom. Confirmed as a line of support. You'll see this line of resistance right there. Okay? Up and over. Boom. Confirmed as a line of support. Bam. You'll see this line of resistance right here. Bam. Confirmed as a line of support. You'll see this line of resistance right here. Right here. All from this central anchor point, guys. All trend lines confirmed. Bam. Prior resistance to support. Boom. Up and out. Guys, that is phenomenal. And I mean phenomenal to the extent that that does not occur frequently. I say that all the time. Not phenomenal. Whoa, it's tremendous. It's great. No, phenomenal. You're not going to see. You're just not going to see this very frequently. But if you have been following the technicals a lot on BTC, you will know that it seems as if BTC is trying to give the advantage to people who trade a lot, people who pay a lot of attention. We went through a few fan formations. This was an interesting fan formation here. Nearly every reversal across the top included a fan formation. To the extent that it includes, and I always tell you guys this, to continue to move up, you're going to need to continue to break lines of resistance. That is what has occurred here continually. Boom, to the upside. So it is not without, I'm going to say this, guys, if you will apply this to this preceding line on your hourly, you will get a completely different dynamic when you understand the price action at this level, what has gone on in this range. I'll just tell you, we have known it's choppy, right? We have and after the stream last night, when I went over the idea of a prior resistance to support, right? I went over that last night in the stream, and then it was just like this hit with a hammer truck, right? It was really, really, I saw it, I was like, this is it. So in terms of why it's been choppy, the patterning that it's achieved, and I just say this, guys, it's been bullish within the framework of a support formed off prior resistance. And what an odd, we have to discuss the technicals to the extent that the market has thrown us. And you guys know 20 ascending triangles with a return to prior resistance. Yeah, it's teaching, it's rewarding the traders who are paying attention. You guys know this, 20. I'd say 20. You guys will agree or disagree, but 20 ascending triangles that have returned, okay? And in terms of that, we did see a fall off from that. We saw, well, then it just decided, instead of on the line, it decided to return, let's say, on the, and guys, we started that discussion way back when. You guys remember that. We started the discussion in terms of the patterning that BTC was throwing at us. Bam, right? Seeing this ascending triangle framework here. Remember, about the equivalent top here. Noting that was an ascending triangle, me stating, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if we capitulated from this level. You guys remember that, and boom, this one was a flat-out warning up in this area. It was just after this capitulation here. I didn't know who all had listened. This area in here, and I just draw it here. I think on the lines it's very clear. So between the candles and the lines, we've got differentiation, but that was a flat-out warning at this level. Bam, and up in this area, warning, boom, right? So in terms of the dynamics of the structured patterns, etc., the framework, we just have to pay attention to the technicals. It's not a quick, easy 2 or 3 minute answer. It's just not. It is being involved and engaged in the price action. And I'm going to try and we're going to discuss one more feature tonight that that I think you guys will find I'd say interesting. Okay, I'll say interesting, and hopefully not just entertaining. Okay, in terms of the technicals, we always try and gain, let's say the advantage on the ascending triangle as we deal with the two specific rising wedges right now. We need to see what the market's throwing at us. If we can master and conquer the formulaic application of the technicals, we gain the advantage. Can we book one more trade? Bam. Based upon, let's say, an ascending triangle return to, right? We had the amplitude, nicely done, right? Bam, return. All right, can we book another, another move to the upside and bam, return to again, right? So as we look at the framework within the context of this application of a resistance to support, right? This resistance here to support, right? Just continual, guys. It's a phenomenal deal. I always say this, guys, in terms of the application of the fundamentals of technical analysis. The concept is there, what they would call it, what it would be called. It's almost borderline into somewhat like a GAN fan, something along these lines. You start to get the impression this is some sort of a fan formation. When I talk about a GAN fan, I'm not discussing a typical fan reversal, so that you know. And we could go to like a GAN fan to begin to discuss, and I don't use these. Typically, these deal with patterns, angles, etc., right? But to the extent that it would be applicable, I'm happy to start maybe a discussion about potentially what has gone on in this area. But there's probably a lot of traders, I'll let you guys know at like an institutional level, etc., that have picked up on this, who are very interested right now in terms of what the next move is for BTC. Just so that you know. Okay, so that's a dynamic that I encourage you all to look at, potentially even with the GAN fan if you guys are advanced to that level. I don't use them all too frequently. Have we exhausted the entirety of this move based on GAN? That's kind of another question, guys. That's maybe another deeper level than just discussing kind of the basic technicals. Okay, in terms of the framework, I don't want to lose everybody. I do not want to get calculative, okay? It's just when we get too calculative and stray from just basic patterns, it gets difficult. People tune out, understandably. I'll tell you that, understandably. So let's look at the framework that the market is providing us. Ascending triangles return, ascending triangle return. This here as well, just to recap, and to discuss what the market has given us recently as we put this into context. And we can pass along to, well, I need an easier technical. Well, okay, we're going to stick with the rough stuff here. We're going to dig into the technical meat and kind of heart of the market and see what it's offering us as traders, right? The more that we can identify. Let me turn this volume up just a bit. There you go. The more that we can identify pattern structure and commonality in terms of behavior of price patterning, that is TA, guys. And it's I'd say an enhanced or an advanced application of TA, that you're looking not only at the formulaic fundamentals of TA, but you're applying it in a dynamic sense to see what are the parameters of the current market that you're in, vis-a-vis or respective to those particular patterns, okay, and how are those patterns evolving, okay? We had the ascending triangle returns, ascending triangle, I should say completion, then return, completion, return. Here, a completion on the candle wicks. They got involved in terms of the upside target here. You guys recall that. We had several other in this zone. Once this became very, very well structured and people started to know it without a doubt, right? The traders started to pick up on it very, very clearly. We had return to functions in terms of, as you guys will, and I just want to discuss this kind of briefly with you guys. We had a return to function. Let's just call this one in this area, just to generally discuss it. We had a return to where we had a return to a prior resistance only on the candle wick, not on the lines. Very important. Only on the candle wick, not on the line. If you guys recall that specific trade, VIP will know what I'm talking about. To the extent that we see that as kind of a transitionary feature, I want to bring that up heavily. Please pay attention. And this is not like a 2 to 3 minute video. You guys know I can't kick all this information out in like even probably 8 or 9 minutes and have it be really understood. So I'm glad we're able to stream on this. We'll discuss some other coins potentially tonight in terms of 44,689. Great price for BTC. I will let you know one more thing. Shout out to Ricky Rick. Okay, I'm going to just Ricky Rick sounds like nobody, right? Ricky Rick has a heavy position in and around this range right here at my lowest target in the market. Okay, he is just a buddy of mine. Okay, he picked up on that target. Have to let you guys know. When I asked Ricky Rick today, I want to let you guys know, Big Rick, whatever we want to call him, Ricky Rick. Okay, in terms of this, I want to let you guys know because he's been through this zone. I asked him, does he like this price? Interesting, and note this, guys. You want a little bit of a male? What do you call the? I don't know. If you want to know where's the check, right? I don't know what you guys want to hear from this, but listen to this. He tells me it was $28,000. Okay, so whatever you want to call it, like not calling the BS on the market, not calling anything else, but in terms of a guy who hit this lower level, guys with a good amount of cash, I am telling you, I asked him, does he like this? Does he like the price right now? Because the idea is, well, it just offered you this price once. It just offered this price to you a second time, right? So I asked him tonight, I said, do you like this price? And to the extent that he's watching, and I shout out to Pathfinder, who always wants this arrow down below, I want to let you guys know, there are people involved in the markets right now who hit this target, and it's a huge tell in the market. I want to let you guys know, in terms of this specific feature or this specific feature, these two lows near the 50% retracement, literally guys who've done extremely well from here to here, potentially again from here to here, they literally want right here. I am telling you guys, I'm not trying to FUD up the market. I'm not telling you that we're looking for a $25,000 to $28,000 Bitcoin. I'm not. I'm letting you know what some of the bigger investors in and around are literally saying to me, directly to me, and I just find that very interesting. Okay, while everyone else wants to jump through this and power up, there is still a crowd that wants to power down, that wants more value. And you guys know that's where a lot of the big, it's no fun getting there. I'll tell you that. It's not fun getting there. But one feature that I want to discuss a little bit tonight, we had a repeat of this specific move to the upside. You guys remember 29,750? And shout out to all the Blue Devils. Anybody from Duke that is watching that game tonight, way to go. Blue Devils are in the house. I went to Duke. So I'm going to skip that game and spend some time with you guys. May catch the end of it. Don't know. In terms of this specific feature here, boom. We were clearly up and out of this pattern. Bam. Without a doubt, guys. I'm going to bring this up for a specific reason. Bam. We were so clearly up out of this pattern. You guys remember in the summer of 2021? Boom. We caught this in the back on the bottom, right in here, telling everybody, great time to buy Bitcoin. Good time to buy Bitcoin. Bam. A lot of you had solid entries from that level. Now, I want to distinguish this level here, this nice trajectory, and you guys remember like a rocket ship, just bam, to the upside. We've had some aggressive moves to the upside as part of a pattern completion, and please pay attention to this. Please pay attention. Okay, as part of a pattern completion, saying ascending triangle here, boom, we got up and out, right? Now, the pattern completion here, bam, up and out of this descending wedge, right? So, boom, nice pattern completion move, bam, to the upside. This secondary feature here, right? Bam, nice pattern completion to the upside. This ascending triangle. Okay, you can go on the different time frames or the candle wicks to determine this, right? Even this miniature move here, right? You guys know this, right? Boom, nice move to the upside. Pattern completions. We always say we like bigger patterns. The bigger the pattern, the bigger the move, the expected move. So in terms of this preceding level, the preceding retracement, bam, we saw this take off to the upside, right? There was no question. Just non-stoppable. It was unstoppable, literally, in terms of non-stoppable, just unstoppable in terms of the move here. The velocity here was really impressive. Here, I just want to bring this up. We got this here, bam, pattern move, bam. We got it here with a pattern move. We got it here as well, bam, with a smaller pattern move. And since then, we have been creating a different kind of pattern, guys. This is a different kind of pattern. The one thing I'm going to say is we have not technically broken out yet. All right, the technical breakout in here, wham, wham, wham. Big time price action, guys. Big time price action, bam. This move, boom, nice move. Technical pattern, bam, breakout. This move, technical pattern, bam, breakout. Even the smaller move, boom, some nice velocity to it. That's 1, 2, 3. Nice moves to the upside. You guys know that from technical underlying patterns. So this here, guys, I'm going to tell you, this here has not been that same velocity move. To the extent that we've had a few interior patterns, those two bull flags, etc., we've had some nice smaller moves with smaller patterns, right? We're looking for this big monster pattern. We want this velocity. We need this move to get going, but it's just indicative to me that as we carve along here, we really haven't broken out yet. Okay, and it's just indicative of the fact that as you look at this preceding move here, bam, that was a move, guys. That was awesome. That was a heck of a move in that area. You guys remember that in the back. It was just, it was critical. It was awesome. I'm going to get some Ferraris there for Pathfinder. And heard a good analogy today. I want to share it with you guys as well. People who are overexposed in the market, someone started telling me, well, that's Generation Z and the millennials that are doing something as opposed to Generation X. They just want to throw everything in it, multiply by 10. I was like, what? I was like, I don't even know what Generation X or Z is, whichever millennial. I don't know what that stuff is. But it was interesting. He said, he's a cool guy. He said, and shout out to him. We'll just say to Carter. What's up, Big Carter? He says, he's like, well, it's kind of like people who want to put everything in and they want it to go the same, go one way and it all go up and multiply by 10. It's kind of like driving a Ferrari with no brakes. And so I tagged that into the VIP this afternoon. I was like, that's a perfect analogy. It's like literally you want to run 1,000,000 miles an hour. You don't want to be able to slow down ever. Like there's a balance to the equation. So as we look at positive price action here, I just want to re-encourage everybody to maybe think of some of the dynamics as we look at now. In terms of those bull flags, yes, we caught them. In terms of the drop here on the first one, yes, that was indicated, right? To the extent that we have this platform here, I just tell you, there's a lot of orders at this top level. You guys just know it. It's not even a question right now. The biggest question is, could it fail back through support? Right? Could it fail back through support? And as you would look at like the hourly, and we could start to discuss some interesting things here as well. We could very much start to discuss some interesting things here as well, right? In terms of, let's say on the hourly, we're definitely in the process of a potential confirmation as we speak. Boom. That's nice. We need some momentum, right? We need some go get 'em, right? Some jet fuel here. The notion that the specific candle wicks right now are throwing at us is that we're still not technically even up and out. That is not what I want to say. That's just technically literally what's going on right now. So to the extent that you guys are trading and you've had fun in altcoins, congratulations. You guys have been nailing it in the back. Doge has been great. We have, I can confirm, the VIP, and this is just the way it is, Pathfinder. I got to tell you, the way it is that you are in the chat right now. You and me, brother. What's up? Got to talk to you. Pathfinder is in the chat right now. He's VIP right now. Pathfinder literally hit the low, not around the low, but the low. Period. In the market for Dogecoin. Period. The 86% retracement. That's it. I'm going to tell you guys that. That's it. And he's right there in the chat. So the guy who pays attention, the guy who's sitting there, the guy who is doing it. Some people may say, well, I want to, I mean, how are you going to look at his channel and say, well, that guy's wrong? No, we're not. I'm sorry, but Pathfinder's like, no, I hit the 86% retracement. That's my custom level on Doge. And he's proved, Pathfinder's proof that you can beat, your proof that you can beat the market. Like without a doubt, it's just it's huge. As you look at that, it's just a huge entry. The opportunity to trade thereafter in multiple ranges, kind of like Bitcoin had. I love it because like someone could say, well, you're wrong. Like, no, we're not. Like we hit the 86. Like shout out to Angel. I know on Angel. Do you guys know on Rune? Have you guys paid attention to Rune? Now I brought Rune to VIP, and you guys said, well, it was $58,000. That's on top. I tell you guys, he's a big timer. I'm not going to say it's not a big deal. It's very much appreciated. Thank you, Angel. But as we look at this, just check this out, guys, in terms of Rune. Now, Doge, and we'll cover BTC in 1 second, right? What did Rune do? Just curious. I brought this to VIP from a very special source. You guys need to know, from the special source. I got this, and people will know. It's like if that source can produce this type of price action again, we're all in it. I'm going to tell you guys that in terms of it. But having brought this from a very interesting source. I'm going to say an interesting source. Now, in terms of the price action, we'll just focus on the price action, but look at Rune. What did Rune do? Rune went right down, bam, slammed into the 86% retracement. So people can argue all day long, well, you're wrong, you're this, whatever they would say about us to hate the group or whatever it may be. And there's a lot of hate towards VIP in general. But guys, this is an example, and I just want to bring up Rune because Thorchain, look at this, boom, to the upside, 256% in 33 days. Right? So yeah, here's the coin. Yeah, here's the the 86%. That's my custom level. Bam, bam. Like if you're listening and somehow you're not making any sense of anything, there are guys like Angel on the top who I know is heavily trading Rune. Heavily trading Rune. I brought this to the group last year, right? And he's sitting up there with $58,000 in terms of profits, etc. He's been heavily trading this 256% move to the upside from that classic 86. That's the level that I literally dug into and literally, experimented. I researched the heck out of that level, and not from a different source. And I'm gonna go listen to this YouTube station and see if it's right. No. Hundreds of charts, thousands of charts, guys. So nice to see that move. Big timer. I'll call you big timer. Angel, what's up, brother? Nice to see 256% from my target, from my 86. So guys, incorporate this 86. I'm bringing up Pathfinder. He's hanging out. He's doing well. He's having a good time. Angel, he's at the top of the station. He's #1 VIP. Like, we're slamming into these coins at the appropriate levels. It makes a big difference, and I bring that up in the context of as we go back into Doge up, boom. What's Doge doing? What is Doge doing? We'll get back to BTC in 2 seconds. BTC's almost got my attention full blast. Hold on 1 second. Let's go through Doge real quickly. Nice, Doge. Nice move, huh? We called this in the back a few days ago. I'm like, this is a steep. And they knew it. I was like, I wanted to not almost wanted to not say it, but like, this is just a steep. And I did say it was a bull flag, but like, this is a pretty steep bull flag, right? In terms of that move, though, bam, nice move to the upside, nice recoup move. You have that channel resistance and support in terms of that framework, and you guys just saw that the low entry in the market with the opportunity to trade after that. It's just proof you can beat the market. We have living proof that you can beat the market from Angel. Invested at BTC at $7.79 to Josh, to Pathfinder, to all the guys here. It's just, you can do it, guys. You can do it. And maybe you want to do it with all your money. You get back to the Ferrari with no brakes. You want to go faster than any living man has ever gone. All right, maybe you can do it. The Ferrari, by the way, there's no brakes in it. That's kind of the mentality that you get into, just always with heavy reserve cash on the back. So in terms of this feature here, nice to see Doge running from this ascending triangle, and nice to see the framework here. Now Doge got really, bam, nice, I'd say a nice amplitude to it. Nice amplitude move. A little bit of a hiccup. We discussed that. To the extent that would play in the market, it's worth considering along with this top line resistance. And I'll just bring up the fact, what I love about a resistance is the following. I love when a resistance, so when you can view it to see that, well, the resistance is built. And we'd have a few different resistances in here. You guys know that. Laterally speaking as well. And just let this apply to your other specific coins, right? But the resistance essentially is either a stopping point or a magnet. All right, it can be a magnet for the price in terms of a top line resistance. It can either operate as a magnet. You say, well, it's a stopping point. It can't get past that, or it's going to get to that, and bam, it has the likelihood or the characteristic of limiting its upward trajectory, right? So always think two ways in terms of you're thinking about a resistance. What is a resistance? Well, resistance could be the limitation on the coin. It can also act as a magnet, just the price wants to go to that. So that's the upside magnet we're looking at. That about 15 cents would be nice. Let's go Doge. Let's go. Let's get up out of the ground. Work on that. We'll talk about Sheeb and Gala. Trillion Sheeb. Want to shout out to Angel. Without a doubt, Trillion Sheeb. Be careful of those ascending triangles. You see those ascending triangle designated on that 4 hourly, etc. with Doge. Close. A little bit of variation, but that was a key feature for the bulls to hold this line of support. Failed that. So we saw, what was it, V-Chain yesterday fly up from its 86 as well. We're seeing that repeated in the marketplace. If you can get an 86 entry on a coin, you want to get it, guys. I want to tell you, you want to get that 86 entry. It's just, Rune 250%. A lot of the coins have done really well. It's just nice to see a few other coins go directly from that 86 in terms of the application of technicals. It's just awesome. Love seeing them. So I'm going to do this for that's for Pathfinder for hitting the give you some money back, guys, for the for that entry on Doge, etc. Guys just like to trade Doge. Nothing wrong with it. It's a cool community. There's some really cool believers in Doge. Same with Sheeb. Want to see the Sheeb game? Really want to see that Sheeb game. We started streaming about Sheeb. Angel was here. You guys remember that? Angel was here at the very beginning when he said trillion Sheeb. And trillion Sheeb, from trillion Sheeb, we got into what's that? 80% move, Angel? About an 80% move. I trust Angel tonight is listening in the background in terms of his, he always says he's there. So sometimes he's not outspoken. He may be chilling, having a cigar, and I don't know, something on the rocks. Who knows? Maybe a Pepsi Light on the rocks. We'll see. I don't know. So looking at this framework, we've got this, and let's look at, okay, what I want to do is go through some other componentry in a second here in terms of the altcoins do this to Bitcoin. Okay, I'm going to tell you, they do this. And by this, what I'm going to tell you is the altcoins will present a pattern, right? The altcoins will pattern themselves. If you guys remember in 2021 when altcoins started to do what they started to do, they started to traject up and around and set new all-time highs. Remember, Luna was ahead of the group, everything. Luna was one of the most phenomenal coins. Shout out to anyone who hit my $4.60 target on Luna. I love giving you guys low prices. It's just everyone says buy low. I say hit targets, right? Hit your targets. People don't get that. Everyone say, well, buy low. I say, well, hit your targets, man. It's all about hitting your targets. So nice framework, brother. Nice chart in the back. I'm just noticing on Slim. Slim is the man. Slim, it's great to have you in VIP, bro. You're just you're a blast to trade with. You're just really cool. Appreciate that very much. The opportunity to have you in the group, without a doubt. Doesn't go without saying. And in terms of the move here, we have on the, let's go to the 4 hourly real quickly. But I'm going to go over some, I'd say some cross market comparatives. Okay, because to the extent that we don't want to compare BTC to the altcoins or the altcoins to BTC, we get that kind of first mover advantage, and we start to wonder between the alts and let's say BTC whether or not we've got any kind of a real correlation or a predictive element to things, right? Do we have a predictive element to the framework, right? That's really a crucial question that we would start to engage in. Is there a predictive element to the alts right now vis-a-vis or in comparison to BTC with some of the alts that have really taken off up into the framework here, i.e. Harmony 1, i.e. Phantom, right? Phantom, i.e. Cosmos, Atom, the ones that have really trajected back up and through this area to the all-time high. As you look at those coins, Phantom or Cosmos or Harmony 1, as you would look at those, and those just started to move early. We can now throw Luna into that category as well. Recaptured their all-time high. Is that a restructuring just like BTC has gone through with a high and a revamp up to its up and just past its preceding high? As you look on the daily or the 4 hourly, it's worth considering. If you guys catch that, it's like, well, have they just repeated? And you have to ask that: are they going ahead or are they really just catching up, right? With Harmony 1 and Phantom and as we look at like Cosmos, something like that. And as I talk about that double structure to the top, just to discuss this, because you're also trading a lot of altcoins right now. I know that. So as you look at the double structure on, let's say, Atom, on Cosmos, well, yeah, we have this double structure, right? Has it just recently caught back up to that notion of a dual high, right? A dual high. If we look at Atom, if we look at, let's look at Phantom real quickly, right? This dual structured, this kind of this second wave in this range here, right? So as we would look at that and try and project, see what can we learn. Just quick check in with ETH. ETH has a great chart, guys. It's just a great chart in terms of all the difficulties that we're going through with some of the other charts, the different time frames. ETH is pretty well laid out. You guys know, pretty well laid out. The only thing you have on this coin, bam, is that lateral push that needs to go on right now, that preceding intermittent high. But it's a nice chart, guys. Really nice chart with a just textbook breakout. Very nice to see that. So we can discuss, are the other coins kind of are they catching up, right, to the secondary? I'd say the secondary cycle of BTC, or are they ahead? So we always go through those dynamics, and one of the dynamics I want to try and cover tonight is this bottom dynamic of a lot of the coins that we're looking towards moving. Let's look at FXS real quickly if we can, because FXS is one that just got up and out. You guys know that. Frac shares, another one along with Dusk and Near that really got going at a different time frame. We always are focusing on that price action. I brought you guys Near, if you will recall that. Definitely coin you wanted to be able to double down into a lot of aggressive price action. Yeah, I was bringing FXS up for discussion and framework with VIP recently, just over the last several days, really just kind of keep an eye on it. Was kind of in this extended bull flag, etc. Then bam, it did move to the upside in terms of that breakout. About what was it up on the day? About 12 to 15%, something like that. Around that, one of the leaders on the ETF board. But a ton of price action in here on Frac shares. So just to note that. But in terms of this bottom line formation, when the coins start to pop, right, when they start to say boom, they're up and out, we need to start looking at assessing amongst the altcoins which ones are truly bam, what up and out, and which ones, I'd say, of some of the first movers, which ones of them are expressing any dynamic that's similar to Bitcoin. I think that's very fair. Okay, as we would look at any dynamic that's similar to Bitcoin in terms of maybe and DOT is one that typically can roll over quite well in terms of a comparison to BTC and DOT. I mean, you'll see the pattern framework here. You're almost looking at Bitcoin, almost, right? Just nearly looking at Bitcoin, but a little bit further of a trajectory to the downside, a discount offered before that secondary wave occurred, right? But similar, remember the pattern structure of BTC, really heavily volatile in this area. Boom, pour down with a wedge to the upside and a 1, 2, 3, I'd say a 3, 4. And really no fifth wave, a very abbreviated fifth wave on DOT. Shout out to Angel again. Glad we painted the floor with those targets, literally on the 4 hourly. That is my target. Bam. These three are to schedule into and have heavier exposure. Bam, into dots. So nice on Rune and DOT in terms of targeting. I've got a line up here. Got close to my line within just a number of cents. I think 25 cents or something like that. Nice to see that thus far. I have a higher line target so that you guys know, but we also brought you that bull flag, which is played well and it's played slow to the extent that you guys want more volatility. You want to you need that volatility. Well, hey, that's we can you can trade. There's quite a few coins with heavy volatility. Just make sure that you're fully strapped in the seat belt, right? So looking at this is a nice move for BTC, up 0.86% on the 4 hourly. We're back into this and looking at this. It looks like we're pushing right up and above. Looks like we're trying to break out again on the candle wicks. This is a nice move I'd like to see. Okay, I'd really like to see this move, and it's to set a 4 hourly candle up and above these specific candle wicks. I will take this off for a moment. Now, within that context, you just need to understand this is a moment where it's not that we want to play bearish. People have been trading the heck out of BTC in the back. You guys know this last several weeks. Okay, and when I talk to, it's just funny, guys. When I talk to people again, and it's refreshing for me. He didn't just tell this to me because he wanted me to hear it. I asked him to like the price. He's like, I really like it. Rick, who hit in this zone of my lower target threshold here, he's like, I'd really like it down here. He wants the value. He wants to create more value in terms of his trade. So when we look at the breakout here, I don't want to say anything other than the people who have entered in at this level have hit their targets below, right? It's a different ball game right now, right? You're not jumpy one bit. You're completely cool, calm, and collected. I guarantee you are not jumpy one bit. So a lot of these specific formations that you'll see on the different time frames will deal with they will be addressing these different these specific different lines of prior resistance, right? A little hitch here on the 4 hourly. Go into the hourly. Let's just play this out so we can do this live. It's just it's a lot of detailed work. The current confirmation is occurring off of the hourly, okay? Instead of what was that? The preceding on the 4 hourly, right? So we have the 4 hourly down below, right? More consolidated price action. We have the daily, all right, with even more differentiation. Okay, we have the daily with more differentiation. It's just a mess, right? This is one of the benefits that we get of, as we looked at DOT just now, this, we would like to have seen this very much. I want to look at the DOT descending wedge one more time to see the benefit of this this falling wedge. Nice line of resistance. Like, look at this at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bams, potentially even 6 hits along a line of resistance or a breakout therefrom. We're seeing this pattern repeat on a lot of the altcoins. This real strong structure here, boom, 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 just nice line of resistance, provides like a wall, like a shelter to go up against, bam, in terms of the price action to the upside. It's just so well defined. The market recognizes it fully as, well, that's just the line of resistance. As we look at BTC, let's compare just a bit in terms of BTC. Let's see what we got in the back here. We got a bit of a, let me just, I'm checking with the rooms in the back to see what you guys got. Hey, look at that. Nice chart. Appreciate that, Freddie in the back. Very, very nice, Freddie. Look at that ape. Hey, no problem with that, huh? Called the top on that. Hopefully you got out of the top and hit into that golden pocket. Very nice. Looking at the Doge chart and the ape chart in the back, VIP. Way to go, guys. Very nice. And yeah, shout out to Slim. Shout out to Freddie. Freddie, great chart on ape. That's been a great coin to trade. So as we talk about the different levels here, now we don't want to run into like a technical nuisance, right? This is one thing that we honestly want to say. We don't want to run into the framework of producing anything that's like a technical nuisance, right? We don't want too many lines. We don't want too many patterns. But I'll tell you guys, when you start trading, I'll tell you one thing. When you start trading, like in the back, when we start trading, and we know there's like an 8 out of 10, is so automatic in terms of a return to a prior resistance or a recoup on a falling wedge. And if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, that's okay. You can either learn or you can spend more time with us and become VIP, and you'll know what we're talking about. This is like us talking about the baseball game or the basketball game, period. Okay, when we're discussing like a return to function in a wedge or on an ascending triangle. These are trades, right? And to discuss them in this context, it just makes sense for us, okay? So it's not, when we go through the dynamics like this, yes, I'd like it to be pleasing. I'd like it to be a nice looking chart. I'd like it to be, just come wrapped up with with brownies and gingerbread, man. It doesn't need to, right? We have a really strong group here, I'll tell you that. And they understand the technicals. They're not afraid of them. And they know what it is required to beat the market, guys. They just do. It's just not, it is not a, come on, no problem. Just everyone beat the market. It's competitive, guys. Completely competitive, right? So as we would look at the framework of like DOT, we saw multiple hits, a little bit better defined in terms of this line of I'd say resistance across the top that's carried down, right? We have a little bit of variability on BTC, right? Particularly on the different time frames. It's just a little bit more structured. There's more volatility on DOT in regular intervals, something like DOT, and it's a very slow moving coin. I like that. And it replicates BTC quite well. DOT does. Some people think it's competitive with BTC, at least for trading purposes, because it retraces more. It's still slow, but when it gets going, it gets going. I'm not pushing DOT at all, just so you know, just for purposes of comparative analytics. I'm looking at this preceding line here, this line of resistance, and how it differs from something like DOT or another, as I would say, another altcoin, so that, and one of the primary coins, one of the heavy market cap coins, so that I can begin to assess what are the similarities between the BTC chart now and the ongoing altcoin surge, if we want to start calling it a surge. Now we had a pre-surge, right, with Dusk near Harmony 1, Phantom, and probably a few more in that category, which was kind of on the and Luna joined the category as well, right? So Frac shares, FXS also did that. Okay, so between, it was Phantom, Dusk, Near, Harmony 1. You guys know the group, right? The same group we keep looking at, Cosmos. Okay, so as we would look at that, and that was kind of on the tail end of that FXS card, kind of on the tail end. The last series pump we had was up through really the metaverse coins, as I recall that from it was Gala Sand, Mana really taking off and power to the upside. When we saw, Sheeb in the midst of that, towards the end, and in the midst of that, was really nice to see. Near was a clear winner, very, very nice towards the price action. Matic was also Matic, guys, a huge coin. We love Matic, trading Matic in terms of that. I'd say that just robust, aggressive price action. That's just what we need. So Matic was also in that group. Just kind of, and as I say these, you guys will remember. It's like DOT kind of took on a category of almost AVAX, right? A little bit of slower move, a little bit of some velocity. I say some volatility to it to try and wipe out potential leverage holders, etc. It has that characteristic to it as well. So looking at AVAX, looking at DOT, coins like that, AVAX with a lot of possibilities this year. So Gala Sand, Mana, etc. Immutable X, kind of disappointed, trying to come back on now. Soul was, I'd say, early and then disappointing. Believe it or not, then disappointing. It gathered a lot of recognition, then really decided to disappoint. Rose has been relatively recent, and Rose had a lot of price action around the turn of the year. You guys remember that. So we categorize these, and the best thing to be able to do is to almost visualize the chart when you're dealing with these coins. You know the timing, you visualize the chart, you kind of know where they are right now, right? and you're able to assess really in some sort of a dynamic as we go through like a V chain. Someone mentioned a VIP, part of the Doge crew. I just know that they were mentioning like kind of the original coins like V chain, Chainlink, etc. Some of those coins that really got down and out that may have hit their 86 now in terms of a potential rebound. A disappointing I'd say Q3 to third quarter to fourth quarter, Q3, Q4 of 2021. So to the extent that we can categorize these and begin to work off of these, in terms of their being categorized together, or kind of again, I'm looking for any kind of a predictive signal or technical componentry that could be shared between, as I look at this, that could be shared between or work as a signaling function for us overall in either the other altcoins or whether it be through timing. You guys know whether or not it be through timing, like Theta, like T-Fuel, right? Let's say T-Fuel runs into T-Fuel particularly, as you guys will look at that, T-Fuel ran a little bit of a curveball in terms of timing last year, 2021, right? So that is, we pay attention to the timing, the cyclical kind of forecast. Are they lined up like dominoes, right? Can we knock them down like dominoes? That's the idea, right? In terms of that timing, in terms of hitting your targets, etc. And that's important because you guys try and do capital allocation all the time. And that's not that's the truth. So as you look at that, some of you have favorite coins like Doge or SHIB or whatever it may be. We're big on Doge. We like Doge, no problem. We always really have. So we've never shied from that. It's just it's a fun coin to trade. It produced a lot of money, and if you were streaming with us, you probably booked some really strong trades at the top. I'll say that, along with Matic. Okay, Matic, a lot of trades were booked along the top. Would have liked to have seen some higher prices on Doge. It had the Saturday Night Live fall out. Hopefully you were paying attention to the stream where I said you need to be prepared to double and triple down at lower levels. Don't be overexposed. But to the extent that you are in the position you are now, let's go. Let's have fun. Let's see what 2022 can produce for you guys as we trade. I like to trade BTC, guys. That's my favorite thing to trade in terms of just the price action, etc. As we would look at Luna's not bad. There's a lot of great coins out there, guys. So I would look at 2022. Let's reframe right now as we discuss the entirety of kind of, that's my framework. Also ETC, Ethereum Cash, and BCH. Guys, those are two coins that I'd like to see get up and go. ETC getting up and going was nice to see recently. It's popped. BCH is kind of taken off a bit as we would look at those coins from Elon to Floki, etc. Maybe a little bit of a different. Floki got so low. I think they needed to put him in the game. They built this whole metaverse and game, and they didn't put him in the game. Like, what are they doing? So anyway, I'm like, what are they doing with the dog? The dog is nowhere. This is awful. I was like, I want a refund. It didn't work out at all. So anyway, we'll see if they update that game, which is funny. It's like, what else could they do wrong in crypto? Just don't put the dog in the game. What's wrong with you? So it's almost like a bad joke. So anyway, leave it to crypto. It'll probably happen. In terms of this, guys, if it's fun, we'll probably cover it. Like Baby Doge, I brought that to the group just before it really got hot. Just something fun, just to keep your mind and your head busy a little bit while you're waiting on some slower moves with maybe BTC. So looking at this framework, we're on top of now we had this. We have to discuss this a little bit. Very interesting. A little bit interesting. You guys will have to agree right here in terms of the framework here is the following. All right. This is inviting us to presuppose or to judge and to call a failure back through a line of resistance. That is the key feature here that is making this very difficult. That's on the hourly. All right. So on the hourly, we are being invited to, on a breakout, quote unquote breakout move. Now, this is the problem. We have multiple levels of the breakout. I'm explaining the level of frustration and why essentially what the traders have right now. Let's dig into this in terms of the hourly. You guys know we're out on the line. There's no problem. We are out. We're confirming we're about to move to the upside. Now, on the candle wicks, on the smaller time frames, we are just pushing through and just about to break out of the candle wicks. Okay, so this is a perfect, guys, just literally a perfect example of why. If indeed you hit your targets at the lower, and guys, there's different targets right now on coins. If you didn't hit this target, there's different targets. There's going to be different targets on BTC. All right. But in terms of playing this, having the heart attack to play this, to go up further or go down, guys, I'm going to tell you, the preference is down here. And it's not that long ago. And we will have more targets on BTC. If you're new to trading BTC, You can be patient. You can trade along with a breakout, no problem. Understanding that your risk exposure is much greater than, I'm going to say, on the probabilities, guys, is much greater than at a solidified level, like the 50% retracement. Like in terms of a trade with a variable line of resistance. That's the key right now. We're at a variable line of resistance on the hourly. We've broken out, right? We're above a bearish pattern, first of all. Now, in terms of that, not the entirety of the symmetrical triangulation. That's not bearish. Right? That's not what I'm discussing as being bearish. I'm discussing the bearish feature as being, and let me pull these over here. Let me get this. I'm going to turn these blue and put them in the background just as we discussed. The bearish pattern would be that ascending wedge. All right? So to the extent that that ascending wedge is, and I should be able to do this. Let me take these off here, put these in blue and hide them in the background so that we're not full frame featured, through them the entirety of the time. Now, the issue, as we look at this, and we just went through a rising wedge. So for someone to say, well, it's not bearish, it's technical. It's not up for discussion. That's not the point of it to agree or disagree. It just is. Period. That's what it is. It is a bearish, generally speaking, a rising wedge that we're looking at right now is a bearish feature. It just is, and this is the second one. Now, I did discuss to the extent that we would have a small fallout through this expected line of support here, right? As you look at this in terms of the bearish feature, let's just look at this level of resistance, level of support, right? To the extent that we would have a pour down through this level of support, yes, the resistance and the support, bam, that the question right now is, could that be compromised by, or could the ability for us to pour down as expected within the probabilities, could that be compromised by, or could it be changed by our currently operating on an hourly time frame up and above this specific level of resistance, right? So we're up on top of a bearish pattern, but we're trying to confirm, and in the process of confirming on the hourly prior resistance as support, it's a very unpredictable, guys, this is a very unpredictable, unreliable trade floor here. In terms of being on up and over, let me say this at least, in terms of being up and over this line of resistance here, okay, and this line of resistance on the hourly, and being on the top of this rising wedge. This is notably traditionally, if you trade a lot, you know that this area up in here over that line of resistance is, without a doubt, guys, a real trappy area to get caught up in, to go long. You guys know that. It's a trappy area to go long. Anyone who's been trading for a long period of time, and I'll say some of these have been beaten on other coins, without a doubt. Look at Luna beat a very solid, as we look at it, rising wedge along the way up. It had problems with the second one, okay? So as we would look at let me just lock these down instead of hiding these. Let me just lock this. Let me lock this right here. Let me lock these prior resistance to support lines here, and we will discuss these as need be. So I appreciate you guys being around, because it just letting us go through the technicals, because we frame things in a way that you can understand. Because when I say that, if you've traded a lot, you know that you've gotten burned on the top of a rising wedge before. That's this group. You're not going to know that unless you trade on top of a rising wedge. It's just you're not, guys. So to the extent that that's critically relevant, if you're new and you don't trade, just understand that's from experience, right? Kind of like an ascending triangle will want to return. Ascending triangle will want to return. Ascending triangle wanted to return. So that's 1, 2, let's say 1, 2, 3 returns to ascending triangles. Now, within that context, we did start to just touch on the framework of the ascending triangles along the way up on just the candle wick. You guys remember that? Then we went to that most recent ascending triangle. We only recaptured within $200 of that ascending triangle. You guys remember that? The most recent ascending triangle, kind of like as I would talk about or as I would like to, let me say this: great charts in the back, VIP. I want to say that to the guys in the back. They're trading right now. And if you guys are not VIP, let me just show you what's going on in the back. Just look at this, guys. Look at these charts. This is during the stream. literally just throwing out charts during the stream. That's Slim. Ox just broke out. This is Freddie in the back. Great work there on 8. Nice to see that, Freddie. Doge from Slim as well. Just constant charts in the background, guys. That's what you're missing. It's a trade group. We like to be together. If you guys are working on your patterns, etc., don't worry about it. Just hang out, learn, but definitely learn to contribute in your own way. That's the deal. We'll give you the tools to be able to do that. I promise we'll give you the tools to be able to do that. It's nothing you can't learn. Great group. Looking at the framework here, what we're going to discuss, we are in the process of, and I talked about the transition from the ascending triangles. We were definitely, and first of all, we were deep within it. This was interesting. Look at this in the terms of the progression, and please pay attention to this. I think you guys will gain something off of this, right? In terms of the progression, ascending triangle, boom, back down to threshold floor, right? Almost back down to original level of initiation of the base of the ascending triangle. Bam, the second one, small level of ascension, right? Okay, second one, well, bam, about a mid-level, right? We've slowly stepped these up to where we weren't recapitulating all the way back down to this bottom level. We stepped it up. We continued to step them up till then the next one up in this area was just like, well, it barely touched it on the lines. You guys know that, just barely on the candle wicks, barely on the candlesticks. First it was barely on the lines, then barely on the candlesticks. Then it was, well, the candlestick got there within $200, like within a return of about $250, just the candle wick. So we saw that progression play out. That's the market showing us that it's going through some sort of an evolution, right? That's very, very interesting. It's highly interesting. It's especially interesting to the extent that we would not get and we need to pay attention to this, that we would not get a confirmation at all across the top of an ascending triangle. Very interesting, guys. That's technically required. So to the extent that these subtleties play a role in terms of informing us, I always talk about the mood of the market, right? As you look at this transition from ascending triangle, bam, back to the base, ascending triangle, bam, about halfway, and then back about halfway again with a subsequent pour down, probably cross trend line of resistance, etc., to initiate the entirety of this trend, really to initiate this fan procedure. But within that, we saw the ascending triangles begin to play like barely on the line, then only on the wick, then within like $250 only on the wick, only within not even on the wick, within like $250. That's a transition deeply within, back into the ascending triangles to a mid-level function just above, right? We're seeing 10 to 15, 20 ascending triangles, and it's slowly evolving out of the need to get back to the prior level of resistance. That prior level of resistance, bam, at least back to that prior level of resistance, right? So it's a key feature as we look at the patterns, as we learn what the market's presenting to us to gain an advantage on the market. And this is the level of I'm going to tell you guys, it's not just all right, here's the next pattern, let's throw at it, let's go. We're a level beyond that, guys. We really spend the extra time, because we trade a lot. You guys trade a lot. I do too. I dig into these patterns, and I want to know what they're doing, what they're communicating to us. And that mood of the market sometimes can just make the difference between, maybe an extra trade or two a week to get you further into the green or in the green. You may have a rough week. The market may have a very rough week, right? In terms of the this move to the downside, that was a very difficult, I'd say, level of the what we say, just retracement, where you really had to be able to have the backup cash to survive this. You just did, guys. And if that bit into you a little bit, just understand it bit into a lot of people who weren't properly framed in terms of their finances. You have to have the heavy reserve cash to be able to plug into your lower targets. You just have to, right? The all-in approach, it will work. It can work, but you really have to schedule and frame your money management properly. I know that all the VIP have. I don't know a single VIP that doesn't have backup cash, without a doubt. From AJ Crypto, which is he's the longest standing VIP. He's going to be working on a year soon. I can't wait for that. At 2 years, you get the coolest badge, AJ. I have to tell you, you get the coolest badge in the world. It's like this big, heavy red badge. It's really cool. It's really, really cool, just to let you know. I said 2 years. So anyway, AJ, when I look at him, from him on through the most recent VIPs, everyone has backup cash. No one is trading with the entirety of it. So it's just that's within the framework of who we are. And I'll say that we had some VIPs that stopped contributing. Some were taking information out, etc., doing other things, and those may have been some of the ones that didn't have the backup cash. You know, as I look at it, they just couldn't. They couldn't operate with backup cash. They couldn't have that heavy cash reserve we always talk about. And it's also one thing to have it. It's another thing to deploy it. You guys got to deploy that cash at some point, right? Always with that heavy reserve cash, but that whole notion of not being overexposed in the higher price. It just it is the name of the game. You guys know that around here. We don't want sad faces, right? And I just tell you, if some VIP were around and they didn't adhere to like the notion of never being overexposed, and they were overexposed and didn't have the heavy cash, see ya. I just tell you guys, that's not the way we roll. That's just not it's not what we want to be known for. I'm always encouraging people to have heavy reserve cash, not be overexposed. It's not like a kid in a candy store. You will run out of the pocket change quickly, right? You can't just say, "Hey, it's crypto, let's buy everything." That's not what it is. So always impress that upon yourself and anyone you guys meet, not to be overexposed. I think that's one of the best pieces of advice that anyone can give anybody, and it's not financial advice because it's not a security. You couldn't. I don't think you could give financial advice on BTC or cryptos, right? So it's just a kind of friendly word of caution that we look at as something that retraces 80-90% of its value, etc., consistently. You want to be able to take advantage of that. So looking at the framework, we discussed the ascending triangles. We discussed like the immediate pattern back to back that we have is this the wedge formation. Now this is the kicker, right? It just is. We don't have to ask like maybe it's in play, maybe it's not in play. We just came off of a bearish pattern here. Right? I'm going to tell you guys, we just came off this bearish pattern. We let you know at the top of this formation here, this is bearish. Boom, right? Down within a threshold to a cross trend line, right? We have another cross trend line right here on top, right here staring at us in the same kind of predicament that we were previously at in this zone. You guys know this. Now, what's the difference? Okay, it seems like it's a much further distance down, doesn't it? It really does. It seems like it's a much further distance down, right? It just seems like a big drop it would have to take from the current price down. It would have to move 3.65% to the downside, right? That's a big deal, right? So what I will say is this. It's also going to have to break prior resistance to support, which is a big confirmation currently ongoing in the market. That's a big deal. To literally just say and just jump off on it and say, like, this is where the tug of war comes between the bulls and the bears. I'll tell you, you are looking at it on the screen. If you want to say, well, there's a higher threshold, 45,000, we need to get up and over this level, such and such, whatever, pre-existing highs, that's fine. If you understand the context of what's going on right now, that we're currently in the process on the hourly time frame, and with the complication that on the lower time frames, on the candle wicks, we're still pushing, trying to get up and over, which we've already rejected at the true breakout level. Guys, if you can understand what's going on right now in the market, you're already well ahead of the curve. Okay, I grew up with TA. I'm talking about in high school, New York Institute of Finance books, period. So I'm guilty. I'll tell you, I'm guilty at being as complex as you'd want to be in terms of TA, period. Okay, I'm certified in markets, etc. But I'll tell you, I'm as guilty as anybody could be in terms of being at least as complicated as is necessary to try and achieve alpha, that percentage by which you beat the market. Right? It's just the truth. I'll complicate it. I'll figure out the answer. That's normally what I'm known for. I will. If there's an answer, I'll figure it out. Right? And in the context of this, in terms of just appreciating the general discussion here, what is going on here, you understand this is just the moment. This is where the worlds collide between the bulls and the bears. Period. All right, between the market, between the dynamic of breaking out in a bearish pattern. Okay, but you did break out of, right? We didn't have to, guys. We were stuck below on the hourly, right? We were stuck below this specific line of prior resistance on the hourly, right? We have powered up and through that. That's a big deal, right? We still got stopped out at the candle wicks. You can say for now, right? We're still in the threshold. And the last thing I want to see for anybody that's bullish, although I'll tell you this, just like Big Rick that I told you guys about, he hit down into this specific threshold, this specific level, the low on the 4 hourly. My target is the low on the 4 hourly period. Bam. That pivot is my target. All right. 33, just call it 33.7, 33.5. Okay. That specific level, boom, that it went down to after that original pivot in the 50%, bam. All right, he's got that range, bam, right in here. Rick, big position that he took on it, bam. He's done well in life. He's got a big position in it. And for him right here, as I say, well, do you like this price? For him to say, well, not really, and him be honest and him want this price down here, that is just totally awesome, guys. I love when they've hit a target down in here. Okay, any target down in here. I'll say any target that you would have hit down here, mine or otherwise. But for them to hit this down here and be lackadaisical enough and cool and calm and collective enough and understand the value of targeting to say, well, actually, I don't like this price very much, and be that much in the money, say, I really like this price. Okay, you understand, he's well in the money right here. Bam. 2 opportunities. Bam. Bam. Right? And he's ready to go down here. He is so happy to go down here. Not that we would go down there. But after you hit a target, you understand the benefit of this type of a move, right? From here to there, from here to there. This specific range function of hitting your target. So I always say buy at support, sell at resistance, right? Trade your patterns and hit your targets. When you hit your targets, life becomes so much easier, guys. It becomes so much easier. So looking at this framework, you're literally in the position right now that honestly is a trade indicated yet. Let's boil all this down to the nuts and bolts of it. Is a trade technically indicated yet? Well, that is going to be a very easy question for someone like Rick or some of the VIP to tell you yet, right? Because people want to jump in now. Well, did you hit the 50%? Did you hit the custom target down here? It's a different ball game. It's a completely different story. And for those who have a position right here, like, well, that'd be great if it wants to continue to go up, but I've made so much money from here, I really wouldn't mind it going all the way down to this level. Right? So it's a little bit different of a story, but we do say trade our patterns. So to the extent that you would want to enter an additional position, right, to enter an additional position at this level, Johnny come lately. That's it. I'm going to tell you guys. In terms of this being the crux of the year thus far, no, guys. No. Johnny showed up early. Johnny went to school, and Johnny figured out the low in the market on the 4-hourly pivot. Bam. Nice move, right? Johnny showed up again at the 50% again. Bam, right? Multiple moves in here. You've had ample opportunity to come with some force at the market. Boom, boom. We've already measured the upside target from this triangulation has already been beaten by the other Johnny who got here early. Guys, believe it or not, the breakout, all of this greatness, at least in terms of this specific move, if it lays waste to the principle of the measured move in terms of the upside target, beautiful. But I'm going to tell you guys, measure it. And this is how we frame things. And anyone else listening to this who's not here a lot just must be like, oh, whatever. Now, listen to this. Listen, you take the amplitude move from here. You take that amplitude and carry that move up. All right? Now, to the extent you have some larger function in play, and this is really a descending wedge from the top, all right, and it's just a guaranteed destined move to the top, Johnny's still going to beat you. I say Big Rig's still going to beat you from his entry there at the low level. He's still going to beat you. Right? And not that you can't play late, that you can't join in on the trade, etc. If you want to, divine or devise a different kind of wedge formation here, we're going to return to the top of this wedge, or you want to extend your triangulation, which it's going to be a little tough. Maybe you want to drag it up and through there. I'll listen to someone trying to defend that and not turn that into. I guess it's going to be a symmetrical triangulation, not a. Just, I don't know. You've got pretty much a big gulch right here. Technically speaking, it could play. It could, but you got a pretty big hole in the story right here. So, I don't know. To the extent that could play. Either way, unfortunately, with the amplitude move here, I still believe strongly. I'm trying to figure out a way here to where you could beat the amplitude move. Maybe the big descending triangle. Maybe that's it. I remember going over the specific nature or the idea of a huge descending triangle in this area. That could do it. Let's talk about that. Potentially, maybe a descending triangle, right? What I'm having to do because of the, just understand, guys, I'm trying to figure out a way right now to where an entry at a lower target, and you'll do this a long time, an entry at a lower target, okay, bam, would not beat. Would try and figure out a way to where it wouldn't beat the move that's incoming. All right? It's tough. It's not easy. You have to really stretch the parameters here and go to like a full featured onslaught of a descending triangle here, which is a push of a pattern, right? And now the only way that this would this would potentially, right, like this move thus far, right, that you've had two opportunities to beat the entirety of the move. Just understand we have to raise the amplitude hugely, right? We have to get a big amplitude move, right? We'd have to have a different interpretation to have a big amplitude move so that this move right here is not outdone. So I'm trying to show the benefits of buying on target. That's 34%. And we definitely, I'm going to say we would beat that here. Yeah, we'd have 40% here. So there would be an advantage to the extent that we're looking at. And again, you could compare, well, you've had two opportunities to play at this level of support. So bottom line, guys, if you carried from here at the bottom level, you're still going to cream this. Not that it's not important. I want you to be able to trade your patterns. Absolutely. I just want to reinforce that it is not an exclusive, like buy at support, sell at resistance, either or it's an exclusive trade your patterns, or it's an exclusive hit your targets. No. When they all come into the framework and synergy, and you're able to say, well, I hit my target, and it's turning into a pattern. Break out to the top. Beautiful. Right? And that's the framework that we want to continually express in terms of the market dynamic. Here is the importance of the targets below. Don't ever forget that. If you didn't hit these targets, I want to encourage you. I promise you there will be more targets on Bitcoin. Period. I just did it. There will be targets on the 1 minute, and right now on the 5 minute, on the 30, on the 77, or on the 1 hour, on the 4 hour, on the daily, and on the weekly. And in the future, there will be big targets on big time frames. Okay, so don't think you missed the boat and that's it. If you need to spend a couple weeks thinking about, well, the boat just didn't feel right to get on, maybe figure out the technicals. Spend some time digging into those technicals. Figure out what a target is. Figure out how you could have hit these Fibonacci level discounts. Gain some additional access to like alpha, which is the percentage by which you beat the market. That's not my group or anything. That is alpha. That is the definition of alpha in the market. Gain access to that and the privilege to it by understanding the mechanisms of the overall entirety of the interplay of the market, of how a market functions. I'm going to say you'll get there. You can get there if you want to get there badly enough. Josh on the bottom is a proof of that. Okay, $1 million champ in 2021 for Bitcoin spike. Period. All right, so that's just a fact. If you want to do it, you can do it, but you got to want to do it. It's not easy stuff. So in terms of the targets, you say, okay, great. That's great that represented more of an opportunity than the current potentially. Let's say pretty clear too, guys. In terms of those target pickups, you just have to say fairly clear as you would look at the dynamic of. It's just easy to set a 50% target. It's so easy, guys. So few people want to do it, but when you look at even your altcoins, anything else, it hung out there for a long time. It spent 2 weeks there. Well, they may do that and push you to go chase something else at the top. Now, this is not chasing something else at the top. I'm going to tell you that. However, it's a little complicated, right? In terms of this, Bitcoin breaking out of this specific zone here. Bitcoin is slow. You guys know that. And we just have cross indications on different time frames. I am not trying to throw a spoiler alert at all. And in fact, to absolutely prove that, I want to go out of my way right now for the VIP. I want to let you guys know something very important. And I have been playing this frequently. It's just been going through my mind. So I have to go ahead and play this for you guys. I just have to go ahead and do this. That is just that, guys. That is the Bitcoin bull. So in terms of anyone trying to convince me amidst all the talk and precautionary language and framework that we throw at the market in the form TA, yes, we're extremely technical. We like to beat the market based on skill, not hype. We have a hype machine. You guys understand that? We do. We have a hype machine called a channel. And we have big investors around us. So we can generate the hype. We can do all that. However, we choose to frame our trades on technical analysis, New York Institute of Finance. All right. And you're going to realize we are the only group, guys, Bitcoin Spike, only group with that bull, with Bitcoin bull. So, it's just that says volumes. That's all I want to say. And I don't want you to completely relax and just be like, hey, it's all going to the moon, right? We have a rocket on standby as well. Freddie is in the chat, and nice to see you, Freddie. The bull cannot be touched. Love it. Ba-boom. Nice to see you, Freddie. Bam. I'm not sure if that's a bull. I just put on there a reindeer. It's one of the two. You guys know the difference? Do you know the difference on that what I just put in the chat room? I don't know. Is that a bull? I have to zoom in on that. I just put in the chat room. We have a good time, guys. Are the reindeer or what is that? That's not a bull. That's a reindeer. Well, dang it. That was YouTube, huh? They gave me the wrong one. We have some custom incoming icons. Sorry for that. Where's the bull? I put bull down here. There's a bull. There you go. Bull. Bull. A bull in the house. We have bull and reindeer. So anyway, this is funny. So Freddie, shout out to you, brother. Nice to have you in the chats tonight. VIP in the house. Freddie has a great history with our group, and we're excited to have him in the chats tonight. And if you guys want to join Freddie or any of us, Freddie's just proof of a really successful level of trader that has been accomplished, and I appreciate all the hard work you put into your trading. I definitely recognize it. One of the more bullish features, that I can see right now would potentially be on the 4 hourly. If we were to trade or transition just a little bit away from the notion that we are on top of a bearish feature here, right? The 4 hourly, as you guys look at the 4 hourly chart, it's not bad. You look at BTC on the 4 hourly, it's really not bad, huh? And Freddie knows in terms of hitting targets on the low side. If you hit the low target, you don't have to worry and stomach through all this stuff. It's gonna come down. You guys know how it works. It's gonna come down. It's gonna pick you up, and the rest is just golden. The rest is what it needs to be. Comes down, boom, it picks you up. The rest is pain-free. You know, when people are worried about the next trade, this trade, it just becomes pain-free, guys. It's just worry-free in terms of hitting your targets. I always encourage people to hit those targets. Freddie knows that big time. So we appreciate having you here, Freddie. So in terms of the price action, see that 4 hourly carry over to the lower time frames is not that impressive, right? It's just not. You do understand now the dynamics that we would look at in terms of we really have to go out of our way, right, and create kind of a bad pattern to formulate a pattern that's already broken out 2 or 3 times to formulate a just think of this, guys, to formulate a move incoming immediately, the first target move to the upside that would outdo, just so that you guys know, that would outdo, and I could try and do it, but there's nothing that hasn't already broken out or otherwise. It's not there. That wouldn't outdo a target pickup at the 50%. Right, so it's just hugely important as you guys look at big. I do say trade your patterns as well. So to the extent that we're comfortable with the following, understand the level of risk. And we're big on this, guys. Understand the level of risk. All right, in terms of, first of all, great dynamics in here. As we had covered the fan procedures, etc., no one in the world is going to have another question about a fan in terms of its ability to produce. I guarantee you, in VIP, very excited about that. And you see just the core structure, that centralized componentry. And you know we covered them in here, so they were around before the full demonstration by the market in this form and fashion. Just very exciting, right? It's exciting to interact with the market like that and to be able to receive the intelligence of the market and put it to use. I'd say we weren't looking for anything of this magnitude. We just kept saying this is just choppy. I don't know what this is. It's just choppy, right? Again, and I knew something was going on with these intervals of up and then down to the prior, and I just should have known the prior resistance to support. We focused on the bull flags, which kind of cleaned things up enough for us. But that dynamic in play is noted to the extent that we might see one on the upside, right? We just saw one on the downside in terms of a reversal feature. We might see one on the downside, right? And as you look through the patterns here, you'll see some additional framework that we're very used to. Inverse headed shoulders, right? You'll see a failed bull flag here, potentially even a failed, as we look at this, even a failed bull pennant or triangulation across the top here. Right, so this was a nice framework. If you guys want to revisit this just a touch, right? This was a nice framework of a nice, large potential move to the upside. If we wanted to put this in the form of a bull pennant here, right? That was a nice potential move to the upside. It failed hard. You guys know that it failed hard. When it popped down, it shot down like a rock, guys. It really did. You guys know that. So I bring that up because that's a sweet move. That's a nice move on the charts, guys. That's something that we would look at and be like, well, that's something I want to trade. I mean, honestly, guys, when you look at something to trade, we get excited about this kind of stuff. That's right up our alley. You guys know that move to the upside with the consolidation, symmetrical consolidation. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. Right now, we have a confirmation off of the 4 hourly and the 1 hourly. Okay, that's positive. We have a confirmation off the 4-hourly and 1-hourly. We could literally sit here and say, and we could dismiss, to the extent that you're willing to dismiss, a pattern that just failed right before your eyes. Okay, literally a pattern that literally just failed right before your eyes, and you have some, this rising wedge, boom, to the downside. Okay, now if you don't think it's a big drop, just go ahead and go through it. All right, if you don't think that's a big drop, just go ahead and do it. You go ahead and put your position in up at the top here. Don't know what's going down, just go ahead and experience it. You tell me, depending upon your position, whether or not it's a big drop or not. All right, when you know it's coming and you catch that drop, a little bit different, guys. You guys know this, right? Just a little bit different. So this rising wedge, boom, to the downside. Prior resistance from this anchor point, prior resistance, and I mean the line of resistance. Look at this. What I'm talking about the whole time is this line of resistance from this point to here, turning in from resistance, meaning this point and this point is resistance. It is resistance. Why? Because the price cannot move past that specific point, right? Resistance. It can't move past. It can't move past, right? And the price went on up and through the resistance. It confirmed the resistance as support. Then the next level of resistance, which is what? Is this specific line here to this specific line of resistance. Now, it's a hit at any point where the price pivots and stops and moves the other direction. It's an opportunity to set resistance because the price stopped. That's the definition of resistance. The price cannot get up and above that level. Boom. So again, preceding resistance, you couldn't get up over this level. A pivot, bam, down. Resistance, it couldn't get up over and over that. Resistance, boom, it couldn't get up and over that. Resistance turned into support. So the big question now is, as we read through the technicals on the market, right? And this happened all through here, guys. Look at, I'll just reframe this so we can appreciate the technicals. This is something you don't want to forget, and I want the VIP to be able to speak intelligently on this as we discuss the future framework of the technicals. This is a key, guys. This is a key feature of the price action. If you're not, I'm going to say this: anyone who's not talking about this or doesn't understand the dynamics of this is at a deficit in the market. I'll just say that. Okay. Yes, it's nice to catch the rising wedges. Boom, rising wedge. But what are we up against in terms of the upcoming months or even weeks or days in terms of this dynamic? Will this play out at the lower time frames as you're watching the lower time frames here, etc.? Right? How will this play into the core function of the market? It's there, guys, like very obviously there, very evidently, overtly there. It's not to be misinterpreted by the market. I'm going to say this: the challenge as you would see it is literally within the marketplace right now to provide traders I'm going to say this, with an opportunity and a place to set your orders, period. Within the framework of this, guys, resistance support, right? Resistance support, boom. Flipped here. This flipped here, right? This flipped here. This flipped here. Just continually. This flipped here. So looking at that framework, I would just promise you, if you're looking at a place to place orders, now it's not within a huge threshold. There's not a huge, there's not a huge, what we say, guys, there's not, let's talk about this. There's not much of a difference on the take. Now, to someone who's in a big profit, it makes a difference. Okay. To the extent that we're not in a pattern like this per se, right? I'm going to tell you the preference right here is a nice clean pattern. Boom, boom. That's the type of, and to the extent that you want to call that a flag instead of a triangulation, no problem. We are cool with either one of these. Nice, boom, beautiful move to the upside, downward sloping channel, either a flag or a triangulation, a bull pennant. That's typically what starts off a bull run. Right on. Yeah, you guys get that. That's what starts off a bull run, some sort of a bullish pattern formation. Boom, boom, boom. You see this? Pull back, bam. Pull back, bam, bam. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up and out, right? And we see the macro wave formation, the tendency of Bitcoin to 1, 2, 3, 4, and a frustrated 5. We see that repeated. You guys know that. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a frustrated 5. Right? Bullish formation, bull run. Bullish formation, micro, right? And really on the macro, bullish formation here, bull run, right? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, frustrated 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, frustrated 5. In terms of the bull indication and the bull run that we look at, Now we got this bullish formation out of this specific pattern here. That's the bull zone, right? That's exactly where what we're looking to achieve is we want to go on a bull run, right? And we need to catch this move to the upside. You guys know that. But when we see bull run, right? We think patterns like bull flag. Hey, we think like bull flag patterns, right? No doubt, right? You guys got that? Copy that. As we look at the framework of the bullish patterns to come into play here, we're looking at. It's picture perfect, right? Now, what do we have in here? We have two micro features that are two bearish patterns that still are being beaten with, I'll say, an interior bullish pattern, interior bullish framework. But look at how small these patterns are compared to these big bull moves. Look at this. We're up 0.36% today. Want to check in with VeChain. Did well yesterday. Floki up a little bit. LRC near. Oil's up. I keep saying that every day. Well, oil's up. Doge trying a little bit. 0.96. Doge at 13.72. So in the framework here, realize the fact that we have got some big bullish features here going on. Bam, 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 right? We have a bullish feature here. I'll tell you that, a bullish feature here going on to traject up and above. The current framework of the triangulation, and this is very interesting on the 4 hourly. I had this marked out earlier and I didn't bring it to anyone's attention. I'll bring it to your attention now, okay? And I'll just bring that to your attention because most of you know that one of the complications of a breakout from asymmetrical triangulation, all right, could be a rejection at this level. As we talk about the idea and the notion of potentially expressing the probabilities on this rising wedge, it would be welcome. It would be welcome. Why? To the extent that we could, I'm just going to tell you, to the extent that we could capture an equivalent high in this area, a flat zone here, and to express a bit more, I'd say it's a price action below to set this as a resistance line. The ascending triangle here is much preferred by the bulls. I'll let you guys know that. Much preferred, the pattern, the ascending triangle. Now, it's not that we would change directions or we're changing our story or anything like that. It's just, it would be the expression were the pricing to contact this level, essentially this level, and it is angled, okay? So it may come in the form of a move up into this area and then a capitulation back down, setting that level of resistance one more time, okay? Now, in terms of the move up, it would just fit the framework of the bullish structure. And as I'm looking at bullish patterns, right? The bullish patterns right here, the bull flag, right? Descending wedge, bull flag. We could talk about descending wedge, talk about various patterns. But we start to get into bullish patterns here in the market, and we know, in line with bull flags in here, small bull flags, small. But if we look at the ascending triangle, bam, ascending triangle, bam, ascending triangle, bam. Typically, and we're kind of cutting against the grain here, you guys know this, not just to discuss it, but to know it, right? Not just not just wasting our time here. This would be the framework of a realistic pattern, bullish framework to the upside. It just would. A huge ascending triangle like that. We would love that. We would absolutely love that. It would fit within the framework of what we just recently seen, right? Now, to the extent that instead we're operating on a coil, right? In a coil, I mean a symmetrical triangulation like this, okay? To the extent we have an ascending line of support and a descending line of resistance, we'll put this into some context here that I guess we're just still amidst some degree of lack of certainty. Now, you'll never have complete lack of certainty. But to the extent, I want to bring this up right now, just in case it does, and you guys remember this, if we can, we don't need to, but if we can, or if we were able to, but almost if we can, because I would prefer to trade, me personally, I would prefer to trade and we even have a descending triangle in here, guys. I'm not huge on trading descending triangles as a rebound. There's an interpretation here that also gives the descending triangle. Nice with the measurements as well, by the way. Okay, so to the extent that that would occur again here, I'm not opposed to that. What I would say is I just would really prefer the market to give us an ascending triangle. And if it, it's going to take its time irrespective, right? You guys know that as the other coins recoup or do what they will do. So to the extent that we do have a stall out procedure here flatlined, right? A flat stall out procedure, either on the 4 hourly, and that's about where we are right now, is trying to kind of break through that level this generalized level, but the flatter that we were to get in terms of any kind of rejection, because I don't want you to take it all as bad news. Like, well, London just, he won't stop talking about this rising wedge going down. The reason being, we just went down through one, right? So, period, right? I'm not going to apologize for the technicals per se. They are the technicals. We'll discuss them. And in terms of the big breakout, I guess I just know VIP too. You guys hit your targets like Path on 86, on Doge, etc. It's just, you guys know it's just a different ball game when you're looking at getting involved in that heavier position to the upside instead of just compounding into your position at a lower level. So you avoid so much uncertainty, right? Is you avoid so much risk when you just compound into and hit your patterns, or hit your targets at a lower level. Essentially, you're playing into the patterns. But hitting those targets at the lower level is just huge. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So always encourage you guys and hit your targets. So we have broken out on the hourly. We've broken out on the 4 hourly, right? So we're up and clear. We can go ahead and say we are up and clear. We are free and clear of this zone. We happen to be in a bit of a rising wedge, which would indicate that we could spend some time below the current price. That's easy in terms of the ongoing efforts to confirm. The complication being, okay, that we on the candle wicks still haven't really broken out. So if you're looking for a clean entry, this is 2022, check your candle wicks. I would love to see a pattern formation here, just so we know for the record, like, what's the solution to this? I'd really like to see a nice pattern formation in here, something to slam into, right? It might be a situation, just to let you know, it might be a situation where you'd be more comfortable going from a BTC 5L to a BTC. Maybe, maybe not. If you have established that early enough along, you wouldn't, and I mean like 5X or something like that, you might want to say, okay, I'll just pair back to 1. Right, I'll go flat straight here for a minute, and let's get through this and scale into it as it were to complete maybe a good trade tactic or strategy. Just play it straight up on spot for a minute. Make sure that you're plugged into the price action. That's one thing that does do always, even if you're in a small trade, etc. Make sure you are into that. I say that framework. Let's look at what is anything in here. Anything in here. Let's look at this real quickly. In terms of this kind of floor of the preceding zone here, we will look at this on the hourly. Yeah, let's take a look at that on the 4 hourly. Okay, let's take a look at that. Yeah, that's an interesting line, isn't it? That's a huge level, not just of resistance or support. That's a huge level indicated as a cross resistance line. Okay, as you guys are looking at kind of hurdles and barriers, and I don't want to talk the price down. If I could, I might. I'm going to tell you, I don't think I can. But to the extent that we could hit some more targets below, that'd be great, guys. When my friends and I are making money and everybody's happy is a good thing. If we can eliminate the risk and lower the risk level, I would never talk the price of BTC down. You guys know me. I'm like, it should have been 105 if it weren't for Austria taxing Bitcoin. Not a big fan of that move, by the way. That set that double top. Didn't appreciate that. Thanks a lot, Austria. You guys know I took that to heart. I was like, dang it, Austria. But looking at this line of resistance as well, which I'll say resistance now, it's been set as resistance, but support to potential resistance. Just know the levels that we have to get up and over. The good thing is that we're having that discussion in terms of getting up and over those levels. So the 4 hourly has a bit of cross resistance in terms of support to resistance, just to talk about some different framework in terms of what's currently ongoing in the market. Okay, we have this, and I say on the 4 hourly, it's about to be busted through, but on the hourly, we still have this real clear zone here. You guys see this area of support and this area of resistance that is just live. You guys know that on. So it's just as much as this could have been really clear in retrospect. We look at it as after we dealt with this pattern so frequently, this support to the resistance function. Resistance to support function, resistance, support, resistance, up into, will we hit this again? I'll tell you, to head back down, we're going to now, and this is a good thing, we can affirmatively say this as a matter of fact. Yes, we have this cross trend line level of support to resistance here, right? That's operational, right? That's like, as I look, and it's on the tail end of me saying I'd like to find a flat top somewhere. It'd be more textbook bullish, something all the bulls that would grab the attention of the whole market, right? In terms of anyone who's looking to trade really bullishly on BTC, it just would. Anytime you would have people that find patterns for the pros on Wall Street, and this one would just start popping up. Oh, it's an ascending triangle. We'll trade that. Just so that you guys know, that's they have strainers. They have, they're called a strainer that will go through and find them the specific patterns that they want to trade. One here is on Bitcoin is in an ascending triangle. It is kind of like a headline in terms of like things that bulls want to trade, that long positions are attracted to. So this doesn't look like a very healthy position right here to definitely trade up into right now. That's on the 1 hourly with this line of resistance, right? Line of support to resistance, but current line of resistance here. But on the left, you do see this multiple hits, 1, 2, 3 on the support. Nice hit here on the level of resistance. And again, guys, we're the ones with the Bitcoin bull. I'm not gonna, I march him around. I don't want to. God, could you just imagine if a group didn't know how to not be overexposed? And they just leveraged in or something else, and they decided, to injure themselves financially. That's not our idea. We'll show you a bull. We'll have some fun. Just understand you have your Fibonacci levels, right? You have your levels of the Fibonacci, your retracements below. A lot of fun going on with the specific altcoins right now. You guys know everybody having fun with the altcoins, without a doubt. You guys are having some good trades. Looking at that 23.6 just on this specific level here, that's a pretty good ways down, huh? That 42,000 seems like it's long gone, doesn't it? That'd be great if we didn't have to go back to that. That'd be about a 5% drop to the downside. Orders are waiting at these lower levels of the fibs. If they never get reached, they never get reached. Do you have orders waiting? Do you have backup cash ready? Okay, dry powder, as Freddie would say. They say that on CNBC, Freddie. I saw that afterwards. It's like, that's a CNBC. You must watch the business channel a lot. The notion here is interesting, as we would talk about this rising wedge here, right, with the resistance and the support, and this double kind of, winged feature here, this double top, boom, boom, and then down through the level of support. Are we formulating another? Feature here on top of this rising wedge in the form of a double top here, boom. Then along the resistance, back to support, constricting, rising wedge again, one leg up. Are we forming a second leg up before boom? It would be consistent with what just occurred. So we have to, VIP, yes sir, boom, 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 path. I call him Path. Pathfinder. Boom, 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 boom. Pathfinder's awesome. Very cool dude. Extremely cool dude. Very good trader. As we look at this, he just hits his targets. He's very good in terms of trading. Very nice to see that. As we look at this, we don't want to say it's just textbook like this. We don't want to just say there's the rule of, and to discuss it like the rule of variability, the rule of like alternation, however we'd want to describe this. But, we just had, right, this feature come in above this rising wedge, boom, right? We just had this feature come in. I mean, I hate to just do this, boom. I hate to do that. I don't want to do that. Nobody wants to do that. I'm telling you, nobody wants to do that, okay? But, I mean, if we were to achieve conformance with the preceding level, it would literally be technical conformance. It would be so par on par, I would say, that is just beautiful. Look at that, man. I mean, how could we miss that? It just did that. It just did a double top on top of the line of resistance. So it's already given the first kick up here. Let's tell you, it's already given the first kick up here over the line of resistance. Look at this. It's up here. It's on the second kick up over the line of resistance. Now, fortunately, I'm going to say this, guys. Fortunately, we have a line of support in our way. That is one good thing I can say. We have a line of support. I'd love it to do that, but we have a line of support. That's the one distinguishing factor that we have here. We have a line of prior resistance in the process of confirming. I say in the process of confirming as a level of support. Now, that would indicate that it does traject to the upside, but we've set it relatively well thus far in terms of it, multiple hits at this level. It's just something definitely that needs to be traded, guys. I can't say this level is going to hold. It's in the process of holding, right? it's within the threshold too, as you would look at this, the move to the upside with this feature here of giving us the ability to move up. Don't you guys think that's a nice amplitude to achieve on, as we talk about the positive aspects here? The positive aspect of this amplitude move here up above, it's not so far up and gone that we would have real no expectation of achieving that again, kind of like a blow off interim top, right? Just a real slingshot to the top and no real underpinning or foundation to it, right? No follow through, like blow off top, just wham, and that's it, right? So we don't have too much amplitude here. It's decently conformant to the tune of something we'd like to see. It does happen to be along the framework of an existing and continuing, I'd say, rising wedge. So we just went through this to the extent that it's just, I guess it's as easy as we could get. It is literally as easy as don't be overexposed. Understand where you need to situate your targets, compound down, double down into it, and that really takes the guesswork out of the whole thing, right? If you don't want the whole house and ranch and 2 motorcycles and your Corvette and your Ferrari riding on this one trade, that's you might wind up with no house and no ranch and no Ferrari and no motorcycles, and that's no fun, right? So just be pragmatic about it in terms of your approach to it. Glad that we found this specific feature here. Very cool. And essentially what we're going to have to do, we're going to have these specific higher time frames overpower these, I'm going to say this, overpower in terms of the lower time frames. Yes, in terms of this line of resistance across the top, that's going to be step one. You guys get that? We're going to have these higher time frames, and sometimes they have not been. You guys know that they have not been doing that. The larger time frames have not been overpowering the lower time frames. Okay, meaning the candle wicks have been winning. You guys know this. Candle wicks have been winning. So when we go to the lower time frames, I just look at the candle wicks. That's the line on the lower time frame. We just look at the candle wicks. But that's our understanding, is that this is the specific framework of the actual line on the lower time frames. Now, up and over this is really a breakout. At that point, we're really into breakout mode. And have we been there the whole time? It's just been bull flag after bull flag. It's been happy trading, right? It's been nice, right? And allowing the price to outperform with us. We had one airdrop. We went through an airdrop on live stream. That was okay. Everyone made good money on the trade on the way up, and we dropped a bit. That was funny. To the extent it wasn't really funny, it was just, it could have gone either way. To the extent that it was a real airdrop, though. And you guys, I don't have to worry about that. You're good traders. I know you hit the button. In the back, you guys slamming through those Doge trades. Very impressive, by the way. Very impressive. Just, hammered and got out on those ascending triangles, you would say. Just bam, bam. It's nice to see y'all's targets. They're very, very proficient in terms of that. Doge working on a difficult bull flag right now. You guys know that. A difficult bull flag. Not the easiest thing in the world. So the market is green, 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 green. What's down? Waves, Ape, XCAT, Fourth Room, AXS, Phantom, ADA. Yeah, very nice to see Elon a little bit. So I just want to see what's down and what's up. A real mild market. VeChain, just about the same. Mild market as we look at BTC 0.35. So the kicker, can it pick up these specific lines, orders at this level here? Now, the notion would be this. We're looking for a channel framework to get into in terms of this kind of up and out feature, essentially the channel framework of the price action. So to the notion that we would want to visit if we establish this line here as this level of support, and I'll go ahead and take care of these white lines here so we don't have to focus on those too much anymore. That will be the key pickup area. Right now, there are orders waiting. There are orders still waiting at $30,000, right? $35,000, no problem. Those are orders. The orders are waiting just so you understand hitting your targets. And they're of such benefit. Understand, guys, to talk down the price, that's not the point. But if I could talk into the framework of hitting your targets at all time, good gosh, when you hit your targets, you'll know the difference. You'll realize that's why I wanted to spend so much time talking to targets. This is awesome. You hit your targets, right? You hit them with double or triple down, and you're like, man, now I'm really in the money, right? That's the difference as I continue to talk about lower levels. The instance of you carrying up current profits to more profits, et cetera, great, okay? To the extent that you can hit a lower level, and I can condition the group overall and myself continually as well to talk about lower prices, more value. I don't want to say I'll do it every time, but when it's time to bull, we bull. We just do, guys. And you know that. And to the extent that we have the framework in place to discuss the lower targets, like there is a prior resistance, show me a prior resistance, I'll show you orders at that level. It's just, and that has been the dynamic here as we would speak. So we do have, I'd say, this brief confirmation on the hourly in the standing in the way of a drop to that level. That's positive, right? That's somewhat reassuring. A little bit of a conflicting, I'd say, breakout thus far, because on the candle wicks, which have been very prominent in 2022, we don't necessarily technically have a breakout yet. So not bad to talk about upside lines of resistance, etc. And we can use this as a, I mean, if you just want to use it as a double bottom, that's a pretty wicked, mean looking double bottom, guys. You know, you look at that, it's like, whoa, someone really got angry and decided that's it, we're going to turn around. I kind of have that feeling from it, to tell you the truth. When I look at that double bottom, I'm like, man, that's an angry double bottom. That means business. Just off the record, that's just between you and me. That's the sense that I get when I look at this notion of a double bottom. It feels like this is a big angry double bottom chiseled in, like somebody means business and they really want to reverse this thing. Look at that thing. That's serious. Not just like a double, a triple, almost a triple bottom in this zone. Another hit here would have been real phenomenal, but that's a pretty serious looking pattern there, guys. You know, it looks more serious than this pattern in the framework here. You guys know in the double top here, I mean, that's potentially serious. If we were to traject sideways, it could be just fantastic, to the extent that we could get lower targets. I'm going to say that and offer another opportunity to trade. Let me see what we got in the back Pathfinder on Doge. First, let me know. Oh, there you go. Yeah, Doge. Interesting. I like that a lot. Very nice, huh? Framework put together there for Doge. Look at that. Very nice. Yeah. Interesting. Looking at that. Huh. Look at that. Yeah. Very nice. Nice charts in the back path. Like to see that. Would love to see that. So Pat's always looking for he wants the golden pocket on BTC. He's just eager to get down there, guys. You will never have to worry about him setting his targets. This is funny, because that's where the value is. And guys, when you hit those targets, we don't have to worry about you making money at all. No one has to worry about anybody making money. It's like you hit your target, you double down, you triple down, you quadruple down. Man, you went 5 times your original position up in here, bam, on the 50. Man, you get excited, right? There's one thing about having a capital exposure position, etc., but bam, just loading up at intervals, compounds of where you're at. And it's like, man, you are rolling in it. That's our strategy, right? That's our strategy, is compounding down at the lower levels, doubling, tripling, quadrupling. I mean, literally 5 times potentially the amount of money you may have at the other levels here. It honestly changes the game so much, where any other one, I'd say any other potential trade technique you would look at for Bitcoin will just absolutely pale in comparison, right? It's not the framework is so solid, looking at increasing your exposure, capital exposure at lower levels, right? It's phenomenal. It is. I was gonna say it has been, right, since we've started the way to trade Bitcoin. You guys know that. It just is. Increase your capital exposure at lower prices. Real easy. And some people want to buy as much here as here. It's just increase your capital exposure at lower levels. Buy more coins at less, and more actual, spend more money than you're willing to spend up here. Spend more money down here. Like, buy 2 or 3 times as much down here. If it gets down here, spend 3 times as much down there. Not financial advice. You try it the other way if you want to. You try and spend 3 times as much up here as you want to right here. See how that works. Just try it. I say spend X here and spend 5X here. Okay, if you're spending 50 grand here, put in 250 here. Just try it, right? Or you're spending 5 grand here, put 50 in here. Or if you're spending $1,000 here, put 10,000 here. Just try it that way. You can argue and say, no, I want to do it the other way around. Decrease your capital exposure as you go down. You can put in, you can put in $1 million up here, or $2 million. I know people who did. They wouldn't listen to me. Literally, they wouldn't listen to me. Big time cash put in here. Boom, boom, boom. Big players. They're into it. They wouldn't listen to me. 10 times the amount here. It was a $20 million plus conversation. Bam. Stick it in here. Bam, bam. They wouldn't listen to me at all. So if it's, it's not just you, it's the market. It tends to do that to people who want to jump on the bandwagon, just increasing capital exposure that you're willing to put in towards the top. Put it in towards the bottom. Put it in towards a lower level. And if it goes down more, increase your capital position again. That's the bottom line. Continue to compound into it. It has proven it has volatility. Okay, it has the volatility. We've done the research on it in terms of the empirical research, just in terms of the chart framework after chart framework of the cyclicals of Bitcoin. Very few times, if at all, have you been burned by increasing your capital exposure at a compound level as it goes down. And the nature of a wave, of a cycle, of a range, etc., it just makes sense. You guys get that. You get more coins at more volume of coins at a lower price. So that's what we're always big fans of. That's just the way to do it. We like when she screams to the upside. You guys know this. So that confirmation currently ongoing. I'm not mad at it at all in terms of the upside price action. We're looking for more of it. Now, let me see in the chats real quickly. Path just got us some charts. Appreciate that, Path in the background. Love to see that. You guys just see this. Look at Path in the back. Boom. Look at these. Boom. Nice Doge charts. Beautiful work. Beautiful work. Thank you, Slim. Thank you, Freddie. Thank you, Path. It's cool to see these live. They're just in the back to trading. That's just awesome. And they're streaming. You can do both. Very, very cool. Awesome group. I told Angel, I'll shoot him a message right now. He gets what is it? During the weekend he has like family and this and that, and I don't know. He's got that whole dynamic going on. He's got the family, beautiful girl, all this different stuff in terms of baby girl Eden Rain. Want to say hello to Eden Rain, young woman. She's quite the basketball player, and his woman Nikki, his wife. So just speaking on that, let me see here. Let's see. Just want to do a big shout out to Angel to let him know how much we appreciate him here at the channel, and let him know that the VIP are literally trading in the back rooms right now with charts going up while we're streaming. VIP has never been stronger as in 2022, and we're looking forward to you coming on back to the stream. We know you're busy, Angel. Much love to you and the family, to Eden Rain and Nikki. And this is London. We'll be here for you whenever you get a chance to hang out. Come on over and see us. Thanks so much. All right, just wanted to send that to him in the form of a message, and I'll send that to his phone. He'll get that, and hopefully that'll cheer him up if he's at a boring like dinner party or function or something like that. Who knows? I would imagine he's trying to trade. I don't know. Sometimes that family gets very interesting. I can imagine some of you other guys with family like, yeah, a tuxedo tie-in dinner with macaroni and cheese, pizza, and a fussy baby at the, it's like it's not all James Bond, is it? Some of the marriage componentry, but it's fun with kids, etc. So we stay family friendly. Hopefully, on the family friendly note, Luke, he's always got a great family. What's up, Luke? Where's Luke at? Where's Luke? Luke. Boom. Luke. There we go. Boom. Love the family. Love the kid. Gonna shout to her 24/7. What is up? What's up? Nice shades. What is up? Big guy with the truck. I just like this stuff. That's Luke. We love having you in VIP, brother. And so we've confirmed off right now, right? We still understand we have a huge line of, now this one is a line of resistance as I'm going from, and if you trade shorts a lot, you'll probably mix up your support to resistance. Understand that's like a bad habit from shorting, because when you're shorting, you're going down, and this is resistance because you want to keep going down. So if you mix them up, that'll probably tell me that you short a lot, just so that you know, because you're going in, well, that's acting as a resistance towards you continuing to go down. You guys get that? This line of support to resistance, yes, we have already encountered that line. Man, we just want this to go ballistic and continue to beat the odds and hit it to the upside. It's just a little bit, as you would talk about the psychology of the market, you guys have to, and that zone in here would be the 47. Now, that's going to catch some people on the wrong, you're on the wrong flight, sir. In terms of this, if this were to come into action, it's like, I'm sorry, sir, this is not a flight to Detroit. You're going to, this is going to Cameroon, whatever it would be. It's like, no, whoa, I'm on the wrong flight here. People just hammering in here. If this were to traject like it did last time, bam, to the downside, like, it'd be a rude awakening, I'll tell you that. In terms of the, and we'll try and watch the lower time frames in terms of the direction of it, but that's a big, I mean, how would I draw this out? Well, let's see this. If I were to draw out, I mean, you could almost do this. I don't necessarily want to do this, but just for the point of reference, as you guys see what we're currently dealing with, And let's see. Let's do this real quickly with a rotated triangle. Let's do this. Let's do this. Right? We have this zone here. Right? We have this lower threshold zone here. And I'll do this. Okay? Then we have the entirety of this here. Right? We have the mainstay of the price action up and above that key line. And let me just do this. We have the entirety of the price action up and above the primary trend, and yes, it cuts across in this zone. I'm aware of that, no problem. But in terms of laying this out, we have the portion below. Okay, we have that portion below, and I don't want to necessarily just demark everything as red. That's not the idea. Like we're below the threshold, but we do have to recapture the entirety of this trend line. Okay, we are coming off of it. It's not insurmountable. Okay, at some point, here we go. At some point, don't you guys think that Bitcoin's going to hit this line of resistance? Don't you guys think that at some point, this line up here, you guys think it's going to be a forever like stay away line? It'll never go back to this again. Assuming the Bitcoin market is just not over. And very few people believe that the Bitcoin market is over. At some point, you're going to want to visit this line. And the longer it takes to get there, the higher the threshold resistance will be. It's the only good thing about that line. Okay? The longer we were to spin sideways here, well, the higher the price target would be along that line of resistance. Right? And we don't want to stretch it on out into, I'd say 6 months, 12 months, into a year to try and get it up to. We don't want to aim at it, right, in terms of a price target and spend more time at a specific level. However, with the understanding, I'm going to make these blue, Pathfinder. I'm going to make these blue. I'm going to turn this dashed or dotted. I'm going to make this dotted down here for you. I will lock those into place. That will be your lower level. There we go. Lower level, boom, boom, right there, bam. It's funny, guys. Path wants it to go down here. Path hit the low on Doge. The low. Why is that important? Because you guys don't know what it maybe feels like to hit the low, right? You want to buy low, sell high. Generally, hit your target, man. Hit the low. Don't buy low. Hit the low, right? Big difference. So look at the framework here. Yes, we have some work to do to make this level here real operational for us, right? We would like this to become truly operational in terms of regaining that ground. It's going to be a little bit of a struggle. It's not going to be without its. We're already struggling just a bit, right? It's not perfect. We're on the daily. Let's take a look at this daily chart real quickly. Let's kind of see what the price action is doing. I mean, we haven't really taken a hitch since this move here. Let's draw this out. Let's do this within the boom, boom. Let's get that into the framework here. That's kind of like a bull feature here. On the daily, we haven't spent much time on the daily. Let's just explore this real quickly. In terms of that to that. Okay. Let's see what that would provide the market. Let's take a look at the implications of this specific feature here on the 4-hourly. Let's see how this comes into play. That's interesting, huh? That's a nice look if you guys really understand that. And that's one of the questions here that I was just reframing myself as I was thinking about the technicals earlier on, was the extent to which we have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? We have a that expectation, but the extent to which these micro moves really become part of the overall wave 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5, at some point we're going to want to make some degree of a transition down, okay, just as a point of consolidation. Now, it doesn't have to occur, but even in the nice run-up we had earlier, right, if you guys will recall that in July, okay, into August, as you recall that we had some moves like this that allowed for, and that's not it's not dissimilar as you guys would look at this. It's really not dissimilar. What a micro move, guys. Check this out. As you would look at this, as I go from the daily on into and carry this over, just take a look at this. I would definitely recommend you guys pay attention to this. Okay, not that you haven't through the entirety of the stream, but pay attention to this real quickly. Let me dig into this 1 second. All right, now you see this preceding move here is somewhat similar to. Let me see what we got in the chats real quickly. Okay, is somewhat similar to as we would look into, I think I need to refresh my screen on the stream. What do we got? Angel is respected and loved in VIP. Isn't that nice? Doge on the move. Doge on the move. Hold on one second. That is very nice. Freddie, I appreciate you saying that, and I will let him know that. Freddie, thank you so much for saying that about Angel on the live stream, that he is respected and loved in VIP. I will pass that along to him to make sure that he gets that message. Thank you for commenting in the chats. And I'll get that to him right now. Doge on the move. Is it on the move, or what's it doing here? Oh, Doge. Going Doge. What's up, Doge? What is up? Yes. This line of resistance, again, can it act as a magnet? Go, baby, go. Nice to see that, huh? Doge, get up and busy. We may be streaming Doge a little bit, huh? Hey, let's go. 3.24% to the upside. 14 cents right now. Nice to see this steep bull flag. It was steep. You guys know that. Not exactly textbook, but it was there. Nice moves. Nice moves. About to conquer the intermittent high. It's moving 2.94. It's oscillating a little bit. 2.94 at that 13.9. Using that 14. And that 14 is essentially a level of resistance. Let's see what else we have here. Man, what's that sat right here? Yep, we could have a very interesting cup and handle situation. I'm not a huge fan of trading cup and handle, but as you look at them, to understand the impact of if one ever does trade, probably the one you will decide to not trade because you'll have such a bad experience trading them. You guys know that? They're just not fun to trade. So if you trade cup and handles, you'll finally get tired of them. I'm not trading those anymore. And then the one you decide not to trade will probably complete. That's just the way the market will do you a lot of times. You guys know that. But a cup and handle potentially here with this nice curvature formation and a handle on the edge. Classic TA, not necessarily kind of a rounding or a saucer formation with the amplitude here of could be a nice move to the upside. Let's just measure this up for the Doge crew. What's up? Nice eyes. Nice. And that would be back to that intermittent preceding high of $17.34. That would be sweet. That would be nice. That'd be another 22% tacked onto that. That'd be sweet, guys. That'd be awesome. Would love to see that happening. Just recovery. A little bit of recovery to that preceding intermittent zone here. Not even really like, up and through the threshold of anything. It'd be an incredible play for those who picked up at that 86, right into our target level. Bam. That would just be an incredible move. That would put you at, that's reasonable, 62%, etc. It's fun to trade Doge. When she gets screaming, man, I'll tell you, when Doge starts to scream to the upside, you will know when heavy trade could be indicated, right? You'll just happen to know sometimes, right? When it's fluttering around, when it's kicking around, doing some different things, it's kind of like, it could be trappy, it could be a little tricky. Trend isn't necessarily in play. Definitely hit your targets with heavier weight cash. And can you imagine, guys, stacking into lower levels of the Fibonacci's at the 86%? Can you imagine? That's a nice gain thus far with multiple. I just tell you guys, the people who do that make they make. There's a reason I talk about it. I'm just going to say that. There's a reason I talk about it. Mathematically, you're going to do very well in terms of increasing your exposure. The guys I know with millions of dollars in Doge up and around this area in here, if they had compounded into it, they would be free and clear. They would see Doge as a money maker, right, instead of a money taker, right? That's just the way that is. So looking at Doge cool off just a second. Thanks for bringing it to my attention. I will always be happy to cover Doge. We stream Doge. The Doge. I have no problem doing that. I could do that all day tomorrow. If it would move for me a little bit, I'd like it to move. I need a coin that moves. Please. Whatever it is, if it's Bitcoin, whatever it is, I need some price action. You guys remember when we used to trade and stream Doge? Man, we would trade and stream Doge. And guys, do you remember sometimes I would stream for like 6 or 7 hours. And I started wondering about this. I would stream for like 7 hours, you guys know, on Doge. And what would happen? I would stop my stream. Literally within 2 minutes, Elon decided to tweet. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Maybe good because I could handle my trade on Doge. But otherwise, I'm like, do what? We've been waiting for a tweet on, we've been waiting for 7 hours. So literally within the 5 minutes, like finally, and I couldn't say goodnight as I kept waiting. I'm like, that's fine. I know. See you later. Bye. Bam. Literally, I click the button. He goes over and boom. He clicks the button and boom. There's the price action we were looking for. So somehow built into Doge is the fact that like they just want us hanging out. They want us chilling. It's like that is the community, right? We never think about that, do we? Huh. In terms of Doge, very interesting, isn't it? Because with BTC, we're trading, we're talking technicals all the time. Bitcoin spike, big deal. Man, someone brought Doge to my attention at 0.007. So that's the group around me who got in real early. Okay, to the extent that like you guys were involved early or late in Doge, it just has that community aspect to it, which is really cool, right? It's a really nice community aspect to it. So, and I don't think about that all the time, but it's like when you stream, a lot of time it's just like hanging out and talking Doge. But that it is a community, so it would make sense. Maybe that's part of the deal is you just enjoy hanging out, streaming and stuff. Normally, we're trying to like disintegrate the price action, or reintegrate it or something through the technicals, which is really big on producing like perfection, right? In terms of the charts, etc. This is the Doge chart here. I want to see if you got to any. Where did you get in terms of the RSI on the 30? Your RSI 30 picked up once, twice. That's a big deal. Your RSI has picked up twice on the 30. That bull flag looks pretty clean on the right-hand side on this chart on the right. Not bad, you guys, huh? I'm glad that picked up too. We called and kind of hammered into that in terms of the framework technically on the back down in the lower level. Like, okay, this, and it wasn't favored on the tail end of the descending triangle, but beautifully done, Doge. Very nicely done. Way to go, guys who are trading Doge. Like to see it. Like to see it. You guys prove that prove Binance wrong. Just prove them wrong if you can. I have this red line here, which is currently parked at on this other chart for BTC. Bull flag, ascending wedge. Interesting depiction there on the 30-minute. Well, that 30-minute shows us we're already essentially up and gone. I'd like to see this chart. Look at Doge popping off. Doge up 4%. Nice. Very nicely done. Doge, #1 moving ETF coin in the market. Congratulations. There must be something. You guys let me know in the back rooms. Let's see. Lower time frames had some bull flags. Good. Let's see. I lucked up and bought in Doge at 0.06, still holding. Hey, what's up, Robert? Hope you're doing well. Nice to have you here. You're still holding at 6. Hey, you share a lot in common with some of the other guys here in terms of their approach to Doge. Some of them, Pathfinder, or was it Slim? Slim actually joined VIP because he had been in throughout the entirety of the SNL drop, everything else in terms of Doge, and he wants to really get after it on trading. So yeah, Robert, we welcome you to join our VIP, to join at least Basecamp. Let us know that you're around. We appreciate you shouting out and letting us know that you're in the crowd, in the community. We have I'd say the top trade group, and I frame it like that, not because of me, just because of the other guys in it. And it shouldn't be intimidating. We have all the kind of tools, bells and whistles, etc., to kind of get used to in terms of the back. If you trade a lot, we would encourage you to trade with us. If you just want to be a part of the group and the community, be a part of the base camp. That's the introductory level. Let us know that you're hanging out and you belong. We'd love to have you as a base camper. It's like price of a pack of gum a month. I thought of transitioning base camp, guys. I literally thought of transitioning base camp. Is watch Doge, one of the #1 ETFs, because there's some other ETFs I don't have on the screen. By the way, you guys know about Gate. We can go through Gate. Gate. Great technicals, great coins, and now they're listed on TradingView. TradingView has finally picked them up right as Gate says that no longer will we be able to trade on Gate. Excuse me. Like, we could stream the entirety of all those coins. Do you guys know how potentially lucrative that could be? Just flip through all the technicals, everything else, the parameters. Now, I like the technicals on Gate, but we had a little bit in terms of, I'd say, technical nonconformance between the patterns, right? Between the exchange, right? The exchange on. There we go. Rock and roll. That was easy. That was like so easy, it wasn't even funny. Look at how easy that was for Robert. He just boom. That was the easiest thing that I've seen anybody do in a long time. Robert is now in base camp. Boom. Welcome, Robert. You guys welcome Robert in base camp. He's a fellow. Boom. There we go. Boom. Welcome. I want to say welcome to Base Camp, Robert. You guys go ahead and welcome in Robert if you can. Yo, welcome, Robert, says Pathfinder. You got a lot of good Doge company around here. It's a good group. Pathfinder been around for a while. He's VIP, top level membership. And Robert, it means a lot that you would join up with us. Thanks for, it's just cool. It's really easy. It's like, okay, cool. You want to, I mean, you're a member, but you can chat in. You can say what you want to in that communal space there. And it's just, you let us know you kind of belong. You want to be around and talk Doge or, do whatever it is that you, choose to talk about. If you got other coins or something else you're looking at, just kind of make the space your space along with. If you want to upgrade at any point in time, we got the charts in the back, just a full time. We're just worldwide. We have from Pathfinder in Slovenia to we've had so many overseas guys we don't always pull our all-nighters, but we're very much on top of the price action. It's just a big deal for us to let you know that. It's like we don't miss very much in the market. Most of the time is spent with us just like, waiting for the price to get to the next level. We're very much on that front. You probably spend a lot of time looking at price action as well. So big story Robert's got with getting in Doge at 6 cents. Very nice entry. That's a good entry to hold through. Guy, you saw a 10x, didn't you? Well over a 10x. And then wow, then 10, 11, 12, over 12x. Trying to think, over 12x you saw. Doge is on the left, BTC is on the right. These are times I just would love to just, and we may start just stream Doge or stream the other. I don't know, guys. BTC is a little bit more, it's just a little different, right? I mean, if we wanted to stream Doge, I guess we could have just been shorting Doge the whole time. Yes, it's going down or hitting it on the targets. You guys know this. Hitting the targets on the way down or shorting. We could be shorting too. And that's one thing I never get out of. Like when people tell me like they're good traders and they do such and such and they got an attitude. Yeah, you're welcome, Robert. Yo, Freddie, welcoming Robert. Welcome. What we'll say is, I get a kick out of this when people tell me that, like, they're like pro traders. I trade Forex, or I trade such and such. I do options on whatever. Oh, okay. And like, and you'll mention to them, like Doge, or you'll mention to them whatever it may be, whether it's Bitcoin or Doge, whether it's, Luna, who cares, right? The whole idea is they'll be like, no, I don't trade that. You're like, oh, okay, he doesn't trade that. Ooh. And the whole thing is it's like a big commentary on the coin or on the investment, right? My deal is this. If you think so poorly of an investment that you haven't shorted it and you call yourself a pro trader, then what are you really made of? That's kind of the way I look at it. Like people could have shorted the heck out of Doge, right? If you don't think that something's a good investment, short it. Right? And the more you think disdainfully about it, short it even more. Right? That's just kind of my mindset. Now, I don't encourage anyone to short Doge. I've never shorted Doge. But, and some people have, and they've gained a lot of like animosity. But when someone has just had that upper brow, that highbrow kind of attitude, I look at them like, just hush it. Like either, if you don't like it, try and short it. At least try and stay competitive. Do something interesting with your attitude and your framework and your skill set, right? Because, there's all different ways to approach things. And even like, BTC, you look at BTC or Doge, really. Like Bitcoin has its seasons, right? Really has its seasons in terms of this. Has its range, its volatility, the expression of the price action. Who wouldn't want to short it from the top? I mean, everybody would. It's part of the expression of the price. Dogecoin, as you look at it. Who really wouldn't want to have shorted this a bit at the top if you knew it were coming, maybe even to cover your position, right, Robert? If you're looking at like maybe a way to maximize your next run here, next time at an all-time high, maybe you want to throw in a little bit of cash on a short. Right? Maybe you learn how to do that. Not anything other than it being like an insurance trade, just to kind of cover yourself in the instance that it does decide to go down. Not to bet against Doge, just to maybe cover yourself with like an insurance trade. I'll just decide in case it were to go down, just insurance on my profits. Bam, just a touch of money on a short. Hanging out here for a while. you'll figure out what how to short without it being some complicated like near surgical procedure, right? It doesn't have to be really a big deal. There are coins you can get involved in. There are different mechanisms you can look into in terms of trading. I also recommend you go to if you go to our profile here, you can get to this link here. On Bitcoin Spike, it's at the Kingdom on the top there. Plug in and you will get into this specific link. I'll probably link that down below because there are some specific coins that can be traded if you trade Doge a lot. You guys know this. Some specific coins can be traded. Now, I'll say watch it in terms of your overall level of exposure. Okay, watch your overall level of exposure. But there are some coins that can be traded on leverage to the tune of like, I'm going to say watch your overall exposure to the extent that you may have liquidity concerns. Liquidity, meaning like, let me put this here. Let's put that and let's put Doge 5L. There we go. Exchange. I'm just going to put that. I'm going to put this and go ahead and tag this to the top here. It's not financial advice, but people don't even know what Doge 5L is. That pinned comment on the top right now is literally just the framework of looking at what, let's just say what, you'll learn what Doge 5L is when you look further into that exchange. How about that? Deal? Fair enough. So Doge, 4.56%, cruising to the upside. What a sweet, sweet deal. Way to go, Doge. I'm excited because we pointed this out in the back. We've been trading Doge. The guys have been trading Doge. We've been looking for this trajectory to the upside, and it would have had to kind of beat the market. You guys know that. BTC on the right-hand side. BTC looking good on that chart. I gotta tell you guys, on that chart, it looks pretty good. That looks like a nice ascending triangle. For some reason, the way that's situated right there, just from the angle it is or whatever it is, I guess the features are different on this chart. That looks nice. BTC looking pretty good right at that red line of resistance we have there. And that looks pretty strong. Definitely at a line of resistance, but that'd be a nice move to book here on BTC as well. Would require us getting up into that overbought territory. You guys noticing that on the daily? A move up. It's going to be interesting. We're going to have to tag line into 47,211. 47,211 is going to be overbought territory. As I look at the secondary feature of the and that's why I like to stream. Sometimes we'll pull up a different chart, different something else, different feature or indicator, and we'll come up with something different just to let you guys know. That's why it's also beneficial to kind of pay attention and relax while we stream. But yeah, looking at that 47,000, that 47,000 could set off a momentum shift. 47,000. Just so that you know, we could retract from that point, or it could be the key shift in momentum as we look at getting into overbought territory. The momentum oscillator, right? RSI, momentum. It's a momentum indicator. People are buying up here when it's overbought, right? They're buying right up and through this zone. It becomes overbought, and what happens, guys? It becomes overbought here at 70. It becomes overbought, and they keep buying. So it's a momentum indicator. They buy and they continue to buy, right? Versus at the bottom here in the pink, well, they sell, and they sell into the 30, and they continue to sell. Momentum. So they sell and they continue to sell on the daily. So we'd like to get back into the standpoint where, we'd like it to become momentum where they buy on BTC and the alts, etc. They buy and they continue to buy, right? So that's the notion of a momentum indicator, indicating momentum, right? I got to say, Pathfinder, and so that link on top for LBank, that's my specific link. You guys will be linked to the group. And Robert, if you want to check that out, I just say, Robert, go slowly. Go very, very slowly. If you have a position in Doge at 6 cents, I am excited for you, brother. Just you can relax with that, etc. If you want to take a look at LBank, it's not a perfect exchange. Everyone in VIP knows that. But we also know some people that have done relatively well, and it has some interesting new listings, etc. And Doge 5L is on it. Doge 5L is not on every exchange, but you have to know how to trade it. So we can go through the details on that at some point. Doge is flying around from 2.9% to 4.5%, just really going through there's kind of a nice event here that's technically indicated. How nice is that? Doge has a technically indicated bull flag after a technically indicated ascending triangle We caught them both. What is up? What's going on, VIP? Way to go, huh? I don't think anyone else in the market caught these. Do you guys think so? I know they didn't, huh? I mean, in terms of the trade group, et cetera, like, you know, we got to be number one trade group. You guys know this too. I say it like it's a joke or something. Do you know how many times we have traded live on Doge? Just to bring this up on the overall master chart here, literally all of these green buttons here, these little green buttons in the market here are all trades, are all literal like entry, exit, or there's going to be entry, exit, exit, entry. This is going to be exit or entry. I think there's more volatility, but exit, entry, exit, entry, exit, entry, exit, exit, entry, exit, and it just got like, okay, we got, you know, we've done a lot here. We even got through this specific move here. If you guys will recall that was the was that the Coinbase listing? I think that was the Coinbase listing. I'm like, I just have a feeling I want to stream. I want to get into this. I want you guys to understand. You guys remember that? That was just funny stuff. As we look at this move here, like descending triangle, whatever that was, I'm like, I just think I have a good feeling about Doge. Me and Doge got something going on. I don't know. I got a picture of Doge on the moon. Freddie knows that in the back. Some other guys know that. I took a picture of the moon. It looks like Doge is on it. I'm like, well, what is that? Really cool stuff. So anyway, when stuff like that happens, I'm going to pay attention to Doge. I just am. So, but we streamed even this. You guys remember that? And I said, load up, scale in, boom, boom, before Coinbase. Like, bam. Like, why that would happen, I don't know, guys. I have no idea. If it was the preceding interval, I'll have to look at that. But I think I recalled it being in this interval here, but it could have been the preceding. I'll have to check the dates on that. But I recall that as a specific feature that we were really looking forward to. And then the scene kind of fell out from it. You guys look back at that date would be good. But I'll find that as well with you. All to say we have streamed a ton. All those green circulars are all entry, exits, entry, exits. The Doge. The Doge. They have several 3Ls. What she did, you say try. What site did you say try? Oh, I said L Bank. Yeah, and we don't use KuCoin because it's this is a big deal that's kind of going on with our group. We just don't use KuCoin because it's not permitted in the U.S. and apparently like there's some new, I don't know, FBI task force, etc., whatever they have, their operational division, and we've just chosen to not test the waters on any illegal exchange in 2022 or 2021, etc. So to the extent it's not permitted, I know they don't require KYC, but we've dug into it quite a bit, and we just don't think it's worth either A, losing the entirety of the position on KuCoin, which you could, or B, alerting any kind of authorities, etc., to needlessly just to turn into a target. So yeah, we don't use KuCoin, and I'm very adamant about that with our group, is that we don't use KuCoin. I recommend that you take a long look at the regulations behind that, because it's not. I don't think it's they're really starting to clamp down on things, and I would hate for you to be a target, Robert. I don't want you to be a target, like an easy target for no reason. And it's like, well, you've got this or that. And it's easy enough. You just signed up on L Bank in US. I definitely don't need any trouble. Thanks for informing me. Yeah, and it's not anything that anyone really knows. It's everyone's on KuCoin before they even know what's going on. But we just didn't even we didn't pay that much attention to it until we started really researching all the exchanges, and it's just like I got a bunch of good guys in the trade group. I'm like, I don't want anyone to get in trouble or have problems, much less lose any of your money. And while people aren't losing their money, there's just the regulation front of everything in terms of regulation has gone through a heightened sense. I'll put Doge here on the left, but a heightened sense of it has a heightened sense of attention now as it's gotten a little bit more mainstream. And I do know that there have been there are some enforcement divisions, et cetera, that exist that did not exist. To the extent they're after like a KuCoin versus this or that, it's just not worth. It's not worth testing those waters at all. I would prefer you, and that's just the mainstay of the group here. Just trying to find a way around things, the best approach to keep things everything above kind of above repute. Just and that's, I don't know. We encourage everyone to do that without a doubt, because onto even like Freddie and I talked about. Freddie's a former trading champ here on Bitcoin Spike, so that you know. And we had, we had a discussion about Bybit and trading on leverage with Bybit, because some of these exchanges are very accommodating, but it's just not. If you make money, and to the extent that you do make good money in the market, we just don't want it to be taken from you or to cause any. We just want it to be worth it, right? At the end of the day. So from brother to brother. Hope you're solid on that. But copy that, and try out try LBank. See what you think. You'll see a lot of different coins on LBank. And you'll be able to see the benefits, the deficits. We normally trade on Gate, just so you know. We normally trade on Gate, and I'm telling you, we had a 30x on Gate in the last 2 or 3 weeks, a 30x on a new coin, and they just came out with the information that Gate's going to be shut down. But in terms of interface, just so that you know the transition we're looking at, Gate has been awesome. Gate is a beautiful exchange, technically, etc., and Gate is just getting taken off of U.S. authority and privilege. I mean, is it so good that U.S. residents can't use it anymore? I'm like, I don't know what's going on, but we have to take we have to take another look at what all is going on with our VIP, et cetera. We're heavily into that. So LBank is kind of a temporary solution, and Robert just maybe planned for that transition. I'm glad that we had the discussion tonight, because I really think it'll alleviate any it's no sweat kind of problem, right? This is not worth any problem. As we look at the kind of the professional attention that crypto is starting to get, it's like, well, it's getting a little bit deeply ingrained in terms of regulation. They keep talking about regulation, and there along with is kind of all the stuff that's no fun. So maybe another 30x before it's gone. There you go. In terms of that 30x and that's true. In terms of Gate, we may find one. And Robert, I would have you sign up on Gate. We'll have probably a different exchange potentially than LBank, unless we trade Doge on LBank Live 5x or something like that, along with BTC. But to the extent that we have another exchange, I'll keep you in the loop, and I'll update you here on the profile as well, in terms of potentially putting another link here, and I'll let you know which exchange that may be, and it'll be. It's with the understanding, like I know, I don't personally know, and actually I do know. With look at Doge just continuing to just pop back up. A lot of volatility on Doge. It's cranking, huh? It is not giving up. It's pushing high. This is technical expression on this bull flight that the market has taken to. Nice to see, and just the classical definition that you could understand in terms of the move to the upside, downward sloping channel, right? And potentially, bam, Robert. To the extent that you have used the other exchange with the 3L, etc., I'd be very interested to know how you could grade along if you wanted to get involved a little bit and help us. If you want to trade and help us with your feedback in terms of a 5L, potentially even a small position, but a 5L here or there on Doge. Let us know if you're accustomed to trading. Let us know your feedback on it. We'd love to know it. And if you trade frequently like that, we'd love to have you in VIP. We got a great group. Don't just say that. We do have a great group. I've been around some of the best traders in the world, literally from Angel at the top, $7.79 entry into Bitcoin, to literally $7, under $8 in Bitcoin. He's one of the best traders you're going to meet. From him to some of the top, if not, I'd say the top from Wall Street. Just some guys that I have been fortunate enough to know and kind of have around, etc. That I've just been around some excellent traders. So I would be happy to receive some input on your thoughts on LBank, on leverage, and if you do trade a lot, and I not to the level of you have to you have to beat the planet. It doesn't have to be like that. But if you do trade, if you enjoy trading and you're accustomed to trading on a proficient level, then you belong in VIP. We'd love to have you back there. We have a good time. 2022 is all about growing the group and getting into that new stretch of crypto. We want to get there in fine form and profitably, and with the same kind of I'd say with the solid strategy that has gotten us thus far, and the ones that have, that's why Angel has decided to really like kind of make this his home, is just in Doge up 5%, guys, no joke, 14.142. So glad in terms of this bull flag, beautiful in terms of that, just being able to find it, not ideally formulated, but Doge just doing a lot with a pattern that's not ideal. So that's really really nice to see. In terms of the upside target, just so that we know in terms of the preceding, you guys let me know. BTCs are just popping off. Please let me know. We're watching that. We've been covering that for a long time. In terms of those technicals, we went over this for quite a while tonight. Looking at the upside expression of this as aggressively as possibly, or as I'd say as conservatively as possibly. We'll have two upside targets. I'll go to the candle wicks to see as well, and we'll have some variation here in terms of this potential upside target to that potential level here. Let's just take this off the map for a moment. We would look for that move to the upside, then we would look for that downward sloping channel. The move to the upside would be the repeat pattern, right? So we would look to for a conservative repeat up in line with, let's just say, from the bottom of that threshold up to that 14.7, right? More aggressively, we'd look for the entirety of this run up, right? If we really wanted to be aggressive with it, we'd look for the entirety of that run up and boom, take that through just almost to the top of that, just here within that 14.8, just shy of like the 15 mark. So nice to see. Way to go, Doge. Way to go. But yeah, that pattern did it carried water, didn't it? It caught the attention of the market. That's nice to see, huh? I mean, for Doge to express a bull flag like that, had a bull flag here. Doge has had bull flags, right? That was a clean bull flag in this zone. Very nice move. Looks like it completed fully a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in this zone as we just kind of review the price action. That's on the 30-minute, looking for those moves to the upside, see what we can get. That's a nice bull flag here. You guys remember this one. And we had here again 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So as we look at all this, hey, Freddie, what's up? You just created an L-Bank account. Way to go. You'll see some of the things on you're like, are you serious? I mean, some of it's just not even, it's just annoying, right? You'll get, it's just, Gate had its own problems as well. It just had really solid technicals. We love the technicals. L-Bank does not have solid technicals. I would just say I've seen some people make some money on L-Bank. Some of those new coins get going. They get moving, and L-Bank sometimes gets the coins before Gate gets the coins. You got to watch the liquidity. That's one thing we're working on right now in terms of watching the liquidity, all right? And we have some other options that we'll be looking at soon in terms of, and a little bit potentially more advanced. You guys need to kind of talk with me in terms of, or let's all have a discussion. I'll say that. You don't have to talk to me, but let's all have a discussion on how advanced you guys want to get this year in 2022. I've chatted with back and forth with Angel about potential like interactive brokers accounts, something like that, to the extent that you guys want to schedule into kind of like a more heavyweight pro level and tier of trading. We can definitely go through that as well. So there's all types of options that we can look at in terms of, or different ways to trade that we can look at in 2022. So it's going to be exciting as it continues to mold, and I'll continue to do some hard work on that front so that we are fully engaged with everything that can occur. Right? We want that to be we want it to be a pinnacle year, right? A real year of success and achievement. I'm not just saying that. That's literally what we want. And sorry if framing it like that sounds cheesy, but we want it to be a year of a pinnacle, pinnacle year of success. This is the truth. We want it to be an awesome year, a kicking year, right? And not a fuddy-duddy way. Just we want it to rock, man. 2021 rocked in a lot of different ways, so we want it to rock again. We're hyped about it. So looking at this level of resistance here, look at a 1, 2. Can we get a 3, 4, 5 would be nice. If we could isolate the bull flag as the move 1, 2, then the 3, 4, 5 would be great. This 1, 2, 3 is an interesting pattern here. Part of an overall subset. If we would look at this in terms of the framework, again, multiple patterns here as we would go through the technicals on this specific descending triangle. I do believe it is in play. You guys will agree that descending triangle, multiple hits on support, multiple hits on resistance, 1, 2, 3 on resistance, 1, 2 on support. Looking at this framework, right, if we were to let's just pick a mid-level function here, just mid-level, because Doge is not always the most technical. We can get more frameworked around some of its consistencies if it will start to express itself a little bit more consistently. But we could either go to the original pivot in or this secondary pivot here, right? So we'll have a variety of patterns here. This 15 cents was on the map with me earlier today. Okay, that's when I did the first video. 15 cents has been on the map with me. This preceding bull flag makes it easy. The fact that it's up and going pretty well is nice to see. We'd like a few days for it to build on. Angel in the house. What's up, Angel? My man. Bam. There we go. Angel, what's up, brother? We have a great stream going on. Angel is here. What is up, Angel? So great to see you. Just saw the blue pop up from your name, and I'm so excited you're here. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Angel, in the house. We're excited because Doge, we're just getting some feedback to update you, Angel. Doge is up 4.71%. And so we're watching that at BTC on the right. And Angel saying, hello, all VIPs. Boom, 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 boom. Nice to see you, Angel. We wanted to hear about your trades. And, yeah, I did a few shout-outs to you earlier on. I hope that you received those and everything's going well in your weekend. It's nice to hear from you. And we can't wait to hear about your trades. Sheeb and Rune and Dot. And, I mean, I'm sure with good gosh, I have no idea what else you've been. I think you've probably been trading everything. So you can let us know if there's anything you haven't been trading. And let me schedule in here. Let me get to the back room real quickly and make sure. We have Robert just joined. In terms of Basecamp, he just joined on Basecamp. And let me put this in the back room. Let's see. Let me put this real quickly. Please. Let's see what we got here. Okay, just putting this in the back room here. And, yeah, Angel, you've been spoken of often and fondly in terms of just, let's see what we have. Welcome, Angel. I've been hearing about you for a while. I've been hiding in the background. Yeah, that sounds familiar. Hiding in the background for a while, huh? Interesting, huh? He's hiding in the background. Angel, Robert got into Doge at an early price, so he's a young or an early front runner. And there's Luke in the house. Now Luke's in the house as well. What's up, Luke? Hey. Let me put hello first of all, Angel. I'm gonna put this in the chat. Want to make sure that Angel knows front, up, and center. He may not even have the audio on for all I know. Welcome. Boom. I'm gonna put how are you, and then we got a bunch of hellos to say. How are you, Angel? Let's see. Let me put this down here. Let me type this in. How are you, Angel? And I'm going to put, how are your trades? We want to hear about your trades. We have been so excited to know that, I've been so excited to know that you've been trading Rune. Man, what is up? Rune outdid Gala, outdid Sheeb, outdid everything on the retrace. You guys understand that, huh? Literally, you guys understand that, huh? Small little coin we talked about in 2021. Hey, by the way, I got a great coin to trade. Hey, thank you, Angel. Appreciate that. Angel saying, London, your TA, it was savage. Thank you, brother. Thank you. There we go. Let me put this in here. Thank you, brother. And then welcome, Luke. And let me just get this in here. And your trades. I'm going to put your trades are savage. I have to put this in here, guys. Your trades are savage. We have to do that because I am so hyped about the fact. I mean, Angel, if I could have scripted something, you have to understand. If I could have scripted a move, the Rune trade, you know that, huh? From the 86 retracement, we were talking about it earlier. I can get to it in a second. What's BTC doing? Up 0.4 cents, maybe 0.48%. And Angel's in the house, invested in BTC at $7.79. He is the king of VIP, guys. He is the number one. So we're excited to have him here tonight Also, number one in terms of super chats. He's the $1,000 super chat, $1,000 super chat king. So we look forward to when he wants to rock and rumble with super chats again. It's a lot of fun when he does, guys. We have a really good time. So whenever he's in the mood to do that, we will definitely be prepared for that as well. So at any point in time, he may unleash with super chats. We're looking forward to when he decides to do that again. We have a lot of fun when you do it, Angel. From the heart, we just have a good time. It's a lot of fun. It's kind of like I don't know. It's like going out and doing something fun. We feel like that when you super chat. It's just, you know, I don't know what it is. It's fun like that. Yeah, in terms of Rune, sweet. Look at this, guys. Now, in terms, I know that this, I'm going to say this to the credit, definitely credit of Angel, not that it needs my credit, but understand, I brought Rune to the group in 2021. Now, from the 86, the classic 86, look at this, boom, to the upside. 240% to the upside, okay? Now, upside target, we'd like Rune to get that, and I know you know this top side of resistance. The key feature of Angel is that he looked at Rune, even amidst the problems that it had, etc., with computerized, whatever it did, and he decided that he liked the project. And I'm like, I was so glad he decided. When he told me that this year in 2022, I was like, I'm so glad he decided that, because I was looking for some good opportunities to trade Rune this year for the group, etc., just in general. And guys, it's up 200% from that classic 86%, just right on, bang on, bam. So just a big example, and I was saying this earlier, Angel, some people look and say, oh, it's 58,000 in terms of overall contribution. I'm like, no, this is a great example of like Rune we brought to the group. But Angel, credit to you. You said you liked it. You looked at the overall scope of it, the framework of it, and it does have some trappings of something that could be really solid. You know that. It just could be. It could grow into something a little bit more than what it is. It has a different look to it. There's more to it than just another kind of knockoff coin. So as we would look at this, it's nice, and maybe some of the source that I got it from had something to do with maybe even where it's headed. It's from an interesting. I sourced the information very interestingly on Rune. Nice to see this move to the upside. Nice to see the 86, that percentage retracement conformance. Just huge, right? What else took off yesterday from the 86? V-Chain just took off from the classic, my classic 86, the level that I have researched in terms of the conformance. So very nice to see that. We've been covering a lot of different coins, been talking about Gate shutting down. Angel Gate is closing to the USA, and I put in the on the top there, LBank, just to get your feet wet with LBank. I have another option or two that I will discuss in the next live stream that will be a solid framework to do some additional leverage coins on. LBank has a lot of newer coins. We had a 30x potential for Rebel Robots. So RBLS, as you guys look at Rebel Robots, just phenomenal opportunity. This is exactly, and Angel, this is what's going on with Gate. Just to talk about it, I told you that the stream would be important tonight. Gate is, as we look at Rebel Robots. Now, the big difference that we have here, look at the 8 cents to the $3, okay? The 10 cents to $3 essentially, right? In 15 days, huge dynamics. I'm not sure that you guys looked at the project, but I do this for VIP, and I go through these to look for certain elements that are common characteristics as we look at new coins. Take a look at the features that really caught people by surprise. As I go through Rebel Robots, you get it, but what it has to its let me say this in terms of to its credit that people may not have picked up on. You see this NFT out there, kind of crazy, sideways thinking, kind of, a little bit shifty, shovelly, you see what I'm saying? In terms of the presentation. Just focus on this. Realize this coin went 30x. Surprised everybody. That's what 30x has looked like this year thus far in 2022. Whether or not you like it or not, that's a 30x right there in crypto. Okay. Now again, the more sophisticated markets or more sophisticated investors may not necessarily like that. You may not like Bored Apes, etc. But as we look at something that went 30x, you might also start to ask, well, with what amount of money, as you would look into like something like Rune, etc. So excited that Rune is doing well. This line of resistance across the top would be nice to see. play, I say that sometimes it will act as a level of resistance and an impediment to going further. Sometimes it'll act as a magnet, right? Many times Rune has powered through a few different levels, but to the extent that it has just been a straight line trajectory north, it has that in its DNA. Bam, 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 bam. When it gets going, it accommodates a long position very well. It just does when it does decide to really traject to the upside. So incredible, 200+%. So excited to see that. And Freddie is in the house. So Angel, I've got some advanced TA on Rune or anything else that you might like to see. In addition, maybe I have another Rune. I don't know. If you guys have a coin that's going to go 200% from the 86, you let me know. Okay, I want you guys to tell me. And some of you, I mean, 2021 got to be where it's easy. It's like we could pull a low-lying fruit like a 10x off of any tree we wanted. Almost, guys. Literally, it was a 5 or 10x everywhere we looked. Literally everywhere we looked. It was just incredible. So Rune doesn't have that big of a following. It's just, you know, we can sit here and stream. There'd be no interest in it whatsoever. You guys know that. And it's like it's a 250% in the last, you know, it's up 250% essentially from the 86, man. So, but VIP from last year know it. They definitely know that. Flashing a reversal here on Doge. Looking at the potential for a reversal with this red dot reversal finder. Be prepared when you use the reversal finder that it will repaint. Okay, by repaint, I mean it will repaint. You saw it go from red to green to red. Okay, your indicators like to repaint. Okay, your buy and sell signals like to change, right? You have to be careful of that. Repainting means changing amidst the fact or while you are looking at it. Let's see what we got. And just to show you, Angel, in the back, what we've got going on, I want you just to see. It's really cool. And shout out to Steve. What's up, Steve? Boom. And here we go. Just looking in the back, we got Freddie back in the house, which is great news. Great to have you back, Freddie. Look at the charts. Even while this is just while we've been streaming, Angel. Just while we've been streaming, the charts going on in the back, they're continually just trading. When I said 2022, we've never been stronger. This is what we're looking at. It's just nice to see. It's just the technical powerhouses in the back is really what we like to see. I have to discuss a little bit today. I cut one video, then uncut the video, and then cut a different video, part 2. I had a little bit of a run-in, and I need some kind of input. And Angel, if we could talk about this sometime in terms of the, I don't know, in terms of kind of the interplay, in terms of maybe your preference or the group's preference, I don't know. It's difficult for me sometimes to, as I look at the 30-minute chart, just beware the 30-minute chart. And Angel, I have some very advanced technicals to go over on BTC, dealing with the different, I can recap it for you very quickly if you'd like me to. I wouldn't mind doing that just so that you can plug into it. You may have been here the whole time, chilling. I'm never sure. So, and I don't pry. So, in terms of BTC, as we were to look at BTC, I'm going to let Doge go 1 second. On BTC, let's go to BTC on this specific time frame on the right. When I look at the breakout on the hourly, we're currently confirming along this line of resistance. If I do it on this chart, I'll do it real quickly because I know we're enjoying having BTC up. The fan reversal, Angel, that I've been discussing frequently, the fan reversal, that's just, it's not fun. No one wants to deal with it. It's like, where did you get that pattern, right? This is it. Look at this. This centralized focal anchor point here. And this is top shelf stuff. You look at this on BTC. Just understand the pattern framework. We'll apply it to anything, guys. But this resistance, boom, turned into support, bam, up to the next threshold line of resistance, that which the price cannot get up and above, turned into, bam, support, resistance to support. So this is one, resistance to support, resistance, boom, to support. The next establishment from this centralized focal point. And I know you guys have been looking at me like, what are you drawing a fan for? I know you guys have. You're like, what is this? You know, honestly, from the centralized focal area, the next level, resistance to support, boom, boom, up. The next level, as you guys look at this, and this one cuts through a little bit differently on the different time frames. You have to get on the different time frame for this. Let's go to the hourly on this one. Next to the resistance, boom, into the support. So the next question, as you look at this, it's not a question if. It's not, I mean, you get even with the candle work and an adjustment in terms of your seat position, and they like to adjust on the seat initially. You have to know how to work these. But as you look at this framework, this is textbook. This is a big deal. And I've been bringing it up to the extent that we have the internalized patterns. No problem. We've got the internalized framework. We've got the rising wedge and the rising wedge. You know, calling the bearish nature. It didn't have the momentum really to get up and out. To the extent that we're on top of the second one, right, and we would expect a small capitulation at least through that. We'll talk about the framework, but in discussing the let's get back over, just check on Doge. It looks like it's doing just fine. But in discussing that fan framework, the prior resistance to support, we have not seen that laid out in a coin in a long time. I've looked at a lot of charts, guys. I've looked at a lot of charts. We have not seen that laid out. Some of the prior moves on BTC are similar, not like this in a confined space. Boom, 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 boom. So that choppy framework, when you see that chop in the framework and a preceding potential hit, you may be able to pick up on some nice trades, is the bottom line. To the extent that there would be a lower indicated entry right now, VIP are never afraid of a lower entry, ever, of a price drop. Always ready to double down. We'd like the momentum to the upside. I did state tonight in terms of this, Steve. There we go, Steve. Thank you, brother. London has drilled great TA into our heads. How could you trade without it? He always has something new for us to learn. Amazing. Bam. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Steve. That means a lot. Thank you, guys. Boom. That's very nice. And Angel is in the house. I want to put the house as well. Let's see what we got. As well. Boom. I want to put that, just so you know, Steve, if you just showed up, I want to make sure he knows that, Angel, because it's cool that you're here. Boom. So that he knows. So looking at that framework, it's just none of the rest of the market's going to understand what's going on. No one's, it's anyone, any one of us could have figured this out, irrespective of the fundamentals of technical analysis, etc. Right? Any one of us could have. But in the framework of what we've been applying, we understand it not just in the framework of a phenomenal event that's going on with BTC, right? We understand it in the framework that something's being communicated to us by the market, right? It's been an opportunity to trade. Now, we focused on the bull flags. We focused on the, Steve, shouting out to Angel in the chat. Very nice. Hi, all VIP. You're awesome. Shout out to Steve. Steve, if Steve hadn't been here, I gotta let everybody know in terms of... let's see here. Shouting out to you. Let's see. Let me put this in back here. Let me get the guys in the back too. Make sure they know what we got here. Let me put this in the chats real quickly, and then we'll go over. All right. Let's see what we got. Now, in the framework here, what we're looking at in terms of BTC, so you can understand the direction of the market, probable direction of the market. Now, some coins may get pent up above or under, really, in terms of the overall trajectory. You understand that. Some may advance ahead of BTC. Some may lag behind, essentially. As we look at the constriction on BTC, we're up and out of the hourly. Bam. To the extent that we would expect a capitulation from the top level of this specific rising wedge. We certainly have pushed almost to the very edge of the rising wedge, bottom line. In the context, and this has been developing as we've been streaming a bit, in the context of the potential for a double hit up and above the extremature of this apex before the capitulation, we saw that here. So to the extent that that would occur again, it would be a carbon copy before a small capitulation. This move here to the upside with this constriction, be it a symmetrical triangulation or a kind of a real stodgy, I'd say, bull pennant, right? I don't want to necessarily just call it a bull pennant because it's got defects. But this move to the upside with a bull pennant here, to the extent that some kind of formation could repeat in this pattern, would be very welcome. The micro feature at which we are currently operating up and above that level of resistance is microfine, guys. That is a small, condensed, very, very small pattern. To the extent that it could become a bit more conformant and go to the bottom, to the top, to the bottom, and really complete out the required multiple hits on the bottom, and let's say support and resistance, we're happy to trade it. If it wants to get up and out, let's go. Let's roll with it. understanding this lower level may come into play. Okay, very easy. Apply the technicals to the coin that you're trading, period. All right, lower level threshold, prior resistance. Okay, orders are waiting. Show me a level of prior resistance and I'll show you orders. Show me a prior resistance and I'll show you orders. Okay, period. Now, in the context here of this threshold, now understand this real quickly just to catch everybody up, Angel, etc. I'm sure maybe you've been in the background. I'll just cover this again real briefly. In terms of BTC, we're not in the clear yet. We have on the actual candle wicks, we have the hits on the wicks. We're still within the level of resistance technically on the lower time frames. So we're being reinforced right now. I'll say this, the top of the wedge, the bearish nature, is being reinforced by a bullish confirmation ongoing. It's not complete, but it's by a bullish confirmation ongoing, turning prior resistance on the 1 hour and higher time frames, guys, that 1 hour prior resistance into support. That's a bullish confirmation to the upside. So you can play the failure of the confirmation if you choose to, but that designates you as a bull or a bear, essentially, right? If you're being safe in terms of your trades, well, there might be a little more security above this line of resistance on the candle wicks in terms of just literally covering the basics on risk exposure, right? Eliminate all the risk and you've got no problem. You've got certainty, right? That's generally not the market, right? We can try and approach things by eliminating maximum amounts of risk, right? Increase profits via increased certainty, right? But that's not always feasible. To the extent that you're looking for a lower level entry, boom, would be nice, right? Right on this level, in line with this dynamic. Okay, so let's see. Let me look at one thing real quickly. Okay, now the majority of the market's not looking at this feature, so whether or not yours is okay, fine, London. I'm bullish. I'm in a 1,000L position. I'm going long. We're going up. That's cool. Just understand where the traders who may try and beat you this year, they might have a little extra power down at this level. Okay, the traders who are going to try and beat you might park in extra cash at the preceding level. You can use this on your long positions. Look at your charts. Look at your prior resistance. They're loaded up with orders. Show me a prior resistance and I'll show you orders, right? So we've done a lot of diagnostics tonight. We're up and out on BTC of the hourly. Beautiful. We're still waiting to get up and out of the candles. We're in a bullish framework. We need to maintain that bullish framework in the form of a confirmation. We need some momentum to the upside. We're literally at that. We're at that level. We need some momentum to the upside, and the main hurdle right now is just those candle wicks. You guys know 2022. Check the wicks. Great trading in here. Great trading. The issue that I was going to say, Angel, etc., was earlier today. I cut a video. I uncut the video. And I had a situation where I told VIP about a move in the back. We had discussed it in the back, and I didn't really even tell the public about it. Not because it was the first time it really happened, but it's interesting that it happened. Not because I recut the tape and got rid of the old one. Irrespective of what was, let me put Doge back on the map here. Irrespective of the, let's say the way the technicals were working out, just because what occurred, and then Bitcoin's on the right, Doge on the left. Okay, in terms of it just happened upon me. Like I just realized that that in being exclusive, etc., I can't limit the information from BT or from on BTC or any coin from the community, from Basecamp, from anyone else who's subscribing, etc. And I just ran into this today because we had caught the ascending triangle in the back. It was trying to traject to the upside on BTC. I was sitting there telling the other people about prior level of resistance and kind of burying some positive information about the coin. I do that because if people don't want to listen, they deserve a quick answer. People who want a quick answer deserve a quick answer. Typically speaking, people want to, oh, Angel, you laugh. I got a funny story for you. If you're still around, you may have been in and out. I don't even know. He may be, for all I know. I'm not sure what he's got going on. Let's see where we go. Ah, shoot. My phone is frozen. My phone is frozen. Let me see what I've got. For all I know, that could be happening to you guys too. My phone just got frozen. What I got here? Come here. So, Steve, we want to hear about your trades. Steve, let me go. How are your trades? Let's see what we got here. Your trade. Steve likes to trade. Boom. I want to hear how Steve's trades are, without a doubt. Yeah, Steve in the back, we just really had a great time in 2022 so far. We have a great group. Just want to say, Luke. What's up, Luke, again? Bam. I want to say hi to Luke again. Just great group, huh? It's going to be a strong 2022. A few coins are going to really get rolling, and we're going to have a really great year. I just know that for a fact, guys. We're gonna have a good year. I'm looking forward to it. As we look at Doge, I want to see if we're trying to set an equivalent high here. An intermittent high? No. Always looking for that flat top. You guys know, always looking for that flat top on the price action. That parallel function. Anytime we achieve a parallel function, it may seem like something's backing off, but it may be an indication that we want to formulate an ascending triangle. Right? Doge up 3.68, up 5%, a little over 5% on the whole, on the max there. Nice to see Doge up and out of a great formation. Nice to know VIP got the low on the price action. Got the low on the wick. Bam. I'm telling you guys, literally the lowest down to the cent. I'll tell you, I will have to check Pathfinder if he wants us to his order. He hit the 86. It hit the 86. That is the literal low on the price action. You guys literally see this? It's literally that. It's probably down to, I hate to even say it's probably down to the last double low, maybe even the triple low 1 or 2. It'll depend upon where he set his order specifically. But he has the low in the market. That is awesome. That rocks, guys. That is so cool. He's got the low. So VIP have the low in the market on Doge. That is so cool. I just like that because other people are famous for having the high on Doge. They have sold at the all-time high. We have encouraged to buy at the all-time low. Congratulations, VIP. We may not be perfect. I'm certainly not perfect. But in terms of the old adage of not buy low, but buy the low, it's just funny because everyone buy low, sell high. Like what? Why don't you buy at the very bottom? Why don't you sell at the very top? You know, it's like, buy the low, sell at the high, at the all-time high. Been a slacker lately, guys. Family issues, getting back to it. Nice to see BTC on the rise. Boom. That's good. That's good. We're so glad to have you back. Are so glad to have you back. Bam. And like just mainframe around the issue that we have. What do we have, guys? We have all of the trading pairs and the coins are now available on TradingView that were on Gate. Do what? Look at this. Look at this, guys. Hold on. Crypto. All sources. No, I want Gate. Can I do Gate like that? That'd be cool. There's some way. What do I always mix this up on the exchanges. Don't get me off any of the exchanges. It's something I have to refigure out every single time. Gate. All sources. Where's Gate? Oh, here we go. Maybe Gate. Isn't Gate IO? No exchanges match your criteria. Well, okay, maybe it's not like that. But look at any symbol. I want to look up. I saw baby. Let's look up Luna USDT. Look at Luna USDT. Look at this, guys. Luna USDT on Gate.io. Are you kidding me? Luna USDT on Gate.io. Do you realize all of the coins on Gate, all of them are now on TradingView 100%. Do you know what that means? That is so sweet. That is awesome. However, they're making it illegal for us to trade on it. Horribly uncool. Horribly uncool. Big deal. Big deal, guys. They're looking at Luna right now. I like this chart. I like it more because it's on Gate. Period. I just do. I like Gate. I like the technicals. I like the offerings. It's a relatively smooth interface. For what it is and what it isn't. The fact that it was legal in the U.S., I loved it. Now they're going to make it illegal. I'm not happy. To say I'm unhappy is to put it mildly, guys. But you know what? There are other options out there, and things happen for a reason. I have to believe things happen for a reason. So we can't we can't buy leverage necessarily on some bigger coins, etc. Just looking at the Luna chart. See, I know it's Gate now. And I trust the pricing on it. I trust everything about it. You guys know the other exchanges with Binance, etc. This is the problem with Binance. I was going through these other exchanges here. With Binance, I'd have 2 different all-time highs on different time frames. I'm like, dude, what? Now, that's going to be an interesting thing. We're going to do that real quickly. AXS, USDT. Okay, now we go. USDT, AXS. Where is Gate? Right here. Boom. All right, now, this is going to be the clincher. AXS on Gate, will it have 2 different all-time highs on the different time frames, like our chart on Binance? Now, we may be getting into the back door of what really is Gate versus TradingView, etc. We're going to mark out the 164,683. Copy that. Good exercise here, huh? You guys know on the Binance chart we found 2 different all-time highs. You guys, on $1 million, maybe they will roll out Gate US. Yes. I'm hoping that they do. I'm really hoping that they do. I know that for the record, they are working on complying. You guys know that? They're working on complying with the regulations. They have not complied thus far. They have expressed the expedient nature with which you need to get out your coins. Okay? The expedient nature to which you need to get out your coins. They're working on compliance. The 4 hourly. I'm going to go to the daily. Look at the daily. You guys see that? Boom. Look at the weekly. Let's see. Look at the weekly. Boom. You see that? Where's the hourly? The hourly? Oh, guys, huh? It's Gate. Look at that, guys. Look at that. You see that? Boom. You see all the same high. I rest my case. The all-time high on the hourly time frame. Pay attention. Hugely, hugely important. Let's see what we got here. Let me put this through. And guys, please pay attention as I test between Gate on TradingView that the actual charts to prove, I think we're going to prove that the technicals on Gate are more accurate than the information delivered by Binance. Watch this, guys. And let's get into the details real quickly. Now, this is wild, huh? This is worth tuning into, guys. I mean, the 1 hourly, right? Look at this. The 1 hourly, you guys got this on AXS. This is the pinnacle here. 1 hourly, 165.59. On the 4 hourly, what's the high? 165.69. You guys understand if it were a 1,000,000-year chart in 1,000,000 years, if it went to only 165.59, that would be the top of the wick on a 1,000,000-year chart, right? That's it. If it went to the top on a 1-second chart, from 1,000,000 years to 1 second, bam, to the upside. That's it. You guys get that? That's the wick. That's the expression. On any time frame, that's the high. So it's the same on now the hourly, 4 hourly, daily, and the weekly. Look at that. Boom, 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 boom. Laser scoped in. Now, let's go to AXS on Binance. Let's go on Binance. $170 on the weekly. All right. All right. Now, on the daily, we have 171. On the, you guys paying attention? Everybody paying attention? The 4 hourly is not 171. Oh, apparently on the 4 hourly chart, it didn't make it there, guys. On the 4 hourly chart, in case you were doing your pricing targets on the 4 hourly chart, well, now it wasn't $171. I mean, pay attention. This is from Binance. This is Binance's chart that they want you to trade with. I mean, God help him. I hope he's doing a great job. Okay, God help him. Literally, I hope he's doing a great job. But it doesn't look like it. $171 on one of the biggest moving NFT gameplays in the crypto field. $171 on the Candlewicks Binance chart on TradingView. Look at the 4 hourly. You guys know I want Gate. Look at this. The 171. Look at this on the 4 hourly. Oh, apparently on the 4 hourly, you didn't even set an all-time high. Yeah, on the 4 hourly, apparently, you completely failed to achieve it. You're $6 off. So you start having multiple different all-time highs. No, guys, that is not the way it works. Big confirmation, as you guys have heard me literally lambast this situation into oblivion, being upset that people cannot set pricing targets because you're doing your Fibonacci's from different levels. You can't trust anything about this thing, right? You can't, you can't say, well, it's the Fibonacci up to this level. Oh, no. Come on. It's to the all-time high. Well, what is the all-time high? Well, we'll let you know next week. Do what? So in terms of AXS, that is one of the key features. And I have a litany of these guys. I have, you know how much time I spend with the charts. I have a host of these problems. And it's not, look at AXS on gate. Look at this. Boom, right there, solid. Now, and you guys heard me say this before, what the chart should be like, right? Now you see it. Look at that. Bam. Beautiful, huh? Just scoped in. That's the way a candlestick should function. You guys got it, huh? There's no question now, huh? Boom. Right to the top. Every time on every time frame. I'm not kidding, guys. On a yearly time frame. Can I go to a yearly chart? I'm about to. If I go to a yearly chart, I want to see. There's the monthly chart. Is it any different on the gate chart? Not a cent. Not 1 cent different at all on the monthly to the daily. You see? To the 4 hourly. Boom. To the hourly. Guys, down to the second. From the million-year time frame down to the literal second time frame, or the 5-second time frame. That right there stays the same. Big deal with me, because I target coins. I get good price. When I talk about like Rune we brought, and Angel's done well on Rune. I'm big on the 86. You guys learned that from me. Well, just from the work, VIP, period, right? We work hard on the technicals. So to have a chart, that makes sense that we can trade off of is hugely important. So you guys know I've been through this discussion before. Binance is giving people different all-time highs. Look at this. Depending on which time frame you're on, well, maybe the high was $165 on the hourly. Maybe it was. You're right. Yeah, it was on the 4 hourly too. We'll copy that. We'll copy that. Okay? Except when you get into, on the daily, for some reason on the daily you have a different chart. Don't worry about it. You're up actually another $7. Don't worry about that. Don't worry. Your charts are wrong. Enjoy your trading. What? Absolute, just, you guys get it. You guys get it, huh? It's a big deal, huh? It's a big deal to me because I like to target. I like to hit that low. Boom. I always told Angel, hey, what's up? What do we got? Hey, I appreciate Angel shouting out about the VIPs you need to evolve. London. Boom, 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 boom. Evolve. Interesting. Okay. Let's see what you got. We need proper technicals. Hey, we need proper technicals. VIP demand. Demand proper technicals. They have to. We have to, guys. And I get like that. In terms of that, let's go this. In terms of that, what I'll say is the following. You should never have to guess what your all-time high is. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. You should never even really have to go too much cross-exchange, guys, into a Yahoo chart to figure out the all-time high of Bitcoin. Like, do what? It's Bitcoin. There's cross-exchange functions. It's supposed to be the same price offered. There's some variability, but on Bitcoin with that amount of volatility, you guys remember when I always say 64,863.10, $64,863.10, because I had to go look that up. Because I looked at 4 different charts available on TradingView, and they were all different. I'm like, dude, what? Like, you got to be, this whole thing this is wrong, man. Like, this is wrong, man. So all to say, Gate is now on TradingView. Man. That is exciting to me. The next thing, now I'll say I like the charts on Gate. I like the clarity on Gate, period. But do you see why I have not liked the charts on TradingView? Oh, let's just go look at AXS and trade it on Gate. No, I don't even trust the prices on some of this stuff. Now, I do the level of required, like deep digging diligence TA to make sure that you guys have the most solid pricing available. Make sure. I look at all the time frames. I do the data analytics. It's not fun, but you guys are cool enough. We'll do it. It's work. Ya sí, verdad es trabajo. Claro que sí, hombre. But we will do it. We will get it done. But I want to know, period, boom, shakalaka, down into this. Hey, Angel shouting out. Porter, Luke, Freddie. Nice. Nice shout outs. Angel shouting out. You guys shout out. You guys have fun in the chats. Angel, we're so glad to have you here, brother. Boom, boom. I'm going to put Slim. Where are you? I want to see. Boom, boom, boom. That's so great you guys are all chilling out. We got even BTC5L from Gate is on trail. Oh, my gosh. BT, that's what I was going to say next. You interrupted me with telling me what I was just thinking. BTC5L? Oh, my gosh. No way, guys. No, that's why they're taking it away. They do not want us to make money on this thing. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. Look at this thing. Good gosh. We have BTC5L. Do we have Luna? We have Luna. Let's look at Rune. 3L. Look at this, Angel. No. Look at this, Angel. We have Rune 3L here. Are you kidding me? From the 86, Rune 3L would have been, look at this, guys. Rune 3L from the classic 86, if you lay over the actual 86 or if you have a dual panel monitor, Rune is up 700% in 18 days. 700% in 18 days. What is up? Man, we have all... what are we going to do? This is not funny. I almost feel like someone is playing an awful joke on us. What is up with this? 700% in 18 days. That's sweet. It's not Rebel Robots, but guys, this is that's Rune 3L. They got BTC 5L. Man, someone just decided to absolutely. God, this you could do your targets on BTC 5L. No, guys, man. Maybe it's being put in the framework of something that they can handle and they can actually pass off as regulatory. I can't promise that right now. They say get your coins off, but look at this, man. You just look at this, bam, move to the upside. That's 100% in 2 weeks. That's nice. That's a nice, instead of the 50%, the 50, right? Targeting in, scheduling in, trading your patterns. Look at the same patterns, guys. You guys see the same patterns on BTC 5L? For anyone who doesn't know what BTC 5L, this is a leveraged coin. All right, it's the same. Now, when I bring up this here, the leveraged coin is going to interact. The pricing dynamic should be the same as the coin, right? Look at this. Boom, boom. Right? That's currently where we are right now on BTC. Dang it. You guys know that. BTC 5L, look at this. This. No. Let's look at this on the 5L. This just had to happen, huh? It had to go down like this. What do we got here on the hourly? Hey, guys, we're a group. We've been trading a lot. This means a lot to us. We appreciate, anyone else bearing with us that doesn't understand this. But when you look at the BTCL on the left, this is the 5 long position on Gate. It has 100% gain. Look at this this is the normal chart for BTC on the right. It has an 18% gain. So it's the same chart. It's the same technicals. It's the same play, guys, except you get 5 times the amount of the trade. Dang it. Oh, man. You guys believe that? Angel saying, Steve. Oh, what's up, Steve? Slim. He's shouting out to everybody. Nice to see that. Everybody's probably trading and doing charts, everything else. Angel. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Man, can you believe all this stuff's just popping up on TradingView that they're taking a hike? There's no way, huh? We might need a foreign delegation. Who wants to be on the foreign delegation? I may have to, I don't know, may have to coordinate something here, you know? Seriously, huh? All right. Angel, you want to see the bull, brother? Let's march the bull around in terms of unbelievable, huh? Absolutely, I feel like someone has absolutely like stolen all the cookies in the cookie jar. We're going to have to find a new bakery. You guys know, it's like I want the whole bakery now. Yeah, they stole all the cookies in the cookie jar. Well, we're going to buy a bakery. Don't worry, son. We're going to figure something out here. That's how I feel. You don't worry. Someone stole the cookies in that cookie jar. We're going to buy ourselves a bakery. You guys, in the meantime, enjoy this. Hope VIP are doing great. Angel's in the house. I want to march this around. Hopefully on the big screen TV, it'll brighten up the room for a moment. And now, we are getting through a difficult time here at VIP because we have just realized our exchange is getting closed down. I don't think it's anything we did, just for the record. It could be. I don't think it is. It's like we're getting prohibited from using it. I don't think that VIP made too much money on it. It is, however, possible. Hello, everyone, says Angel. Saying hello doesn't cost anything. A lot of the guys here were early on, Pathfinder, Slim, etc. Robert, that's true. It really doesn't cost anything. That's right. Saying hello doesn't cost anything. Hello. That's nice to hear. That is true. And, man, they may be trying to figure out what's going on with BTC or the 5L, or maybe not everyone may understand the discussion either in terms of the 5L, 3L, etc. They just may not get it. That's no problem. It's a leveraged coin. It just means it goes up that amount times 3 or times 5. Man. This. So, don't know. Angel, we got ourselves a little bit of a challenge for evolution. I like that a lot. That's good. Evolution. Very nice. So, Doge hit the ground floor, running at the 86% retracements. Very nice. Very, very nice. DOT has been doing well. DOT is formulating a bullish structure. We're happy to see that and not surprised. Close within a specified product range. Looking for higher prices on DOT. DOT could outperform its previous runs up. We're looking for some additional framework in terms of DOT, which I will tell you, in terms of paying attention to too much of a bearish inclination here or there on DOT. DOT's kind of due right now. DOT is kind of due. It's been in the background, and it's kind of due right now. So we're looking for an upward expression. And I'll just tell everybody who may be trading DOT, because I brought that bull flag to everybody. Also these targets to Angel, very excited about that lower target hitting. Just scheduling in, man. They still didn't need to hit. The bottom one still didn't need to hit. So I'm excited that we hit in terms of the overall target expression. That just a quick draw on the desktop. Looking at this, let's do, and we could further refine this. I'll just do this quick draw at 24.72, and really looking at the 31.15, $31.15 is a nice area that I think you've kind of spoken about and around for a while, right? $31 would be nice. So we're looking for that. Pathfinder, hey, Luke shouting back out. Hey, Angel. And Pathfinder saying, Luke saying hi, Angel, and Pathfinder saying, yo, hey, hi, hello. Had the stream a bit down on volume, been charging through Doge. Angel, what up, man? How's it going? Yeah, you guys missed the whole discussion about AXS. You got to rewind it, man. No. If you turned it down, hammering through Doge, Pathfinder, you just missed a key portion on Gate, Binance, and the entirety of it. You have got to rewind it, set the marker in terms of when that AXS chart comes up, and make sure you watch that. I'm telling you guys, you want to know something that could cost you money or could facilitate a successful trade? Make sure you rewatch that portion on AXS. Hugely important. Hugely important. Extremely important, guys. I really feel that that's very important. I want you guys to please pay attention to that. Please. I wouldn't just go through it for nothing. I spent a lot of time coming up with those details. So, looking at the framework here, the recapture for BTC, right? We're in a coil. We're up and out on the hourly. We have a little bit of resistance, right? The key framework too, I say to really, let's do that, doing it, rewinding. Dang it, rewinding. Yeah, it was just, I wouldn't tell you that otherwise, brother. You know, it's crucial. Like super crucial. In terms of understanding what a candle wick is, because people will argue about what a candle wick is. You guys understand that? They'll argue what a candle wick is, what it's supposed to be. I'm telling you, if it's on a 1,000,000-year time frame, on a 1,000,000-year time frame, the top is still the top, I promise. The wick goes to the top, the all-time high. If it's on a 5-minute time frame, the wick still goes to the same time frame that it would be on a 1,000,000-year time frame. Okay, I promise. I promised you guys that before. You haven't seen a real chart though, like Gate. Now we have Gate as a reference in terms of that AXS chart. And there's more than that, guys. They're probably going to shut my stream down. I'm not trying to play Mr. Investigator. I just want to make sure our targets are correct. If anybody knows me, and Angel's probably nodding his head, I pride myself on targets. I like to target. I like to hit low. I like to give the best opportunity for our traders to profit. And like we were discussing with BTC, BTC's been good to trade, but understand, I had a discussion, and Angel was funny, I had a discussion with a guy around here today. I'll call him Big Rick. Ricky Rick, whatever. He entered around my low range here on the second target, just so you know. He's been offered this price. He didn't like it. He's been offered this price. He didn't like it. Now he's been offered this price on BTC, 30%, 20+%, etc. And he's literally of the opinion. It's been funny because I've been telling him about targets. Now he's in a much different position right now at this level, or anyone who decided to trade in this interval, in this range, much different position here. You'll see people just going ballistic right now. Bitcoin's going up. Oh, going up from our targets. It's going up from our targets. So they want to beat the game now? Well, good luck. They're going to carry up an amplitude from here? That's not going to work, is it? I mean, I'm just going to say, guys, that's not really going to necessarily work. Your amplitude, the same amplitude at a higher level, is going to be less worth, or worth less, pardon me. Less worth. The 25% has to compete with potential 35%. You lose 10%. Believe that? Just with targeting. It's the same movement. Literally 35%, 25%. It's the same movement. But everybody's gearing up to trade to go make 25%. What about this down here? What about the targets? Hit your targets. Nobody's freaking out here in terms of a D-Day decision, in terms of getting this. Let's see here. With all due respect, if anyone on the stream has difficulties with the info at hand, then rewatch previous streams and think and learn. Boom. Yeah, big time. Thank you, Angel. That's huge. That means a lot, man. And he means that with all due respect, literally. That means a lot. Thank you. Because it's true. Yeah, there's a lot of crucial information, and I appreciate you with that level of confidence, Angel. Thank you. It's just the truth. There's a lot of information, core essentials in terms of TA. It's not off the shelf, off the Google, off the even off the cuff, invented, or whatever else it might be. No, it's we spend a lot of time on the technicals. When I speak of targeting to the downside, if you hit your targets, it is so much easier. The whole trading year changes if you hit your targets. And we've been on target. So that's the crucial distinction here in terms of the framework of looking right now in a variable kind of sense of is it time to go heavy? Man, is it time to go heavy? Look, increasing, right? Everybody knows this. And BTC looks a little bit different right now, huh? With the way I have it scoped out with the green and red, doesn't it? And with these, it looks a little bit different right now, just in terms of the perspective change. But yeah, heavier towards the downside. I need to know if it's time to go heavy now. Man, hit your targets. But the funny thing that when I talked to Rick tonight, he hit a pretty heavy. He had a pretty heavy investment in around this area. I've talked to a few people who've had some lower, pretty heavy investments on BTC. Some people interested in value have hit lower. And what I'll say is, they right now, honestly, after thinking about it quite a bit and doing the math in this zone on the range function, believe it or not, they want this down here. I am not kidding you. Some people with some heavier entries in here, guys, they want this after doing the range dynamics and putting pencil to a paper and the mathematical computations. They literally want this right here. Believe it or not, people who are well positioned in here would like this for the benefit of this 35%. Same amplitude as 25%. Same amplitude is, we'll just bring it down just to discuss it, just so that we know. Same amplitude down here would be 45%. Okay? And I've been talking with some people that have some hefty positions. Angel knows, Angel's been trading BTC a long time. So, no one's going to know it better than Angel, period. These are just some discussions I haven't had with Angel in terms of I don't always discuss everything that we chit-chat about Angel. So, yeah, and no respect at all, disrespect at all in terms of that, but no lack of respect. Just I don't always discuss the things that we chit-chat about. So when I bring up someone else, it's normally if we've talked about something, just fair enough. Sometimes I'll bring up something that maybe I have shot your direction or otherwise, but your business, I pretty much try and keep it your business unless we've talked about it on stream or otherwise. So that's just that is just the case. So as we would look at this, the reason why, and Angel knows this from early days as well, as we all know that he bought at $7.79. Always trying to protect your privileged information, my man. As you guys know that he's got he has things scoped out the way he needs scoped out. I try and accommodate that as best I can. But looking at the range level, as I've talked to people just in general, right, and not like, I talked to people outside the group and just letting you guys know. It's not always the group dynamic that I wanted to talk about, right? So this percentage move, this percentage move, this percentage move, it's all the same move. It's the same exact move, guys. But you're either 10% up to, let's say you're 45%, or you're 35%, or you're 35, or you're 25%, right? 45, 35, 25. You're losing 10% every time you go up. And you can do the exacts on it. You can do the exact framework in terms of the exact amplitude on the time frame, etc. Right? But when you're jumping in late in a position of potential weakness, and I'm going to say this, it's a position of weakness because you don't have the benefit of the target. The target gives you an increased level of, what we say, it's an increased level of certainty in the market. From the 38.2 that hit well, you guys know that. The 38.2 hit very well. You can just look at the candle wick. What did the candle wick go down to? 38.2. Anyone with orders waiting? 20%. Bam. Nice hit. 50%. Repeat here. Anyone with these positions, were they to have compounded down into this and have been ready to even compound down even further, maybe not wonderfully comfortable, maybe you want to work more cash towards the top level, etc. If you're looking at a bull flag, different scenario, right? If you're looking at a specific, if you're looking at the, I've lightened this up for you down there, Pathfinder. Angel Pathfinder wants arrows down to the specific 65th. So they're incognito right now. They're down there. I promise they're down there. Pathfinder, they're down there. In terms of the threshold, I'd say the threshold analysis here, we want to eliminate the risk. There's a higher degree of certainty as you operate on your targets. Pardon me. Certain patterns will compete, but as we talk about, let me move this over here. A little bit distracted. Let me get into this here. As we talk about the fundamental retracement categories here, guys, these 23.6, the 38.2, the 50, the 61.8, 65th, 78.6, and the 86, boom, you are dealing with a different level of probability. I mean, you're gonna, guys, maybe you're gonna skip a level. Maybe if you were to skip 2 levels, we have just rarely seen it skip multiple levels and not even recover, guys. And Angel could probably speak to that better on BTC. It's had some moves down over the years. It has, and I've reviewed those, right? But on the whole, it's all the more reason to maintain that heavy cash reserve. People entering here are really excited. This is great. They finally have a trade, I guess, right? They're getting into a trade. Man, what is wrong with the target? Nothing is wrong with entering at a lower price, particularly the low price if you can get it, right? Now, the pattern trades are all over the place. We bring pattern trades all the time. You guys know that. Bringing pattern trades in terms of ascending triangle, right? Ascending triangle. Big time. Have the bull flag, bam, classic feature. Pour down from the ascending wedge, called that. Nicely done. Aligning with this bottom line support, boom, boom. Right? Is that support over? There are orders at this level. There are orders at this specific prior resistance, boom, boom. Orders here, always. So to the extent that you're riding high and clear from a target underneath, you are so much happier right now. There's no stress on you. There's no stress. If you want to increase your position, maybe that's a different question, right? That's a different matter. That's a different consideration if you would want to increase your position. But if you have appropriately scheduled out your cash in terms of your money management, if you have appropriately scheduled in heavier amounts of cash at the lower levels, at the lower targets, you're doing fine. You're doing really fine. And even the people who have done that already, I'm just letting you know, are excited about the lower levels. And I will brighten this up just a little bit. We're going to go gray. How about gray? He wants it bright. There you go. That's what we got right now. Down there. And see, Pathfinder wants it down there too. Pathfinder hits those targets. Angel Pathfinder hit the low. The low. Not maybe the low. He hit the low on Doge. The low. I'm going to put Pathfinder hit the exact low on Dogecoin. And I love that because we are the group that is going to be known literally for hitting the exact low. And Angel knows me. He knows me. Okay, in terms of like what gets me excited and like, you know, I step off into that other zone. I get so happy. It's like we hit the low. We have the low, and you know, it's fun. At some point it must be funny for him. He's like, I bought Bitcoin at $7, man. You know, he's like, I understand that, but everything is that important to me as I look at it. It's probably no wonder why he's here. You know, why we're friends, etc. Because you have to think about it. Like, do you think that's why? I guess that's why everyone like that makes sense. Like you're always trying to get the low. And Angel has a question for all VIPs. Let's see what Angel's question is for all the VIPs. Let's check that out. I'm going to grab a bottle of water very quickly if I can. Let's see what I can do. All right. Let's see what that question is. Angel, what do you got for the VIPs? Ooh, I'm going through some water. That's a good thing. Got to hydrate. No more coffee. I quit coffee, guys. I want to let you guys know I quit coffee. Huh? I was drinking so much coffee. I don't know why. It's just like I went through that buzz period. Like, you know, ooh, it's coffee. I think I drank so much I may have broken my new coffee pot. Let's see what we have on. It's like a Cuisinart. A nice deal. Let's see what Here goes Angel. Okay, if you are ready to jump in at 1,000K, okay. Yes. And I'm listening to Angel in terms of what he has to say. I'm going to read this out as Angel comes up with this. I may put some music on here in the back. All right. Angel saying, if you're ready to jump in at 100 or 1,000K, how much are you in that trade for, technically speaking? If you're ready to jump in at 1,000, right, or 100,000, whatever it may be, is that a trick question? Says Pathfinder. Good question. Without knowing where it's been, etc. Let's see what Angel has to say about that. I'm sure certainly it's a good question / answer there. So I want to see what it is. Let's see what you got. Pathfinder asking, is that a trick question? I don't think it is at all. And I can see where I believe it is headed. But I'll allow Angel to ask and answer. Okay, so are you? And I think you wrote 1,000K, so $1,000. You mean $1,000? How much are you in that trade for, technically speaking? Is that a trick question? Yes, so I'm going to put yes. So yeah, you're in the trade for 1,000, right? If you're buying in at 1,000, right? Angel just switched accounts over, I think, from his primary account to this account. So in trade for 1K means you're. Let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got. So in trade for 1,000, if you're in a trade for 1K, right? You're in the trade for $1,000. Yeah. 1,000. Yeah. So maybe just talking about the lingo, etc. We'll get into what all is being discussed, and we'll definitely do that. Yes. Angel has something to say. I'm going to put that Angel has something to say because he's not done telling you guys what he wants to tell you. He has a point to prove. He's typing right now. I would bet. Yeah. Heavy backup cash always. I never go into a trade without double, triple down. If you jump in at 1,000, you should not be trading if you don't have another 10,000. Thank you. Thank you, Angel. Bam. Absolutely, huh? 100%. That is VIP. That is why we are here, to also try and help people understand the ramifications and period, guys. Just imagine all the Angel, I can only imagine all the people you've met or been around, etc., that haven't had the extra backup cash. And they still want to put it in, and well, this time will work or that time will work. There's no getting around backup cash. There is zero getting around it. You guys know that. You can't. That is just crucial. Thank you, Angel. That is great to hear. I love it. You know I love that. Huge. Huge, huge, huge. Another way to say you should only be trading 10% of your account. You could say that. And the parameter goes with, and you know this, Angel, from New York Institute of Finance, etc., is pepper in first and foremost. That's right. Yeah. Bam. Bam. Truth, huh? That's VIP, Angel. That is so awesome, huh? That makes such a big difference. You still get the thrill of the chase. You still get the hunt. You still get the trade, everything else. And You know? Yeah, and if you got 250K, you got another, a million behind that. Say you have a 500,000 total position, then, maybe throw 25K into something. Let it dance around, do something. But when you're strapped and you don't have that backup cash, that's when things go south. It's difficult. It becomes difficult. And it's not always easy because not everybody has the extra 250K to million to $2 million to $5 million to really, create the livelihood in crypto that they've dreamed of. It's just that is the reality. But as you look at it, it's just an interesting space that the more that you dedicate yourself to the fundamentals of technical analysis, and the more that you know how to trade, the more that you trade even on a lighter scale, when you learn how to trade, it's a very useful, very valuable skill. It's a very valuable skill. It just is, guys. Learning to how, and the other thing is too, if you love crypto, you're going to spend the time in crypto anyway. You're going to spend time trading anyway. You're either going to lose it. You can either lose it or you can make some. People who want to make it times 100 or 200 or whatever it may be have some of the biggest problems that I've seen, period. You guys know that. Everybody knows that. That's VIP, not 10% standard. Very interesting, guys. Very interesting discussion ongoing here. Like, very interesting. And I'll just say that. And not really a 10% standard. You got to assess your risk sometimes, guys. You really have to assess your risk in line with, and you don't want to get caught in this stuff. But you look at something like Doge, it's like, well, if the risk was up here, guys, and you're ready to double down from up here, you have to remind yourself. Doge is a great example. It just is a great example. Or Sheeb from the beginning. You guys know from its original threshold move up. I'm currently in a position at dot $31.37 3L. Are you going to wither or believe in what you know or follow the textbook? Are you going to whether or believe in what you know or follow the textbook? I'm going to put 5%. Okay? Institutional level answer. You guys want to know it? The answer? 5%. Don't ever put more than 5% of what you've got in your portfolio, accessible, readily, etc. More than 5% in any one trade. Period. That's the rule. Okay? Just so you know, that's literally the framework, just so that we know of what goes on to not ruin people's careers and their lives, their marriages, and their desk position, everything else. So crypto could differ a little bit. Some people carry that alpha with them, and big levels of volatility are expected. But 5% sounds like, well, that's really not enough, right? But if you took the 5% in, and that's the threshold. If that's not me. That's the guys in New York. Okay. Just bottom line, that is what that is. That is a very commonly understood standard. Period. Okay, is looking at this specific level up in here. If you were to say, okay, well, I'm gonna say I've got 50 grand or 500 grand, whatever it may be. I know people involved at millions in this level, millions in the 30s, guys, in the 30s. While I was trying to rebound millions of dollars in Doge. All right, you want to know what a bad day these guys have? You have no idea. You think you have a bad day because you got 5 grand, 10 grand, or 50 grand, or 100 grand in here, and it's going around. I lost 100 grand. Guys, I know people with millions in this in Doge. Not through my hand. I mean, not through otherwise, but the notion. Just be prepared for anything. Look at this. It's been down. I mean, it's been down. The 5%, but just the notion, and what Angels is bringing up is, you got to have, and I absolutely agree with what you said, Angel. You got to have 10 times what you're putting in it. You got to have 10x yourself to put into it. And what you're going to need to look at, and I'm going to say this with the understanding, you guys know I always draw this down below, and I just love when we have this conversation. It saves literal, You guys don't. You have no idea. I mean, what it's saving is just. It ain't my reputation. Like in terms of trading, etc. We have a lot of people that if they listened to what all we said, we don't have a problem with trading, reputation, etc. But it just in terms of the ability to spread the right kind of message, like look at this notion. We're always blocking. I have the blocks on here, right? Even with these blocks here, right? Now, you may do a different allocation in terms of your overall that you would be willing to allocate towards Doge, right? Out of whatever reserve you would still have below, and a 1 to maybe a 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And that's nice, huh? A 1 with a triple, with a 5 with the maximum down below, right? That's impressive. I really appreciate you bringing that up, Angel. Thank you so much. You so much, Angel. So many people get hurt. And I heard this today, Angel, and I want to let you know that a lot of it is like a Generation X or a Generation Z or a millennial, and this new mindset that they have is just it's ingrained into their framework that they will operate this way. I hadn't heard that before. Heard it from a pretty smart individual today. I was just chatting at a just I don't know, just a casual place earlier today, and that they're more likely to do that kind of a move in the market and not to be able to really talk to otherwise. That's just it. That's what they're going to do. They'll agree to do something else, and that's just what they're going to do. That's it. So it may be a generational deal, maybe an age differential, and maybe a little bit of a threshold for, well, at their age, they believe that potentially they could lose it and remake it, risk threshold, right? But I heard it applied to like a generational concept today, and I thought that was interesting enough to mention in the context of what you just, or the framework of what you just discussed here. So I appreciate that very much because we reinforce that all the time. No one in the space, in the entirety of everything, and this is beautiful because I hear criticisms of other groups or anybody, guys, and I'll let you know. I don't care if someone's perfect or imperfect, whatever it is, but like how do they treat their traders? What's the message coming across consistently? Are they trying to build the framework of solid ideals in trading? Like Angel says, we're not choir boys. Like that's not the point. Like are they presenting the technicals in a framework that could be understood, digested, that could be become a better part of their lives or not, right? As I look at that, aside from the personality differences, I see a lot of people in the space that really advantageous, like overly advantageous, in terms of like questions arising about people selling certain coins and then for their own benefit taking or selling or dumping, and I'm like, whoa, right? Aside from the structural framework we try and provide, and this is not a sales pitch, guys, or a exculpation or anything. This is just me being honest. Just so you know, I spend a lot of time with you guys on TA. I really want you guys to learn. I want you to be good traders. I want us to have the #1 trade group. That's it. If we can all bang out a 10x or a 20x, boom, I'm happy. If we have to trade a little bit more conservatively and the market's not giving that to us, fine. But the notion here is not to dump on or, become I've just seen some different things. And again, I'll say I'm not perfect individually at all. No one here is. We can find dirt on anybody. I'm sure we could. But to the extent that what I see in terms of the framework, just looking at Luke just pops right up. Just fantastic. Trying to provide a good place for you guys to be. Period. Trying to provide a good framework that's, look how technical this is in the back. This is awesome, right? Just pure technical. Boom, 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 boom. Look at this. That's sweet, guys. That is awesome. And in terms of the residual that Angel is putting things together, in terms of his commentary tonight, it's just that is the full completion of what we discuss. And what I try and bring to the community is just because, and honestly, guys, what would be the odds? You have to kind of look back at this because we have to realize this, Angel. This is a big deal that we've been talking about this big brick of green, bam, down here the entirety of the time, never being overexposed. And not everybody would have just thought, honestly, that Dogecoin would have gone up to 75 cents, which is not bad, right? 76 cents, and now be at like 14 cents, retrace like almost 90% to 86. Now we know the 86. We've been talking about green down below the entirety of the time, but how much of that gets missed in the market, and what people don't realize is how many people get hurt in the market. I mean, it will turn over a marriage kind of hurt. It will turn over a bad weekend, a bad day, bad month. We don't know what kind of bad kind of hurt, guys. It's a big deal. So we're always trying to reinstill those values, because in some regards, Angel's been around big time crypto. He understands crypto like nobody's business, guys. I've been around a lot of traders, including Angel, including some other people, individuals, etc. Some top shelf guys around the world. Looking at the framework here and the volatility of crypto is just what I just will I'd say I would rewind back to Angel's comment in terms of, you better have 10 times what you're putting in that trade right now, period, and you better have some hands and a gut to even suffer through a little bit. I said suffer through the trade that you're in right now. And if you're not willing to either suffer through the trade that you're in right now or throw in another 10, another zero behind what you have, you shouldn't be trading. Or you shouldn't be trading the amount that you're trading. Okay? Well, listen to Angel right here. He says, hey, buddy, I own Doge at 33. That's okay. Well, I want you to own it right in the – I can always see where you're at on 100%. When you say you bought something anywhere, you just never sell it, is the funny thing. You still own it at 33. I know exactly why he owns it there. Any chart that Angel has bought into, between this or dot or whatever it is, in 2 seconds, I know exactly what you bought into. It just you're strong-handed. You don't like to you're funny, Angel, because you don't like to, you'll buy it up there and say, the pattern hadn't worked yet. You're one of these guys where the pattern hadn't worked yet. Angel will be down here in the dirt and 90%. He's still looking at this ascending triangle. It's going to rebound into the corner right here, honestly, and it probably will. For all of the goodness there is in the world, he'll literally do this, and it's going to catch right here on the apex, and literally he'll drive this out to boom, and it'll be up. He's got some of the strongest hands. And I comment on this. It's funny, Angel. I comment on this sometimes. I speak about you in nothing but a positive regard. You know that. And in terms of things, let's see what we got. What do we do? Cry? No. Yeah. But you have the 10x down. Here we go. 10x down. Yep. If you choose. And that's the difference. Because you can wipe the slate clean, Angel. You can cover that upside position. You can cover that upside position in a flash with a 5x, 5 times your original position, and it's gone. Now you recapitalize. And let's say if you wanted to hit the 86, right? You could have hit the 86. You could have covered that upside position with a hit on the 86 and not say, well, this theoretically, hypothetically, well, the 86 is the 86. We see the 86 play a lot. So whatever the upside position is, you have to structure things in terms of your trade enough to where your level of exposure allows, let's say allows for a 20% move to cover your upside. And I think that's reasonable, guys, to allow for a heavier position involvement at a lower level to cover your upside with about a 20% move expectation. At some point, you're going to get a hit for 20%. Typically in crypto, now you've had a lot more than that. You've had you've had a 116% move. You've had a 88% move. Right? You've had a drop down to a target. You've had an 85% move. You've had a drop down to a target. You've had a 50% move. You've just had another drop down to a target, and you've had, let's say, for me to say, well, a 20% should be given, That's really mild looking at the overall framework of this. But as you look at your level of capital exposure, there's nothing wrong with saying like, and we can say this as well. If you own something at a higher price, don't let it own you. That's easily put, right? Don't let it own you. Because when you're structuring into something and you're gaining more exposure, I always say this as well. I always say this, you guys know. Make sure that whatever you want to invest in, you are comfortable enough with the coin that you're willing to hold it. You're willing to, you're willing to own it and invest more at this lower level. You like it that much. You decide to invest in it. You like it that much. You're willing to invest, right? You're willing to, it has that dynamic that not only do you have the backup capital, not placed in up here, but down here, and you're comfortable enough with the coin that you want to go ahead and slide that in, slide some of that into the coin, right? Because then you're still happy with your investment. Then you're still solidly, you see what I'm saying? Then the coin doesn't own you at a higher price. You cover your higher price and you own the coin, right? Instead of that balance looking at you and that balance owns you, no, that balance was just coming to pop at a lower level the whole time. No problem. You look forward to it coming down. You have your orders waiting. That trade doesn't own you. Own the coin. Don't let it own you. Higher price, no problem. You cover it. You make sure what you invest in, you're comfortable owning at a lower price. And that gets you thinking about the lower price, even when you don't want to. The 86% retracement, even when you don't want to think about it. Even when you buy in at 45 or 55, yes, up at this level, you guys know how many live viewers we lost when I started talking about the golden pocket and the different lower levels? You guys know that, huh? Remember that? The room would go empty. I would talk about it going down here. The room would absolutely go empty on Doge. You guys remember? Right? Remember, and you guys are laughing because we like have 500 people in the room. Nobody wanted to hear about it going to the 78.6. Nobody. You guys remember that at all? We'd have 500 people in the room on a stream. The minute I bring up the golden pocket, everybody's gone. And I'm literally saying that, well, yes, technically at some point it is going to the golden pocket. I mean, I have to tell you, there's technicals, right? Nobody wants to hear that. No one. Everyone would leave. Right, I have to tell you, part of the reason I deleted part of the tape today, and I never should do this, but what do we got here? Excellently put, London. Speaking truthfully, what presented most difficult to myself was, am I an investor or am I a trader? Yep. Absolutely, huh? It's a big difference, huh? And the investor looks at, key qualities. Huh? You really have to look at that. Key qualities of each pertain to both being an investor and a trader. Because the investor is able to assess the coin and realize that it's worth even a long-term type trade. Okay, and I bring that up because there's not only the fundamental dynamic to it, because you have to be able to assess the coin. If you see some volatility, yes, I want that. But from an investment standpoint, you have to say it's got a dev team, it's got a utility or a social framework. It's got something along those lines that it's going to be. You have to make that evaluation, because you can trade in a day, right? You can trade in an hour. You can trade in and out of something. But that key question as to how low you're willing to looking at something, that's your investor side coming into the mix big time, right? You're investing in something big time. As you look at SHIB, your big position is SHIB or anything else, that's just it. You decided to invest. You'll trade that trade, but when the trade duration, I guess that's what I'm getting to as well, when the trade duration turns into months instead of a couple weeks, right? And then it's multiple months on the trade duration. And you've been through this, Angel. I know you have, in terms of the markets, etc. That's when the trader turns into an investor. And the way around that is this heavy green in and available for the absolute bottom lower levels. You guys know this, and it's not an infinite amount of money. It doesn't have to be. It really doesn't have to be an infinite amount of money. But you have to be able to participate at the lower levels that it's continuing to go and to take advantage of the volatility. A lot of times, the volatility at the lowest levels will cream the volatilities at the top. We just did that on BTC, the 25% to 35% to 45%. Right now, you know, the lower level is 45%, right? Mid-level would be a 35% move. Where's that chart right now? Right? The same amplitude move would be, you're losing 10% every time you go up, essentially. That's going to be dangerous for me to see that BTC 5L on the map, man. I got to say. But we just had this discussion, right? In terms of the same measured move that we would have on, let's just, BTC is the anchor coin here to talk about. Boom, boom, boom. 45%, 35%, 25%. Same exact amplitude. That's why people like this level. They like this level with something that likes to continually express itself with the same measured moves. Get it down here, bam, more money. And you'll have a heavier position at that level. It's deeper into the framework. So it's crucially important. And just to make sure that you like the coin, that you want to own the coin, because it turns into, when the duration becomes, and I bring this up in terms of BTC because we just went through this example, in terms of the duration, and Angel, you could write the book on this, brother, but when it turns into the duration, right, the trade becomes really difficult. The trade, right, when the duration becomes, well, the duration is 3 years. You just kind of turn into an investor, or it turns into, I guess, a lost trade, but you kind of turn into an investor. Now, I'm not sure Doge is the best example in this zone, but what's this? You still get 50% trades. Yeah, you still get spikes up and through 80%, right? Yeah, you still get hits down into the lower levels for what? There we go. 216%, right? You still have, if we were to define like a mid-level function, right, and put some technicals on this and really go through and be able to scout this out in 2 or 3 minutes and come up with a trading profile here, you got that, right? Something that's tradable with targets on it. So to the extent that you're looking at it, I'm a trader versus an investor, right? We've got an interesting dynamic here. We have an interesting dynamic down to here, guys. What's the max that Dogecoin did retrace? Let's just go through it. Critical. 95% max. Okay? First key hit and feature was down to the 86. Boom. Bam. Nice, huh? It's real nice. That 86, boom, provided back in here, low level, huh? A 200% gain. When it hit its 86, 200%. That's sweet. So we look at the move that it can make if it's accustomed to making these moves. Like we look at this amplitude here, right? We'd like to recapture the high, etc. But these moves here, perfectly consistent, right? On the candle wicks. So what would this move be? Let's just do this real quickly at the lower level with more cash involved. And it's a great example of being a trader versus being an investor. But you don't want to turn into an upside down investor. And you're not choosing to be an investor. It's like a trade just went so upside down, you're just going to hold it. That's not the type of investor you want to be, right? So always have that extra zero. And I mean, if it's 10,000, you got the 100K. You just do. Available for at least these lower levels, right? Prevent yourself from turning into an unwilling investor. That's no fun. Looking at this framework here, if we were to get back to this level here, let's just say we got back into the framework of this 4 to 5 cents, right? That's key function, key level. A lot of orders waiting here, guys. Tons of orders waiting at that level. Just so you know, tons. All right? Everyone knows that. They're excited about that. If we can get there. So an 85% move with this expression, again, derivative gain analysis, G-A-I-N, gain. What's the expressed gain here? Bam, bam. We do some additionals on this. 85% becomes 277%. Not bad, huh? Not bad at all. So you guys understand those dynamics in terms of being involved with more coins at a lower price. That is the biggest deal to me. More coins at a lower price. Then it doesn't own you. You own it. Always. Period. And don't invest in anything you don't want to own more coins at a lower price. That's easy. Then it never owns you. You own it. All right. So let's reframe on BTC a little bit. Glad to know, huh? Angel loving Doge. Big Doge fans. Big Doge fans. So looking at this specific level here on BTC. Nice to see some action on Doge, huh? Be streaming some Doge. Ain't no problem with that. Love streaming Doge. Love it. Oh boy, let's get it. You got that right. So thanks for sharing those qualities. Let me write this in the chat. Thank you, Angel. Let me put boom, boom, boom. Let's see this for sharing. That truth. I'm going to put that truth. All right. Boom. VIP. Big deal. Boom. Huge deal. So we're currently in the mode again where this is a very interesting discussion, gentlemen. You guys understand that? For people that don't want to own anything at a higher price, because Angel will show me, he'll tell me why I bought this and such. You and half the rest of the market, they sold it. Maybe you decided he's got iron hands. He doesn't like to sell things. You cannot blame him at all. 779 in Bitcoin. It's down. It's going to go up, right? In terms of whatever he's looking at. Now, he's been around the block. He knows what he's doing. So looking at the framework, we're looking at trading a breakout. He's probably laughing right now, right? You're going to trade another breakout. Huh? That's great, you know? So the critical question as you look at, well, I own such and such from such and such price. When these are up, the critical issue is the following, guys. When you hit your targets, boom, boom, right? When you hit your targets, even this right here, when you say, well, that's not a target. Yes, it's a target. Bam. When you hit your golden pocket target right in here, right, when you're scaling in and prepared for the lower levels, at no point in time ever will this coin own you. Will the trade own you? And when you have the backup to compound in at the lower levels, i.e. golden pocket, you just have to get rid of the extremity of you, like how extreme you could be in terms of, well, I've got 80 grand in the bank. I'm willing to put $79,999 into it. Just you can hold on to your last penny. I've got $80,000 in the bank. I'm willing to invest $79,999. Can you just see, like, the guy's being reasonable? All right, I'm going to hold back. Something along the lines, guys. You have to understand. That's just the nature of, like, us. We're going to get rich in crypto, right? Everyone knows this. We're all going to make 10 times the amount of money probably in the next 6 months, right? So let's see what we got here. A line of resistance is your trading. What do we got here? A line of resistance if you're trading. Let's see what we got here. So you got that right, Angel. As we look at this, looking at the framework here, on the hourly, we're up and out, right? What is the caveat right now? On the lines, okay, on the lines, we're out. On the actual candle wicks, we are pushing. We are pushing. All right, we're pushing into that level of resistance again. It's not a clear breakout. It's a very uncomfortable position to go ahead and say, yes, I'm going to go ahead and just hammer into this thing. And especially when you know you've been sitting and staring at something. This is the worst part. There's no remedy for it. The only remedy is the following. I'll tell you the remedy for it. When you look at it, and we've streamed live these targets, literally opportunity at least to enter in lower or compound into these levels. Because now and we talked about this the other night, like a 35% from our lower target, right? It's just the lower target is the solution that, guys, no one else wants to talk about it. Nobody, guys, wants to talk about. I mean, has anybody ever seen? I've never seen anybody else cover a target. Literally, like, oh, such and such went down to such and such target. Great. We hammer in at those targets. That's where we buy at lower prices. Buy low, sell high, right? Buy support, sell at resistance, trade your patterns, hit your targets, right? What do you got here? Use absolute discipline, not co-mixing, whether your investments are and what you are actually trading. Discipline, yes. Boom. Huge. That is huge. Use absolute discipline and not co-mixing what your investments are and what you are actually trading. Yes. Good. Investments. Here it goes. Investments versus trading. You are, man, that is just huge. And you can say, investments versus trading account, right? Without a doubt. And you have no idea how helpful that is for people to hear. Investment versus trading accounts. Huge. Very big deal. So we have room to go. And I tell you guys, the best investments are the ones you get low, right? And that go high, right? We want to buy low, sell high. The growth factor over time is huge. As you look at crypto, it's difficult to beat the level of volatility. Just have the patience, at least have the foresight to know you'd want to own it at lower levels instead of it owning you from higher levels. Really easy. You want to own it potentially at lower levels instead of it owning you from higher levels. Okay? Big time. Don't be overexposed in anything. You know, the $1 Million Traders Club is not going to get you your entry back from here. I promise. They're just not. And I know people who lost millions in this portion. Millions, okay? Some people, I guess, are still in business. I need to check. Tell you the truth. Some people, I mean, that was a difficult, because it has this way of attracting people. Oh, now it's going up, right? Now it's really doing what it's doing. It beats the odds down here. Boom. Now the market's really going up. We really have to catch it now. Every wave, and Angela, you must know this. I know tomorrow. Every wave brings new people that have just discovered it, and they're finally going to go long. They've heard about it, and it could be a little brutal. And when you discuss things with them, like the possibility for a return to a lower level, you couldn't get a word in of common sense or any kind of from all the practical, the heartfelt, goodness in the world. You couldn't present it to them in a way that they would understand. You got to cover this on the lower side, right? So it's a special group that can sit and actually go through those details, right? Hugely important. Thank you, Angel. That's the truth, huh? So we covered Gate tonight. We covered AXS on Gate. You guys know that. Just to walk through the details, and I wanted to cover that because I spent so much time in the preceding. You guys know I spent so much time in that preceding stream talking about the problems on the all-time high, the different all-time highs on AXS. For instance, on the daily, right? On the daily, purple line, 4 hourly. Oh, it's lower, right? We've been through some details here. I pulled up that Gate is getting on, and I do have something to discuss on Gate, just so we cover it. Gate is now on TradingView, and I don't know that you don't want to use their charts on TradingView. If we can't use Gate anymore, but this is one example. It'll depend upon what else is decided. We're doing some major work in the background here. I am, in terms of exchange evaluation, etc. Big time stuff. It just has to be legitimo, hombres. It's got to be legit. Too legit to quit. But the all-time high on Gate Exchange, you'll just see is the high, period. Right. So when I went through that a few weeks ago, some people were like, okay, whatever. Maybe a candle wick pattern works out like that. Maybe it doesn't. No, it's the same candle wick on every single time frame. It needs to be your all-time high. It's crucial. So we covered that today. I want to make sure you guys know we covered that. And I've done the digging in the background on some of these Binance charts that are just off. You don't know what your target is. You can't. I mean, you're really restricted from trading it. To the extent that you don't know, you have a variable all-time high indicated. It's not like that on all charts, but there's other problems. On different charts. So it's nice to see the coins from Gate on TradingView. Would be nice, and especially guys, the 5 L's, the 3 L's. We would love the ability to continue to trade on Gate if Gate were able to rectify the issues that they're currently having, or the lack of compliance that they're currently experiencing with the particular regulations. Okay, we're really looking forward to the possibility of trading, additional trading on Gate. It's the best. I'm going to say this from my standpoint. It's the best U.S.-driven exchange that there is. Let me see what we got. Just sent me a text. Okay, great. I'll check that. Let me see what we got. I am dying for a Cohiba. Let me see what we got. Boom, 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 boom. Let me just sent me a text. Didn't get text. Check number. Yeah, make sure that went to me on the text. Giving serious thought to this. Let's see. You guys know Elon may be building his own social media platform. That will be the crypto space on the planet. You guys know that? Elon's thinking about doing his own social media platform. That would be Crypto Central, right? That could be really cool. I'm not even sure that he has that scoped out or not. But it also could be kind of, I don't know, it's going to be interesting. So we have this level we haven't broken out of yet. Everybody understand that? Just don't go in. As we talk about 10%, hey, that's a great, guys, Angel came to the rescue tonight. In terms of, you guys realize this? It's a breakout. Great, right? It's a great breakout. If you didn't hit your targets below, it's a 10% trade, right? And not necessarily that per se, but that's the level of, even on the upside, you're not supposed to throw in the car and the ranch and the two motorcycles and guys, and the Corvette. No. Even then, you won't be around. You just won't be around. We'll lose you. The market will lose you. We don't want to lose you. You guys are good. You guys are VIP, and we don't want to lose you. Not that you have to tiptoe and dance around everything. You don't have to. You're going to find, you're going to find different, I'm going to say different coins are going to find you. Some may surprise you along the way. Man, I only put $1,000 into this. I made 300 grand on one. I put $1,000 into. Wow, man, I knew those happened in crypto, right? You may be surprised after a while. At some point, some people are. Text. Let me see. Text. Let me check in with Angel real quickly. And Angel, brother, I saw that you sent me a text and I didn't receive it, so shoot me the text if you like. Here on this number, please. My DC number, 202. So, looking at the details, it's just we're perched on top of this again. We'll cover the details again. Big night for Doge. Nice night for Doge. Looking at, oh, okay. Let's see what we got here. A line of resistance if you're trading. Let's see. Line of resistance. Let me see. In terms of the chat work, I'm chatting with Angel on the side here. I want to make sure that I did. Let me read this up. Speaking truthfully, what represent the most? Okay. So Angel was saying exactly put London. Speaking truthfully, what presented most difficult to myself was, am I an investor or a trader? A line of resistance if you're trading. Gotcha. Investors don't know about a line of resistance. Investors don't care about a line of resistance. They don't know that a line of support. Maybe they start talking about where I would buy. Yeah. Buy at support, sell at resistance. Selling, yes. Buying and selling. Trading a pattern. There you go. Working the difference between, or the way this works together. It's fine. No worries. In terms of typing slow, we got time, man. It's good hanging out. No worries. I'm looking forward to 2022. It's off to a good start. And so we've been through some critical information really tonight. Now, as we talk about that, Angel's talking about, are you an investor, are you a trader? Line of resistance. Hey, trading. Yeah, line of support, trading. Yeah, patterns, trading. Your targets, trading. You could just go be an acquisition trader. You could, acquire low. You could be on a mission to acquire low prices, but you're probably using the technology, in reverse as well at some point, and saying, okay, I'm going to acquire and I'm going to distribute, right? Let's see here. We did that correctly for the record. Acquire and the distribute. Even the technology in reverse. Let's see what we got here. 1 second. So this is just the weekend, guys. This is the kind of stuff Angel and I like to do, and it's not scripted at all. He's just hanging out, you guys. He's VIP. He's the top VIP. He found his way here, and I found my way here. I don't know how either one of us found our way here, or you guys found your way here, but we're a lucky group of guys, okay, and gals, any gals that are out there. We're a lucky group because we know what we're doing, and not everybody does. And let's put this here. So bottom line right now, in terms of our breakout, understand technically it has not occurred yet. We will try and get to you all in fine and quick fashion, if indeed we do reach that breakout. Angel has been very nice to be with us because Angel's got some big time trades going on, right? But while they're in the pot, ready to boil, right? While they're waiting, you got to wait for those suckers to keep going up. Get legs. Get legs. Dot. Get legs. You got this on dot, right? This specific line of this cross trend line. This is what it is. Let me see what I got on here. Let's bring this up real quickly. Where are we at on this dot cross trend line? It just is, Angel. You got that. That's what's currently in the process of being beaten with another bullish pattern. This is at a cross trend line. Now, what else is at a cross trend line? It's a nice cross trend line. Different time frame is going to put it at a different level. And that's situated very well. You'll start to see the outline of it on the daily. Boom, boom, boom. The daily is a nice general expression of it. And it's nice because it's a line. It's the 100 moving average flipped through a support to a support, essentially, into the 100 moving average. The key kicker on your coins right now, as you look at what you're at, where are you at on the 100? Is the market going to use it as resistance or flip it as support? That's just the ball game right now. That is literally it. Down to, look at this, down to Atom, Cosmos, look, right on that 100, right on that. Nice trades. Doesn't take a lot as you go with that 10% rule, etc. It doesn't take a lot to cover a position and book a trade on this. If you're going to bounce off this to the up or downside, it's not that complicated. Double down, compound down or up if shorting. Let's see what we got on BTC. Now, we are right on that. As much as we would discuss this, as much as we would go in and around everything, guys, as much as all the different pattern work, and this is what it pays to stay up till 1 o'clock in the morning, honestly. You guys know this. Because all of the discussion in the world of all the pattern and framework, which is very relevant to go through, discuss, and understand the nuanced details of, correct? Crypto hasn't come a long way. I was looking at the Dot, Lunar, Rune, Matic, Sol. Man, Sol has been nice down there. Sol was nice when we brought it up. I don't know if anybody knew about that last year when I brought that up to people. Sol and that consolidation it was in, right? But do you guys see this purple line right here? You see that purple line right here, that 200 moving average on BTC? You realize that's the ball game. We are going to get up and over this line, or it's going to be used as resistance, right? The first time we hit the 100, ba-boom. Several times, actually. Let's look at this. In terms of this general area been challenged, that's the 100 and the 200 moving average, right? Dot is in that 100 zone. BTC is in the 200 zone. So Dot arguably may have some more value in it. Let's look at Sol real quickly. Let's see where it's at on the 200 or the 100. Yeah, Sol has been nice down there. Very, very nice down there. Let's see what we got here. And did I draw these on the monthly? What do we got here? God, these specific targets, guys. I just will never forget this time frame we went through where we had different charts with different price targets. Different all-time highs indicated. No way. I'd be like, no way. It's impossible. That can't happen, right? But you remember when we were talking about Sol back here. That's nice, huh? Sol being 20, 25 bucks. Boom, boom, boom. Look what it was doing during that whole time. When I was interested in the expression of it in terms of this volatility. Nice bull flag, huh? Sol, that's a beautiful bull flag, isn't it? Wham. Looking at nice condensed bull flag. Look at that. On the daily, that is so sweet, guys. Bam, 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 boom. That is nice. Sol is nice like that. But looking at these, the interaction here, 100, 100, 200, boom. It's up and out. So, yeah, at some point, Sol's going to want to revisit these levels, needs to flip them. It has a good history of flipping them. Boom, boom. Doing nicely. We called this top around here. If you guys are paying attention, you saw that. What was that one? What was that exchange? Oh, man. I don't know if I know this right now. What was this? All right, I have a blast from the past for you. Angel. Let's see what I got. You guys will laugh at this. You'll like this. Let me see if I can find this again. Dun, 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 dun. I wanted to ask you a question, Angel, and I thought it was cool. Let's see what we got in terms of, let's see, what do we have? Let's see, dang it, where was this? I was looking for the name of the exchange in 2012. Was it Mt. Gox? Let's see. Mt. Gox or Dwolla? D-W-O-L-L-A. I did some research. Crypto has come a long way. Indeed. And I'm going to put here, I want to see if these ring a bell. Mt. Gox. Dwolla? Mt. Gox was an original exchange mechanism to buy. And I did this research last night. I was thinking about changing. I was like, I wonder how he had to buy all You know, I had to buy everything in terms of Bitcoin, etc., because I was doing research on Gate. Gate was a real feature for us, a really nice feature, right? So I just thought back to the original days and how did you, how did you get through everything you went through with crypto? Not easy stuff. Hey, Victor, we got a trade group here. We'd love for you to join us. We're kind of hanging out, trading. I'm talking with Angel. He's our top VIP. If you'd like to join our VIP group, you're more than welcome to join. ETH is in a very nice breakout of a triangulation. ADA has gotten some legs on it. Mana's still kind of waiting. So and I was just talking with Angel real quickly in terms of that comment. You're welcome to join us, Victor, if you'd like to join our VIP top level membership. We only want people who can trade. So there she goes on Sol. Interaction with VeChain. Look at VeChain on the VeChain hit that 86. Nice. See, it's just tucked right on its 100. Waves has done so beautifully well. Really nice run on Waves, guys. XCAD. XCAD's got a way to go. XMR, XRP. XMR just rifling up through its specific coins. AXS just on this tail end of the crossover. Okay, so just kind of paying attention to Mana's right on the 100 moving average. It failed to really hold as support and preceding zone. Matic, always paying attention to Matic, has used these levels as resistance previously. Like to flip those and find a way of preventing this move down, including the amplitude of this specific channel. Because that's a clear channel, guys. That is a clean channel to deny the overall. What is this? Well, Victor has subscribed. That's cool, brother. We appreciate you subscribing. Thanks for the energy, brother. We cover TA. I'm a former financial professional, Duke University, Harvard Business School, and we don't mince words. We're very serious about trading. We like people around us that are good in terms of trading. We welcome you to be to watch some old streams, etc., including maybe this stream on repeat. We went over some very important, I'd say, measures or diagnostics as we would look at the breakout pattern here of this specific channel framework on the hourly. Or on the daily we are right now. On the daily, on the lines, the expectation would be the move to the downside. Essentially, we got very close in terms of the framework within that target to the downside. A little difficult with the reconfirmation, then move, bam, down to that specific level. But always looking for the advanced technicals. We focus on New York Institute of Finance. That's just what we do. They wrote the book on price action. If you're in Rune, congratulations. Rune from the 86% retracement has been 243% to the upside. Nice. Harmony 1 is yet to really rock it up. And that's a double hit on that golden pocket. We cover all these guys. We've had them in the back for a while. I want to see what ETC is doing. You guys want to see that? VIP, what ETC? Do all these have Gate now? I want to know, does Gate have... Gate has ETC. I'm just going to trust the Gate chart from now on. I'm going to redo all these for Gate. You guys know how many coins Gate has? Sure. That's awesome. There's tons of coins. Now the only question is, can we get a good place to buy them that's legal? I'm concerned about those types of things. I don't want anyone to get into trouble for no reason. Or losing their coins, right? Not having a problem. Not having any legal recourse. We have a lot of big investors in our group. So, yeah, ETC, I've been wondering when ETC would really pop up, and about 100%, not bad. Ethereum Classic. Just want to see how it behaved after a nice, huge run in 2021 with BCH, right? So, in terms of BTC, just want to reframe with everybody. As we get up past this 200 moving average, I will do a video for you guys to make sure that you get that in condensed, consolidated form. Okay, in terms of the presentation of that specific level that's in play, that 200 moving average. It is the level in play right now amidst the pattern framework that's together. We've broken out on the daily. We've broken out on the hourly, the 4 hourly, everything except the lower time frames. which will be represented by the candle wicks, right? You see that? The candle wicks along the top, we're still within that framework, but look at how many green candles we have in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's nice, guys. That's very nice. Appears that we're trying to round out a little bit. If you guys really look at that, appears that we're starting to round a little bit. We need some momentum to get up and through that specific, up and over that specific line, that 200 on the moving average. That's going to be the key in terms of defining the uptrend or the downtrend. A lot of people will wait to conquer that 200 to head up. Okay, that's an institutional level by which people will decide to either enter the trade or refrain from trading. However, you cannot miss all of this, guys. Velocity, the key pickups at the lower level. We streamed Doge tonight a little bit just to talk about it. We got some key VIPs that are involved in Doge, top level membership, and we appreciate tonight ability to talk with Angel, ability to talk with, who else we got here? Freddie, Pathfinder, Robert, new base camper. He may join VIP one day. Luke in the house. Robert, thanks for hitting that button quickly. Steve-O, my man, what's up? Freddie, we're so glad to have you back, brother. Really means a lot to have you back. It's great to have you. And what else we got? It's just a good group. You guys know we got a good group. And what do we got here? Just great discussions. I'm looking through the chat just real quickly, see if there's anybody else I need to say anything to. What do we got? Looks like we're covered, guys. We will be in the back. I will be on my cell phone if Rodrigo is here. Rodrigo, have you joined our VIP or base camp? Brother, you need to. Please, you need to. We would request that you to join our VIP or our base camp. Let us know that you belong. So that chat is for you as well. We welcome you. It's the price of a pack of gum, man. You can join the base camp for the price of a pack of gum. That's real easy. So in terms of that, it's mostly just the area where Angel and I and the VIPs chat. And Robert just joined tonight, so we can chat in there. Anyone on base camp can chat away with us. We look forward to having you guys in and around 2022 as we continue to build our community. If you are not already signed in via, I'm going to let you guys know, signed in via our Twitter account. Make sure you go to Twitter, The Kingdom, TheKingdom, The Kingdom, right? The link is in the description. Also, we trade on L Bank, some other exchanges, but the L Bank pinned tweet is there. What you can do is this. You can go in, and if you just joined tonight, click on this right here, and it says, hello, I am VIP, follow me. If you're a VIP and you're not already signed up here, then please let me know. Go ahead and click here and put, I am VIP. Boom. Want to shout out to Vlad. Want to shout out to AJ Crypto. Want to shout out to everybody. You can even go in here and say, I am Basecamp. That'd be great so I know which Twitter you are. If you just joined up Basecamp, let me know, I am Basecamp. That'd be great. And we're excited to have you guys excited in the back. Guys, you're doing a great job. Look at all these charts, etc. We will be around later. It's kind of late, not too late. It was a good stream. We had a good time. Doge got to pumping. Nice work, guys. And we'll be looking at the gate issue and additional exchanges for everyone to operate on. That 5L on L Bank could be interesting, guys. We'll see what happens. This is London. I appreciate you guys being around. Take care of yourselves. Get some rest. Get some food. But keep those alerts on your charts, right? Get those speakers plugged into the computer and make sure you guys got those alerts on, all right? That's hugely important. And, yeah, we'll talk to you soon, guys. I appreciate you being here. This is London with Bitcoin Spike. I'll cut a few videos, and we'll get through the remainder of the weekend and hit it next week. Thanks so much for your time. Thank you again,